Okay, let's get started once again today. We're on day 2 of the site plan application and FEIS appeal of the Lodge of St. Edward's project, CSP 160077. It is 9:30 o'clock in the morning on March 2nd. And we're back to the SEPA appellant's presentation of the SEPA appeal portion of the consolidated hearing. Are the SEPA appellants here today, or? They're coming? Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll give them some time then. Let's take a. Oh, I see them walking in the door right now. So, good morning. I was just getting us oriented to the what we're doing this morning. So, when you're ready to go, Ms. Hurt, go right ahead.
Well, can I?
Oh yeah, I can sit down. Sure.
Just a minute. I need to.
Okay.
Yeah. Where do you? Excuse me. Did you want me here or?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you're still moving forward with your presentation from yesterday.
Yes. Right. Okay. So there's a couple of things I actually thought I would just wrap up on. And excuse me, but I do need to find a paper so I can read it. Okay, as I said in my introduction of myself, I've been involved with the park, or known about the park, and supported the park in many ways. And I would like to, I know that we didn't put anything in a brief about the management plan because it wasn't until I got something back from the hearing examiner that, yes, all land use plans that are in all land, excuse me. All land use plans that are in effect at that time should be considered. So I would just like to say that some of the sections or some of the problems that I see with the management plan, and I'd like to qualify myself as someone who does know the management plan because I spent 2 years on the advisory committee for the camp and sat through and participated in many discussions about the building in that process. And so I'm very familiar with it, and I also was part of it in that advisory committee. And the commissioners themselves approved this. It was not just approved by the executive director of Parks, which was something that they had not done before. So this was unanimously, this 2008 plan was unanimously approved by the State Parks Commission in 2008. So, but the
Ms. Hurt, I apologize for interrupting, but could I just ask for a point of clarification from the hearing examiner? Ms. Hurt, are you providing a closing argument, or are you providing testimony? Are you calling yourself as a witness and providing testimony?
I'm calling myself as a witness right now.
Thank you.
And anyway, so I would just like to read you a few things that have concerned me. That any use of the seminary building must be A, subordinate and complementary to the primary attraction and use of the park as a natural sanctuary and place of outdoor recreation. B, secondary to and should be secondary to and compatible with the outdoor recreation as specified in the Land and Water Conservation Fund deed limitation rules and policies. And then that was number A under the talk about the building. B was that the priority should to uses in the seminary building which support outdoor recreation and traditional park activities. I sometimes question that this project does that. My comment is this project does not really support outdoor recreation and the traditional park activities, but brings in new activities that are not in keeping with either the history of the building or the history of the park. And I think that in the draft EIS or the FEIS, it says it brings in a new activity in the park that has never been there. So certain portions of the building are of particular value for public use. And these were the main floor, which is, of course, the grand dining hall, the former faculty lounge, the classrooms, the second floor library, the sanctuary beneath the dining hall, which is in the basement. And then, while there's a lot about this building being open to the public, and it hasn't been open to the public, I had to kind of chuckle when I read something about the other night in one of the documents. It hasn't been open to the public for 90 years. Well, that's true, because for 40 years it was a school, it was a seminary. But I had to laugh about the 90 years. Anyway, I don't see that this project opens this building to the public any more than it's open now. I see it as being open only to those who are paying customers and guests of the building. I see that, in my opinion, from what I've read through, is that people will be able to come into the building and probably walk the halls by the classrooms. And I know that I certainly understand the hotel area not being open. But I don't see that people are going to be welcomed in the building unless they are coming to the restaurant, the cafe, or staying at the hotel, or they're attending a conference, all of which, of course, depend on payment. So, payment. The use of the seminary building should not result in an alteration of the seminary grounds. And then there's a permanent displacement of the volleyball court, which is also on the historical record. And it is part of the historical culture. It's also registered on the historical registry. It's listed in something I read in the material. I'm sorry, I do not have all the page numbers. But it was listed as part of the historical record as opposed to a building that was over by the grotto that I think they tore down. Okay, and that was from the historical documents. So the other thing is uses. And again, I have uses of the building should not materially limit or distract from current and future outdoor uses of the grounds, trails, and ball field. And again, I note back to the displacement of it's not even a displacement of the volleyball court. It is a do away with the volleyball court as an example of something on the historical register that will be lost to so it's actually a loss of recreation in that situation. And then, so seek to retain the majority of the building being available for public use for a reasonable fee. Well, we have no idea if this will be a reasonable fee. All indications are that the targeted users of this project are those with an income in the top 5 to 25%, not the general public. So I would I would say my real concern is that, and in looking as a member of the advisory committee at all uses that we looked at, and when, believe me, we spent hours, meetings and hours, and I spent a lot of time on the computer looking at other parks and what were done. But in looking at that, our concern was always that the building not overtake the park. In my opinion, this building has, this project, whatever goes in the building not overtake the park. And in my humble opinion, I think that there's a big possibility that could happen here, in spite of the extra 9.9 acres that are touted as being such wonderful property. So that's what I wanted to say about the management plan. It's all about, it really pertains to this project. So the other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I just alluded to it, is that yesterday, excuse me, I'm sorry, I guess I didn't have enough tea this
No, I had
morning.
the same problem yesterday, so there you go.
Is in the summary or the market feasibility study done for Daniels Real Estate. So it was, there's been a lot of talk about the hotel.
Mr. Examiner, I'm going to object to a discussion of the market feasibility study. It is not in the record. It is hearsay, and Ms. Hurt does not have the ability to lay a proper foundation here. It's not in the record.
I'll let Ms. Hurt respond to that. Did Mr. Daniels talk about the market feasibility, Ms. Hurt? I don't recall.
He did not.
Okay, he didn't, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought it was in here. Because
I know the commerce studies, it was in there.
Yeah, no,
that was
I know.
attached as an exhibit to your
No, but I'm
motion to
talking
dismiss.
about, I thought it was in the draft. I thought that's where I got this information.
Those are two
Excuse me.
different studies. The commerce study, which was done by the state,
Right.
is in the record.
Yeah,
We have no
okay.
objection to her talking about that one. But the market feasibility study is an internal document that is not in the record, and we do object to
Okay,
that
all right.
document.
Well, Ms. Hurt, why don't you move on? If you think of where it is in the record, let me know, but otherwise, move on to your next point.
Okay, well, could I just bring up one thing that was in the feasibility study that
I repeat my objection.
Yeah, well, what is it that you wanted to bring up?
I wanted to bring up a standard that hasn't been mentioned that was from the JLL report that the
I repeat my objection again. This
Okay,
is
well,
an internal study. It is hearsay.
This
It is
was-
a proprietary document.
I want to hear what the standard is to know if it's relevant or not to the
okay,
the
the
proceeding.
standard that I wanted to really bring up in the main was that this is from JLL and their industry knowledge that optimal meeting space for a proposed hotel meeting space. I'm sorry, I really don't talk like this every morning. This was? Huh? Oh, that was yesterday, though. That's a different record. I know, but it was for the...
Mr. Examiner,
No, it's okay.
this report has
Excuse me.
proprietary information. As I sit here right now, I don't even know if my
This
client, what contractual obligations surround this report. So I have a lot of concerns about reading out of this report. I'm not even sure how they got it. And so I have
Well, I mean, the
serious
fact is-
Can I
concerns
just
about
finish
reading into the
Can I
record.
finish my fact?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, please.
I want to
It's
hear
just
if
the
relevant or not.
measurement is the thing that I wanted to bring up. And is the meeting
Well,
space
is the
per
point you're
room?
trying to make, Ms. Hurt, that this might not be financially feasible, this project?
No, I'm not
Okay.
trying to say that.
What's
I'm
the
not
point
going
you're
there.
leading to?
I'm not going there. I'm not stating that opinion. I don't
Okay,
have
so
figures
where are
on
you
that.
going with this information is what I'm trying to find out.
Okay, I'm going with the fact that it says that the proposed hotel, that for 100, okay, optimal meeting space would be 80 to 90 square feet of meeting space per room. And that would mean 8,000 to 9,000 square feet of meeting space for a 100-bed, 100-room hotel.
Okay.
And this hotel or this project has 16,000. That's really, so this project has two times the amount of meeting space that
Okay.
this standard, which was the only place I could find a standard, so that's why I used it.
And so you're kind of, I take it you're making that point to underlie the fact that it just won't be hotel guests that are using the meeting space.
Right.
Okay, that's the
Right.
point you're trying to make.
So,
All right.
so that's really the point I want to make.
Okay, yeah, I understood that it's hearsay on a document that it's not in the record, and
Well, it was, I thought it was in the record.
Okay,
So it must
all
have come off of, anyway, I thought it was in the record.
Okay.
Mr. Examiner, again, for the record, I'd like to reserve the right to move to strike that out of the record after consulting with our client about whether or not we have some contractual obligation here that's been, I just don't know.
All right, okay.
Well, honestly, I don't know. I think it was on a website. It was on something early in this process.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the fact is, if you had access to it,
it was
can't.
not.
Right.
It was not something that was covertly found.
Yeah,
It was something
yeah,
that
yeah,
was available easily.
I mean,
So-
assuming you didn't break into their office at night and
No,
steal
but
it out
you're
of a
right.
filing cabinet, it looks like it was out in the public. So,
Yeah,
but
and
I'll
so-
let the applicant raise the issue, before the record is closed, or I can even leave the record open a couple days if we need to, so that you can look into that issue. And
So that
I'll have an answer by the time we're ready to.
okay,
Yeah.
great, sounds good.
So
Okay, Ms.
anyway,
Hart, go
I
ahead.
thought it was had come out of here, and I have to admit, I didn't check with
Okay,
this.
all right, let's move on.
Okay, the other thing that I wanted to mention was about the trees that would be cut down. And there is a picture showing the parking lot. This is in the Tree Solutions Consulting Arborist that is in the record. And
Ms. Hurt, could you just identify which exhibit that is in the record so it's easy for us to get to it?
I'm sorry, I don't know what page. I don't have all of this record on pages. I have it in a huge folder. I have
Could you
no-
just provide the exhibit number?
No, I can't, because I'd already taken it out of my file.
Was
It's
it a
right
core
here.
exhibit, Ms. Hurd, or was it?
Huh?
Do you know if it was a core, C-O-R-E? Was it a core exhibit, or was it which?
This is the Tree Solutions Consulting and Arborist.
Yeah, but you
report.
can't tell me if it was something listed in the staff report as okay applicant.
No, it's something listed, it was,
Mr. Examiner, I can clarify that is the applicant's exhibit number 34.
Okay,
thank you.
good. Thank you.
I couldn't tell you what number it was, because it was taken out of my big folder, and I didn't write down the number on the top of the page. So, anyway, there are 11 trees stated for this. They're trees, they went through numbered trees. They're trees 143 to 153, need to be removed to accommodate a proposed parking garage. And then there's 2 additional trees that should be removed due to poor structure. Anyway, and it says that in here, additional trees may need to be removed to accommodate the parking garage. I'm sorry, I thought that there was something in here saying that the majority of these trees, well, anyway, so there are trees to be removed. And the thing is there a way to do parking without removing the trees? Here's the picture. This was also in their report of the trees that are to be removed. There is a chart that shows that the trees are predominantly western red cedar with a few Douglas firs. In fact, there's 3 Douglas firs and the rest are western red cedars. So these are not trees that only take a short time to grow. So I just wanted to point that out, that is in the record, and it is something the trees do. Those trees are a beautiful part of the park, and they are something that you do look out over, and they are, so I don't think they should be completely ignored and should be considered. Is there other ways to do the parking? So those are really my comments for today.
Okay, all right, so we'll move on to cross-examination from the applicant at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good morning, Ms. Hurt. I've got a few questions for you about your testimony. And first, I can't remember, were you under oath?
Yes, I was
Yeah,
under
I'm
oath
sorry, yeah.
yesterday.
Just making
Everyone who was sworn in yesterday still under oath today.
Okay,
Correct.
good. Okay. You made the comment that the building will not be open to the public any more than it is now. Do you remember saying that a few minutes ago? That
Yes,
as
I
a
did.
result of this project, the building will not be any more open to the public any more than it is now. So can you just walk into the building right now? If you got up
I
right now
can't
and
walk
walked
into
over
the building right now because state parks,
You have to make an
It's
appointment
closed.
to get into the building, isn't that right?
that's correct.
Okay. So after this project, could you go into the building, get a cup of coffee, and then maybe go for a walk in the park?
Yes, I
Okay,
agree.
thank you.
I could, but
You
I'd
talked
be a
about the
pay-
volleyball court,
I would be a paying customer.
but you could walk into the building, get a cup of coffee, and go for a walk in the park.
My point
I understand your point was you have to buy a cup of coffee.
My point was, I would not be able to walk into the people that will be welcomed into this building are paying customers.
Do you have any information that Daniels plans to charge an admission fee for just walking into the building?
No, I do not. I just,
So you're guessing that there's going to be an admission fee to get in, just to
no, I
walk
am
around?
not.
Okay. Are you assuming there's going to be a bouncer that's going to kick
No,
people out if
I
they
am
don't buy a
not.
cup of coffee? Okay.
No, I am not, but I have walked into many hotels, and I know that the lobby and the,
Have you ever
hall
walked
or the
into an open building to use the bathroom, but not, say, bought a cup of coffee or bought something
I
off
have
the shelf?
occasionally, yes.
Okay. And do you think that's not going to be possible in this building?
That might be possible. I did
Okay.
not preclude that. Okay, sure.
You talked about the volleyball courts being, to suggest that that's a material change to the outdoor use. Do you remember talking about that? You were
Right.
in the context of the management plan.
Right.
It's my understanding that the volleyball courts they're sand volleyball courts. Is that right? Okay. And I think yesterday you said you've lived in the neighborhood for many decades. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. How many months a year would you say that it's kind of like it is right now, or as it has been for the last few days? Wet, cold, rainy? How many months out of the year,
Oh, well-
having lived here for so long?
Well, we know that at least 6 months of the year.
At least 6 months of the year. Okay. And do you know what happens to a sand volleyball court when it's cold and rainy, especially the kind of rain we get this time of year?
I don't play volleyball.
Okay. Have you ever used those volleyball courts?
I don't play volleyball.
Okay. You also expressed a concern that this lodge will overtake the rest of the park. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you done any independent study or traffic analysis to support your concern?
Not independently.
Okay. Do you dispute the statement by parks in the city that's in the EIS that there's about 865,000 visitors to the park every year?
I don't dispute that. I
Okay.
think they're I don't know what they are quoting, though, and I don't know where it came from.
Okay, but you have no reason to dispute it.
I have,
You have no contrary
Once
information, is that right?
right now, yes, I have a contrary opinion.
I didn't ask about opinion. We're not interested in opinion.
You
have
asked me, did I have a contrary opinion?
No.
to that
I
800,000?
asked if you have contrary information.
Oh, information.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not part of the record.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
I have, yes, I have information, but it's not part of the record.
Okay, so let me ask you, have you stood at the park entrance with a little counter and counted
of
the number
course
of
not.
visitors?
Of course not.
Okay, so you don't have any contrary information to what the state parks and the city have said about how many visitors there are on an annual basis.
It depends on what year they're talking about.
Is there a year in which you do have information that's contrary to state parks in the city?
Yes, I do.
What year?
I have information from 2016.
Okay, and what information is that?
I have information based on the number of automobiles coming in. This does not count people who come in by foot, people who come in by bicycles, and there are a lot of people that come in by bicycles. They park in my neighborhood so that they don't have to pay the parking fee, and they ride their bicycles over to the park
Okay,
to use the
so
trails.
the information you
So
have
they-
is that some people park in your neighborhood, and you know other people go to the park on
No,
bike and foot.
I have information of based on the number of cars that entered. I have information of over 500,000 people visited the park.
And
When
did you count the 500,000 people
No,
yourself?
I did not.
Okay. So let's go with the 865,000 that state parks in the city have established as the average number of users every year. Would you say that a 25% increase in the number of users would be something that overtakes the park?
I would say that this number is high for recent years.
So what percentage of an increase in the number of users of parks would you say is a use that overtakes the park?
It is not that the use of the park overtakes. It's the part that the use in the flat core area of the park is overtaken.
But how do you measure when it's overtaken?
When people right now,
Are you talking about a cultural change, or are
yes,
you? Okay, so you're concerned about a change in the culture of the park.
that's right. That's what I said.
Okay, and is it your view that lodge guests are not members of the public?
No,
Is it your
that is
view
not my
that
view.
is it your view that members of the public should not be able to use this public park?
No, that is not my view.
Okay. You testified to a concern about the trees being removed around the parking area. Remember that?
Right.
Okay. And you said you're concerned that there's trees that might be taken sort of along the northeast edge, I think it is, of the parking lot, the reconfigured parking lot.
Yes, there's a
Okay.
possibility of those. According to the Tree Solutions consulting arborists, there are 11 trees that will possibly be destroyed.
Okay. And I thought I heard you say you wish there was some alternative that would preserve
Right.
those trees. Okay. Would you please flip to page 3.3-9 of the draft EIS? This is Core Exhibit 19.
Just a moment.
Was that page number again, Mr. Remote?
3.3-9.
Okay.
Okay. Just to give everyone context, we're in the section of the draft EIS that talks about plants and animals. And I'm going to read you something, and if you'll follow along, I'm going to read you something out of the draft EIS. This is in the very bottom paragraph, it's the second sentence. Along the northeast edge of the lease area, where an expansion of the parking area is proposed, 10 measured trees, open paren, as well as some adjacent unmeasured trees and trees in poor condition, closed paren, will likely need to be removed to accommodate the parking lot entrance of the main road. Is that the concern you were talking about? Are those the same trees?
Those are the same trees.
Okay, so you agree with me it's in the EIS?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you please flip a couple pages down to 3.3-11? Right in the middle, do you see the section entitled Plants?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at the last sentence in the first paragraph of that section, and I'll read it. Alternative 2 would allow for the retention of the approximately 17,500 square foot area and associated existing trees and vegetation within that area to the northeast of the seminary building and gymnasium, including the retention of approximately 10 trees that were identified for potential removal under Alternative 1. Is this the alternative you said you wish there was so those trees could be saved?
Actually, it is.
Okay. And you agree with me it's in the EIS?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I have no further questions.
However,
All right, and Ms. Hurt, when they're all finished asking questions, you can then make a statement to
Okay, good.
explain some of your answers in more detail. So
Thank
with that,
you.
let's go to Ms. Welling.
Ms. Hurt, I'm pretty far away from you as far as these tables go. Do you need a moment to compose yourself? Are you doing okay?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
Okay. Yesterday, when you provided an introduction, you talked about your history of engagement with this particular park, but I got just a little bit confused. I thought that you stated in that testimony that you were one of the founding members of a group called Friends of St. Edward State Park.
I am.
But you are here today in your representative capacity for Citizens for St.
Correct.
Edward State Park. Are those two different organizations?
Correct.
Is there a difference between the two organizations' missions?
Friends of St. Edward State Park was formed when we were trying to keep the pool open. It was formed by state parks. It runs under state parks' purview. It is to support the park. Yesterday, in the site plan hearing, Ms. Agard showed a map and said it was from making signs. Friends, the members of Friends, and it is a member organization. We do pay dues. The members of Friends, had a grant to do
So,
these.
Ms. Hurt, with all due respect,
But I'm just
I don't
saying-
need an explanation. I just wanted to know if
But
the
you're
two
asking what they do,
organizations,
so this
if
is
you
one
could
of
let
the
me
things.
ask my question so the court reporter doesn't have us talking over each other. I just wanted to know if the two organizations had different
Correct.
missions.
The
It's just a
mission-
yes or no. Do they
Yes,
have two
no.
different missions?
Yes, they have two separate missions. They're two different organizations.
Thanks. And as the hearing examiner explained, when you do redirect of yourself, you can explain if you would like.
Okay,
But
thank
for
you.
now, I'd like you to just answer the questions
Okay.
that I'm asking you. Okay. So my next questions have to do with you're here today as a representative of Citizens for St. Edward's State Park.
Correct.
Has Citizens for St. Edward's State Park ever presented a funded proposal to the Parks Commission for the use of the seminary building?
No.
A few minutes ago, you talked about users parking in your neighborhood to avoid paying the fee. Do all users of St. Edward State Park from the public have to pay a fee to use the park?
A parking fee.
Is that the Discover Pass?
Yes.
Does the public have to pay a fee to use the dining hall?
Yes. Yes.
So, Ms. Hurt, you identified that you spent a lot of time working on the 2008, the abbreviation is CAMP, C-A-M-P.
Correct.
If I could direct you, you have a big binder, not the core exhibits, the list of exhibits that are the Daniels exhibits. Exhibit number 26 in that binder is the 2008 Camp for St. Edward State Park. Are you there?
Yes.
On page 2, there's a list of advisory committee members. Is that you on the list of advisory committee members?
Yes.
If you could go to page 7, there's a list of attendance at the park, and there's a number at the bottom. Could you just tell me what that attendance number is?
In 2007, it was 865,000.
So a little bit earlier, you testified you didn't know where the 865,000 user number came from. Is this the source of that user number?
This is. I questioned the year. I questioned if it was that year.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Casaguma?
I have no questions.
All right, Ms. Hurt, now is your chance to elaborate upon any questions you were asked.
Okay, I would like to respond to the question about not presenting a funded program. Citizens has come up with ideas for a long time about how to use the building. However, every time we've talked to someone from State Parks, it has been resisted. You cannot go out and raise funds to do something that you don't know will go through. People will not give money to do something in the building when you're raising funds. And no, none of us could have paid to do this on our own. However, we would have been very willing to go out and seek funds from many donors if we had had any kind of encouragement for any of our proposals. That, I hope, answers that question. Let's see. The dining hall. The dining hall is used for meetings. I have been in meetings for the dining hall. State Parks uses the dining hall when they want to. Yes, if you are reserving the dining hall for a wedding, you do pay a fee. And it is limited to 49 to 50 people based on fire code. Let's see. What else did I want to say? So in the summary, you asked about Friends and you asked about Citizens. Friends is a 501c3. Citizens is a 501c4. And it is registered with the state, as you know. So they are completely separate. They have members who overlap. I am a member. 3 of our board members are also board members of Friends. That doesn't mean that we can't work on 2 missions at the same time. So I hope that answers and clarifies that Friends is definitely to support projects in the park.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it's a very small organization and very few people attend. So anyway, and participate. I think I was asked about the volleyball court. No, I do not play volleyball. My point is that the volleyball court is part of the historical register, and it is being deleted for a garden. It doesn't have to be part of this project. Looking at the map, well, that would be bringing something in, but where that garden is placed is also where the Friends of St. Edward State Park is very close to where the Friends of St. Edward State Park has been holding. It's a picnic area close to that, and that's where Friends of St. Edward State Parks holds their Kids' Day in the Park festivities, where a lot of activities are done for children. And I have helped and volunteered with that and brought my grandchildren. So I hope that clarifies my concern about the volleyball court. I'm not going to play volleyball. I don't do this for my, but it is there, and it is part of the historical, on the National Historical Register, just as the building is. And it is being deleted, and that does take away summer recreation. Actually, probably takes it from May until through October. So for those who play volleyball, excuse me. Excuse me. And yes, I am concerned about the core of the, and I've stated this many times. As you can see, I use a walking stick. I can't walk the steep slopes. Hopefully I can get rid of the walking stick, but it hasn't happened yet. Many people use the core of the park for their exercise. and I don't want that to be encumbered. So yes, that is a concern I have of the hotel becoming such a presence that people will not feel like they can do that. So those are my,
Okay.
I think that wraps up. And then I'm sorry about the feasibility study. I thought it was in the record.
That's fine. Do you have any other witnesses you wanted to present for the?
No,
Okay. I believe the applicants wanted to cross-examine Ms. Mooney on the basis that she was listed as a witness.
We'll waive that.
Pardon?
We'll waive that.
Oh, you're not going to do that. Okay. All right. So does the,
Well, just a moment. Did you
Okay.
want to speak? Could Ms. Mooney present something? She has a.
yeah, she was listed as a witness, so,
I guess I'll withdraw my waiver.
yeah, that's,
Then I call Ms. Mooney.
okay. And Ms. Mooney, have you been sworn in? Okay, you're still under oath then.
And efficient and lasered
All right.
in honor of all of everybody's time.
I'm sorry, Ms. Moody, before you begin, Mr. Examiner, I know you issued a ruling on this, but again, I'd just like to state Park's continuing objection to the use of any witness who did not provide any comment or testimony below.
Okay, so noted. Thank you. All right, Ms. Mooney, go ahead.
Okay, so I have got a map.
I don't think the mic's on. Press the button. Nope. Okay. No, it's supposed to be up. Up.
Up, testing. Okay. Is that okay? Thank you.
As long as they can hear you.
You can hear me. Yes. Okay. So I just have a map here that addresses some of what Dr. Bain had talked about, which has to do with the animals, including the eagle's nest. And
Is this a map that's already in the record or somewhere, or?
I believe this is not in the record, and that's why I'm making sure that it shows that this could have or should have been in the record.
Your Honor, I would need to see this because we have an obligation under sensitive wildlife information in the Public Records Act to protect the nesting locations of listed species. And so if I could review the document to make sure that it is a public document and that there's not waiver of some sort of privilege to protect the animals.
That's fine. Before even getting there, though, as I mentioned, the pre-hearing order, only exhibits that were identified in the exhibit list are admissible except for cause. Good cause. Why wasn't this presented in the exhibit list then?
I was hoping that when Dr. Bain was giving his testimony that he would ask if this public document, which is from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, which he mentioned and which we had at the time, but the print was bad, so you couldn't see the circle. So the print was in purple, and when he had it, and I conversed with Mr. Lance, the printing was so bad. This is on the website, and I asked the city staff, but of course that would not have been appropriate to print it so that it would be available yesterday. It's a public document that is evidence that there is a document that could have, should have been in the EIS.
Okay. Well, I'll let Ms. Welling take a look at it and also ask, if there are any objections to it.
You want me to walk it over there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would like to receive a copy of this proposed exhibit so that we can ask some foundation questions before it is even considered
Okay.
for
Could you show it to
admissibility.
Mr.
Same
Kesky
here.
over there?
Oh, I'd like a copy, please.
Oh, just, okay, you need it. Okay.
Oh, you have three?
Yes. All right, great.
Thank you.
Can you move on to other parts of your testimony while they look at the exhibit? We can do it that way.
I also brought my CV that was supposed to be in as a witness that was noted as not present in the brief before the hearing. It's it explains some of what Mr. Casaguma was asking me yesterday, which had to do with just my education. So if you would like that so that it's complete, it just was missing. So as an exhibit, if you want my CV.
So this is part of the exhibit you submitted yesterday as part of the site plan testimony, and you just forgot
No.
to include it, or what?
This was supposed to be in the brief and in the motion to dismiss or complain.
It is in the, it was submitted with the brief because we submitted to list.
saying
It was it was an exhibit of witnesses, and then we had also had a list of speakers, and this would be in the list of exhibit of witnesses, and I think that was in there.
What I'm trying to understand is, so that document was submitted by you? Was that part of one of your email attachments?
Peter,
Mr. Examiner, maybe we can truncate this. I don't
Yeah.
think any of the other parties have an objection to
Okay,
adding
all
that.
right, we'll
Yeah,
just, we'll
right.
put it in there then.
Yeah.
And I'll, in case it's not already in the record, then I will identify it as Exhibit 48 then. That is Ms. Mooney's CV. If there are no objections. All right.
I'll put a
go ahead.
number 48 on the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, great.
And this is an exhibit that was made reference to yesterday as having highlighting on it that was objected or
Oh, the Levy
complaints.
email?
Yes. So I brought something here that I seem to have failed to get the one. Never mind. I've
Okay,
just got the
let's-
wrong
yeah,
one.
let's,
Sorry.
try to
that
get
was
past the exhibits.
perfectly planned and incorrectly provided. Sorry. So then I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, or say this, but I wanted to mention that I think of the EIS as a parenting plan, and that the city and the parks and Daniels are the parents in a parenting plan because they're not staying together as parents. And my feeling is that due to the confusions about the projects that include the artificial lighted turf ball field that the city and parks say is not actually a project, that it has caused confusion for the protection of the metaphorical children, which are the wildlife at the park. And that is partly because the staff, Michael Hankinson, told me that he is the
I'm
park.
going to object on the grounds of hearsay.
Okay. Overall,
Hearsay
hearsay's allowed.
counts.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hearsay is when I've talked to somebody personally, right?
It's no, it's when someone has. Well, it's quoting someone who's spoken to you here, and that person.
And he's not here to. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can say that I thought that Parks was neutral in that they would protect the wildlife just as much as the building. And what I think Ms. Hurt said during her conversation recently is that the building, proposed seminary building, is going to cause a significant adverse environmental impact to the wildlife and even the lichen and the plants, because the EIS, due to the confusing nature of the two projects, the EIS was not done properly because the whole area that will have the impacts due to the seminary building is not taken into comprehensive consideration. And as evidence of that confusing process, I will say that the cumulative impact study that is a part of the FEIS only addressed parking and traffic of seminary building as a hotel and ball fields as artificial turf lighted project, which bizarrely is not even, according to State Parks attorney yesterday, Jody yesterday, and according to Mr. Hampson yesterday, is not even, as I understood it, an official project.
Mr. Examiner, I'm going to object to the relevance of this testimony. The ball fields project, the potential ball fields project, or the interest in the ball, it's not relevant. It's not part of this project.
I think Ms. Mooney she's arguing that they're cumulative impacts. So are you almost done with that portion of your?
Yes,
okay,
I am
all right.
saying
So yeah,
yes.
I mean, I'll overrule, but that's her belief that it's cumulative impact. So, all right, go ahead.
Really, that's pretty much it. That the city had an obligation as lead agency to properly and comprehensively cover the entire problems that could come as a result of the Seminary Hotel, and they failed in doing so. And maybe that's because we haven't even figured out who's paying for the EIS. I don't even know to this day if the city's paying for it and then Mr. Daniels pays them back if he gets the hotel. I did learn in trying to find out about it.
Object to this line of commenting. It's not relevant to this proceeding. Who paid for the EIS?
Well,
Yeah,
so
how's that relevant to whether the EIS is has an adequate analysis?
How? It goes back to my metaphor about if you have a divorce and you have a parenting plan, you have a lawyer who is protecting the best interests of the children. The metaphorical children here are the wildlife. They are not being fully protected because of this confusion over how many impacts are in the wetland stream, ball field / artificially lighted turf field, which one parent, the park, says isn't even an official project. So the city, the other parent, says, we didn't even cover that. And so I don't know how we, as protectors primarily of the wildlife and the plants and the nature and the sanctity of the park, which exists right now, can be content with the EIS that the city was tasked with doing. And so they erred by omitting what needed to be done to properly assess the impacts,
I
the
think
cumulative
what you're
impacts.
arguing is kind of a conflict of interest kind of situation.
And that the cumulative impacts to the biology were omitted,
Okay, all right.
or nature.
Overruled. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
All right, so that was mostly argument as opposed to evidence, but still allow cross-examination since that's kind of the format we have here. And I understand the applicant wanted to cross it.
That's correct, Mr.
Some of
Examiner.
the site plan testimony, so go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Mooney.
Good morning.
Is it correct that your general objection is to the ball field, the artificial turf at the ball field, and the artificial lighting that's proposed for the ball field, in your opinion? That's a yes or no, Ms. Mooney.
Did you say the major objection?
Your major objection relates to the ball field and previous descriptions of what that renovation may be.
It's the straw that broke the camel's back in my...
So that's a yes. Thank you. You have addressed concerns about lichen. It's my Can I see a copy of your CV? Ms. Mooney, I see that you have a master's in fisheries that you obtained in 1991, and I believe you mentioned yesterday that you have not pursued that scientific study into a profession since then.
Correct.
Is lichen a fish?
No, it's a symbiotic relationship between an algae and a fungus, and it grows on trees depending on the air quality. If it's good air quality, you get certain lichen. And if you have pollution in the air, you can't even find a lichen. I don't think you'll find a lichen anywhere near the city hall.
So a lichen is not part of your formal education? You didn't study lichen as part of your fisheries degree?
Oh, no, I studied
Thank you.
lichen. No, I studied it.
You can follow up later on.
Ms. Mooney, just answer yes or no, then you can elaborate when it's your turn. Yeah.
Did you do any field study to observe and quantify the amount of lichen in the project area?
Only casually. I proposed
So no,
it.
you didn't do a field study.
How do you define field study? With other people, casually on my walks? Did I write down?
You don't know you don't have a definition of what a field study is.
I did a qualitative field study of the lichen in the.
And by that you mean you walked through the park and looked at things.
I noticed that there are lichens in the park, and that I mentioned that I thought we should do a project with UW on that.
Did you see any lichen surrounding the seminary building?
I do not remember that, actually.
Can I draw your attention to figure 2-3, I believe, in the DEIS? That would be Exhibit 19 in the core documents binder.
Sorry, I have not. Okay. 19 core documents. Lodge at St. Edward?
That's correct. So it is it's an image that kind of is a house shape. There's the main project area and the legend at the bottom, and then there's a yellow box that says potential public area or potential public parking area.
What page?
It's figure 2-3. It follows, there's not a specific page number on it. I think it's 2-4.
Thank you, David. Is it somewhere
Are-
right here?
What book are you in? 'Cause
I'm in the
that
core
was-
documents book, Ms.
I
Hurst.
think-
It's the draft EIS if you want to just follow along.
Oh, no, I was trying to help her.
Oh.
That's all.
It's in the core documents binder.
I think I have.
I believe
Is this
that
the
you are.
core document book? I don't know what I have here. 'Cause it's
Ms. Hurt, you have the appellant's exhibits binder. Ms. Mooney, I believe you're looking at the correct exhibit.
Okay, I have a SEPA appeal book, which I need to.
Did you observe any lichen in this house-shaped area in exhibit or on figure 2-3?
I did not look on the seminary, but often you'll get a lichen on concrete.
So you didn't see any?
I didn't. I do not remember looking for or finding any or making it my goal. No.
And previously, just a few moments ago, you expressed that you were concerned that the cumulative impacts of the ball field as it relates to light are not considered in the EIS. Is that correct?
The cumulative impacts of the seminary and the ball field on the biological entities is what I'm saying was not
So the plants and animals.
right.
Can I direct your attention to page 3.3-12 of the DEIS, so the same document you're in, just a few pages after that.
Thank you. That's helpful.
3.3-12. It's in the wetland plants and animals section. And at the top of that page, it says indirect/cumulative impacts. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I'm going to read it. It says, to the extent that the proposed Lodge at St. Edward project occurs in the vicinity of other development projects in the site vicinity, i.e., Bastyr University and the ball field renovation project at St. Edward State Park, that's the one you're speaking about, proposed by the City of Kenmore, it could result in a cumulative impact on plants and animals within the overall park area due to the overall cumulative increase in activity within the park, specifically impacts from light, noise, and vegetation removal. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Are those the concerns that you mentioned?
Those are some of the concerns, but it omitted population impacts that go beyond noise, vegetation, and light. It's just not
So do you mean
specific.
increased use of the park?
Yeah, like overpopulation of the park. I mean, I'm just saying it's not comprehensive. I think that's what I meant by using the word comprehensive. I'm not saying that this isn't great, and I appreciate that it's there. I was focusing on a portion that addressed the cumulative impacts that emphasized the traffic between the two. So
Do you mean parking or foot traffic? What kind of traffic?
car traffic.
Car traffic. But so you're concerned about the increase in activity in the park. The overall, and I'm quoting here, the overall cumulative increase in activity within the park.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I draw your attention to section 3.8-4? And that's in the same document, the draft EIS. Are you there, Ms. Mooney?
Yes.
Under the heading, indirect cumulative impacts, I believe it is the third full sentence. It's about the middle of that paragraph. It starts with the ball field.
Yeah, the ball field renovation
The
project.
ball field renovation project would also increase the use of the area to the east of the site, which would result in additional light from mobile and potentially stationary sources. Field lighting is included as a project alternative subject to future funding. Is that one of the cumulative impacts you were concerned about?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I draw your attention to page 3.12-14 of the same document? This is the section on traffic and parking.
Okay.
Under the heading of indirect/cumulative impacts, it says, to the extent that the proposed Lodge at St. Edward project occurs in the vicinity of other development projects in the site vicinity, i.e. Bastyr University and the ball field renovation project at St. Edward State Park proposed by the City of Kenmore, it could result in a cumulative increase in traffic within the park and the site vicinity. Does that address the concern you mentioned about increased cumulative impacts from traffic? Is that described here?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Welling?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would just like to note for the record that in Exhibit P5 from the master list, which is State Parks Response to Citizens Pre-Hearing Briefs, page 5, lines 6 to 7, we identify each page of the draft environmental impact statement, which addresses cumulative impacts. And so rather than ask Ms. Mooney to go through each of those, I'd just like to note that they're already identified in our briefing.
Oh, good.
I do have one question for Ms. Mooney, and I'd just like to know if you could estimate the number of hours that you spent reviewing the draft environmental impact statement.
A few, not many.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Casaguma, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, great. All right, Ms. Mooney, you have a final word in your
Thank
testimony? Okay.
Oh,
Yes, you
my,
may.
my final word.
Mr. Examiner, should we take care of the exhibit that she has proposed, which is
Oh,
the
that's a
diagram?
good
That's
idea. We
right.
can do that now. Why don't we
I-
deal with the exhibit first and then... So what's, as I mentioned, it's not in the exhibit list, but if the parties have no objection, I can put it in. It's up to you.
Well, the city objects for a number of reasons.
Uh-huh.
First and foremost is that we have all tried to abide by your rules, which are that the exhibits needed to be identified several days ago and put on our exhibit list, and could only be excused if the exhibit was being looked for. There's a rational reason why it was not produced at that time. Ms. Mooney has testified that this is an exhibit from apparently a website and was obviously available at the time the exhibit lists were prepared by the appellant. In addition, however, this exhibit has flaws in it for purposes of being relevant to this proceeding. It does not indicate who developed it, who prepared it, why it was prepared. It apparently shows a circle that might be interpreted as a bald eagle nest at some point in time, but we don't know what time that was. So this exhibit is not sufficient enough for us to analyze what it's talking about and to give it the consideration that it might have if it had more information in it. So at this point, there's not enough information concerning it to allow it to be admitted as an exhibit, even if we were to ignore the rule that you all gave us several days
Okay,
ago.
all right. And I've already given Ms. Mooney an opportunity to address the good cause, and I really don't see it here, so I'm going to sustain the objections exclude the document. So now, Ms. Mooney, you can, like I a final word was kind of maybe not a correct way to identify what you have a right to do right now, and that right is to elaborate upon answers you gave to the questions you were given. If you feel you didn't have a chance to fully answer a question, and now's the time to do it.
Well, and to Washington State Parks, I just want to say that I am not the expert that went through the environmental impact statement. I largely looked to the staff, and specifically Michael Hankinson, and asked for his advice about how to approach such a mind-boggling effort, which would be to assess a baseline study of all the animals that are at that park before Mr. Daniels' project came through and before the artificially lighted turf field that the city was concomitantly piggybacking onto the Daniels project. I relied and trusted Mr. Hankinson to give me what I thought was neutral advice on how to testify at the hearings. And by the time I went to Lacey in January to testify about the ball field, which I thought was the right thing to do, that's where I finally learned that I was self-fooled, I guess, into thinking that the staff at Parks, Mr. Hankinson, was neutral because he said that he was the planner for the
I'm
ball
going to
field.
object on the grounds of hearsay. She can discuss her opinions, her beliefs, but she can't discuss what Mr. Hankinson said to her.
Well, again, this is not a court of law. And as the hearing examiner rules and procedures specifically state, and they're pretty much uniform for just about every city and county, is that hearsay is generally admissible. So go ahead.
I relied on our state park planner and even sat by him at Bastier's last park commissioners meeting, expecting that he would say, "Good job, you talked about cumulative impacts," and brought up the animals. And it was only way later when I was at Lacey, where our council member was in attendance to promote the lighting of the artificial ball field, that I saw our city council member who's promoting the Little League artificially lighted ball field at, the St. Edward Park talking to Mr. Hankinson. And when I asked Mr. Hankinson the next day, "What are you talking about? I thought that was supposed to be a public hearing," he finally explained that there was a grant for the mitigation due to the artificial lighted ball field causing trouble for the animals, and that there would be a grant. And I asked if we could help with it, and then I called the city staff member, Ann Stanton, the next day, and she said, "Well, that grant is only there if the city gets their ball field artificially lighted and turfed." And all I'm saying is that, no, I'm not the expert. I did not spend a huge amount of my time going through the environmental impact statement. I luckily have friends in Ms. Hurt and Mr. Lance who've taken months of their time. I've contributed to their, helping, but no, I'm not the expert in this. I relied on my state and my city to do the right thing, and I feel that they have failed miserably in protecting the animals there that are the treasure of that park. And if Mr. Daniels can provide a proper hotel conference center with minimal impact that doesn't harm the whole park's nature, that would be better. But the artificially lighted turf field and the process of commingling these and projects and confusing people like me into driving all the way to Lacey and in good faith giving testimony, and then seeing that my own city is working with a planner from state parks, I think it's unfair, and the animals will suffer, the plants will suffer, and the future generations will suffer if that small piece of sanctity is not preserved. And I thank the citizens for St. Edward Park for keeping that hope alive.
Mr. Examiner, I would ask that you strike from the record of Ms. Mooney's rambling comments the reference to I'm assuming she means a Kenmore City Council member's attendance at, I believe, a Parks Commission hearing.
Well, no, I mean, it's like one of the premises of the SEPA appellants is there a little bit of a conflict where the city is, I don't know, some kind of, that the ball fields and the proposed renovations are linked together, and favoritism is given one in order to get something done for the other. I admit it's very tenuous, but I'll let them argue their belief on that point. So I'll allow it. But anyway, are you finished, Ms. Mooney?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Ms. Hurt?
Could I just make a comment based on her conversation of cumulative impacts and what I was told at the scoping meeting for the DEIS? I don't know if this is a time that, because I've already made my comments, but
Yeah, Mr. Examiner, I'm going to object that
would
Ms.
that
Hurt
be
has
a summary?
already had her opportunity to provide her direct testimony.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Okay.
asking the question.
So, well, Ms. Hurt is, I think she's also the one who is essentially sort of presenting the appellants and organizing all the testimony. She can make the final comments to, before she rests her case. So just wrap it up at this
Okay.
point.
Before we shift to that subject, just
Yeah.
for the record on Ms. Mooney's allegations of a conflict of interest, in the hopes that we're going to be able to finish this hearing today, I want to note for the record that there was no allegation of a conflict of interest in the appeal statement, so there's no issue that has been properly raised by the appellant on that subject. Not one of the 25 issues in the appeal statement says anything about a conflict of interest, and even the most generous reading of that appeal statement could not be construed to allege a conflict of interest. And so I'm just trying to avoid having to put on a case or putting the state and the city in the position of having to put on a case on a subject that was not raised until well beyond even the 11th hour.
All right. Ms. Hurt, did you want to respond to that at all, or?
No, because I think that the place where that was raised was dismissed yesterday. There was something.
Okay, so you're essentially you're not going to, you're saying the
Well,
SEPA
it's
appellant is
not
not
part
going to
of the
pursue that
record.
argument?
It's not the statement, and I'd have to find the statement, but that led to the exhibit of the, one of the exhibits we submitted, but that statement was in the,
All right, okay,
in the
well-
appeal part that was dismissed yesterday.
No, I'll
So-
put it this way. I haven't seen enough evidence that there was a conflict of interest that affected the validity of the FEIS in this case. I mean, the fact that it wasn't raised in the appeal issues, I mean, it's an issue that goes towards the weight of the evidence that applies to each particular issue. I don't know necessarily had to be raised. They're just questioning the strength of evidence on some key points, but I just didn't see that there was enough evidence presented to establish a conflict of interest anyway, so I don't think that needs to be further pursued, and those will be my findings to that effect, assuming you're not going to be addressing any more conflict of interest evidence at this point. So,
I have an opinion about it, but I don't have.
evidence, yeah.
The evidence I have is not enough to bring forth.
Okay, all right, and that's fine. Yeah, I just don't see that it would be very constructive to go down that path.
I mean, I couldn't. You already have the evidence I have. I have no other evidence that I.
Yeah, and just on that evidence, I wouldn't say that I had enough information to say that the evidence presented at the FIS was affected by a conflict of interest. So we'll leave it at that. So, Ms. Hurt, your final comments then for the SEPA appellant?
Mr. Examiner, if we're getting new testimony from Ms. Hurt, the schedule has closing arguments later, so if that's what she's going to do, she should follow the schedule. If she's supplying new testimony, I understand that and am okay with it, but then we should be given an opportunity to cross-examine her on the new testimony.
No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. to
I
do
only
the
had one
cross-examination. But
I
let's
only
wrap it
had
up.
one comment about
Okay.
the scope. So should I say it now or?
Let's get it
you.
done. We
Okay.
probably spent more time debating whether you should
I
say
should
it.
say
than
it or
if you
not,
just say
right?
it.
It's
Yeah,
a
so
quick,
just say
it's a
it.
quick statement.
Yeah.
Okay. In the scoping meeting about what goes into a draft EIS, what can be included, and you may say this is hearsay, but this is a conversation I had with Mr. Hankinson about what goes in it. This was
Again, objection on hearsay grounds. I
All
know
right,
you,
overruled.
you can still say it. I want it in the
Yeah,
record.
no, just put it in the record.
okay.
yeah.
But anyway, he said cumulative effects. I said, is this the time to talk about cumulative effects? And he said, yes. And I said, so you mean that this EIS is the time that we can talk about the cumulative effects with the ball fields, and we can mention the cumulative effects that the ball fields and the project will have? And he said, yes. So we did put things in our scoping based on that. There is cumulative the cumulative impacts of both projects, because that was what I was told. And I just wanted
Okay.
to clarify that.
And that's it from the SEPA
That's
appellants
it.
then? All right, okay. Did anyone want to cross that, or applicants, Mr. Casaguma? No, okay, Ms. Welling. All right, great. We're done with the SEPA portion, or excuse me, the SEPA appellant's presentation at this point. Now move on to the, I believe it was the applicant's point. Let me check my,
Mr. Examiner, we'd ask for a 10-minute break. If
sure,
we,
let's do that. Good time. We'll take a 10-minute break. All right, back on, the recorder's back on. We're still at March 2nd, 2017, CSP 160077. We have now moved on from the SEPA appellant's portion of the SEPA appeal to the applicant's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. We'd like to begin with a motion to dismiss some of the issue statements that were presented in the appeal statement in full, and to, I'm going to call it, narrow the scope of a couple of the other issue statements, and I'll elaborate in a second. The purpose, the real reason we want to do this is that if we can narrow issues on which the appellant has presented no evidence or argument whatsoever during the hearing, that will allow us to excuse at least 3 witnesses today, and will,
Okay.
avoid testimony on 5 different topics. So that's the reason we're asking for this. The issue statements on which the appellant has presented no evidence at all and no argument are as follows. Issue number 4, which dealt with trail traffic and specifically a concern over erosion on the trail. Groundwater, that's issue number 14. Delayed action, which is issue number 15, and I would also add that there's a specific section of the draft EIS that talks about delayed action, if there's any doubt about that. Paragraph 10, which talks about compliance with the state parks lease, and paragraph 16, which alleges, makes an allegation about the range of alternatives considered, and paragraph 20, which was an allegation dealing with the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund. So again, we're asking at this point for the hearing examiner to dismiss the allegations in issues 4, 10, 15, I'm sorry, I spoke out of order, 4, 10, 14, 15, 16, and 20. Further, we're asking the hearing examiner to narrow the scope of issues set out in, I'm going to say paragraphs, issue statements 1 and 2. Those are the issue statements that you authorized the appellants to rewrite. They ended up, as far as we can tell, they're identical. I think they were literally a cut and paste of one, so it's the same issue. And within that issue, there were a number of topics that the appellants raised. We heard no testimony and no argument and no documents on the following issues within rewritten issues 1 and 2. Nothing about drainage, nothing about air quality, nothing about public services to the project. So I'm talking police, fire, utilities. Nothing about flooding and floodways, nothing about soil erosion, and again, nothing at all about groundwater. And so we'd ask that just to confirm and narrow the scope of what's alleged in issues 1 and 2, that those are also off the table. And if the hearing examiner will take those off the table now because there was no evidence and no argument, then there's, as I said, at least 3 witnesses we can send home at hours before they probably thought they'd get to go home.
Okay. Ms. Hurt, you get to address that request. This is not a time to present evidence if you didn't before, but it's just a time to argue that there is evidence and the issue should still be considered.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yeah.
before we get there, could I note that State Parks joins in that motion and
Okay.
would also like to point out that where there was some argument beyond the notice of appeal, it was in the appeal titled Susan's Appeal, which Your Honor dismissed yesterday.
Okay.
The city concurs with the comment just made by the state.
Okay, great.
I would have trouble arguing with this. This was put in because some people were very concerned about the issues. However, they are not here to speak of that. And it is my mistake that I forgot to bring up the Land and Water Conservation Fund.
Okay. Well, I think that's.
On the other hand, Dr. Bain is telling me that he did bring that up, and now I do remember that was in his testimony.
Which issue was it?
The Land and Water
Oh, well,
Conservation,
that's
which is
issue
20. It's not.
2020.
He did talk about the Land and Water Conservation Fund.
Okay. And I don't recall, what did Mr. Bain say about that particular? It's funny.
I
'cause
can address that.
I re-listened to his testimony this morning. I don't recall that.
I mentioned the Land and Water Conservation Fund gave a federal nexus, which meant that there should have been a Section 7 consultation.
Oh, okay.
about the
That was about the
Marble
Section 7. All right. And but I think issue 20 is concerned about the conversion. Let me see.
No, I did not address anything about the conversion.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, my understanding of 20 is, let's see.
That's our understanding as well. That's why we made the motion, or
Okay.
included it in our motion.
All right, yeah. Okay, so, well, and Ms. Hurd, I don't, I appreciate the fact that you are willing to concede this. I think it'll save us a lot of time and help us focus on the issues that are important to you.
I have documentation. I have contacted the RCO for public information, but I have not submitted it. So, because you would probably call it hearsay.
Okay. Well, it's not a hearsay issue.
Yeah.
It's just an issue of, is it in the record for
Yeah.
me to review? And if
Right. And
if
I-
you're saying if you're conceding there's no evidence in the record on these issues, which is fine. 'cause
No,
we've got
other than
plenty of other
being
things
in
to deal
our,
with.
other than being in
Yeah.
our, we did not write in our brief about it.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
And so I have no ground to stand on to keep it there.
Okay, all right, so I'll grant the request then to take out issues 1, 2, 4, 10, 14, 15, 16, and 20. Is that the correct list? I
That,
believe it is.
and we asked that you narrow issues
narrow,
1 and
I'm
2.
sorry, yeah, I said take out 1 and 2. I should say narrow it in terms of taking out the issues pertaining to drainage, air quality, police, flooding, soil erosion, and groundwater. Okay.
Thank you. And just to confirm, did you include 16 as dismissed? I thought I heard
I think
it.
I did, but we'll say again 16. Okay.
Thank you.
16, yes.
So with that, we'll call Ron Wright to the stand. Tim, you're one of the witnesses that's excused then. Have a good day.
Sir, have you been sworn in? Okay, great.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. For the record, this is Andy Murphy for the appellant.
Can we get a spelling of your name, sir, for the record?
Ron Wright, so it's R-O-N, it's W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright, I believe you testified yesterday in the site plan hearing, and you described your professional experience. Can you briefly remind us of what that is?
I'm the principal of my own practice. It's been in business for the past 25 years. We have a cumulative total of about $400 million worth of work that we've performed. I don't think I mentioned that, but we do historic restoration projects, housing projects, restaurants, all sorts of different kind of specialized projects.
And this is architecture work.
I'm sorry, it's architecture related, yes.
And I understand that your work has garnered some praise, won some awards. Can you address some of the awards with regard to historical preservation?
We received a National Historic Award for the restoration of Union Station. We received a state award for the restoration of the Pioneer Square Pergola. And I have a national award for a housing project that we did about 8 years ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your involvement with the project was designing the plans for the seminary.
Correct.
And did you design the project in accordance with the Department of Interior standards?
Yes, we had those as a criteria within the background of what we were putting together, yes.
How familiar are you with the Department of Interior standards?
We have been following the standards now since we started working with historic restoration work, and have successfully obtained 6 tax credit projects which require a very intimate knowledge of the standards in order to obtain the tax credits. These are federal tax credits. So I'd say it's a very intimate knowledge, yes.
And over how long have you been working with it?
This has been since approximately 1996.
What is the purpose of those standards?
The purpose of the standards is to set, they are guidelines, is to set a criteria for the restoration of historic buildings, districts, historic components, essentially. I say that because it's not just buildings, it's also neighborhoods and districts. It outlines a methodology for ensuring that the buildings and districts and historic elements are restored in a manner that will allow them to essentially be viable for the next 100 years.
You mentioned their guidelines, so am I correct in interpreting them as that they don't require strict compliance?
Correct.
It can be loosened as necessary for the particular project?
Yes.
You were here yesterday during the public comment portion of the site plan, is that right?
Yes, I was.
And to the extent it's relevant to the SEPA appeal, I believe there were some comments about the Nuns Garden and whether the development how that would affect it. Do you have any awareness of what the current status of the Nuns Garden is?
When the Nuns Garden was outlined or identified in the report, it was identified as overgrown and virtually non-existent as far as being able to tell where it was. And I have not actually seen any notion of it. In my walk around the site, I didn't even know it was over there in that area.
So given the overgrown nature of the Nuns Garden, would the Department of Interior standards strictly apply to that area?
Well, there are instances where you would have archaeological aspects of something that was critical to the historic nature of the site. My professional opinion would be no, the Nuns Garden would not be of that nature as far as its historical significance.
So is it your opinion that the project as proposed is in compliance with the Department of Interior standards as it relates to the Nuns Garden?
Yes.
And regarding the area surrounding the seminary and specifically the parking structure, it's my understanding that the parking structure would be where there is currently paved parking. And alternative one would replace that with a green top that would be at grade. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if alternative one is constructed as the lease with parks requires, where park users currently walk over pavement, they would be able to walk over vegetation, some landscaping instead.
Correct.
And would that design be consistent with the Department of Interior standards?
Yes, it's quite common to actually have underground buildings essentially to allow for the above-ground buildings to remain intact and in better visual condition essentially for the viewpoint of the historic aspect of them.
And I'd like to change gears a little bit and talk about building capacity. In your profession as an architect, do you work with capacity for spaces?
Yes, all the time.
Can you tell me the difference between fire code capacity and general facility operation capacity?
The International Building Code, which is the model code that is used by all the jurisdictions, it's adopted by the state of Washington, uses criteria to determine how many people are in a room. And it is a very broad-natured number that has been shown to work over various, every use possible, essentially. And so there is a number that is used that is essentially 50 people, and that when you have 50 people in a room, you need to add more life safety code issues to that room. And there are general calculations as to how many people constitute usage of a room based upon the use. So an office use, each person would be 100 square feet. An assembly use, each person is 15 square feet. This number is used as a means for determining the life safety requirements that are built into that room or that space, or in cumulative total into the entire building.
And that differs from functional capacity how?
There is no criteria as far as what you do with the room and use of the room functionally. They're completely separate. So the code does not contemplate, for instance, if you have an office space that the code says can only have 40 people in the room, there's nothing that you could have 45 or 50 after you're finished. It doesn't go back and look at the actual number. And so there's no correlation between the code number and the actual number, except in one instance where you are allowed to count the number of seats in a restaurant in order to determine the maximum occupancy of the restaurant.
So am I correct in my understanding that a fire code capacity would be much higher than the actual capacity when say a space like a conference room in the St. Edward's Lodge was being operated?
Very much so.
Much
yes.
lower.
Yes, particularly in a cumulative total, because you would have the code contemplates each room separately and then determines a maximum for each room, which has no relationship to whether you would ever use each room at the same time or not.
So when you're designing a space for conference space, you presume that some rooms will be empty while other rooms will be used for the same conference.
That is one criteria that functionally we are often given, although it's really dependent upon what the functional program is, not the building life safety code of the building.
And you were here yesterday when Mr. Lance was testifying about his concerns regarding the capacity at St. Edward State Lodge, is that right?
Yes, I was.
And were the numbers he referred to the fire code capacity?
My understanding, based upon listening to that, yes, those were fire code capacity numbers. So
how often would the St. Edward State Lodge be at the fire code capacity when operating a conference? Would it be, in your opinion, a likely occurrence?
It would be, I would say, highly unlikely.
I believe you said it would be highly unlikely.
Highly
Is
unlikely?
That correct?
Yes.
I think I didn't get I need clarification of the question, please.
I asked, I believe, something to the extent of, Madam Court Reporter, can you read back my question?
Testifying about his concerns regarding the capacity at the lodge. The next question after that. How much would say Edward Lodge when operating a conference room. Oops. Nope, not that one. I guess that's the last question he asked, that one I read.
I think I asked a question about how likely would it be that the conference would operate at fire code capacity instead of...
Is that how you recall the question, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay.
And I could clarify.
Can we just make sure the court reporter's caught up?
Okay.
The question is...
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I
Okay,
have it.
she's back on. All right.
Okay. The question, as I understood it, was how likely would it be that the maximum number of individuals designated for each room would actually be in each room all at the same time? And my response is that that's highly unlikely.
Moving on to the broader design of the seminary building, I understand that you've done some calculations about the square footage of lodging space as opposed to conference space. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And what's the square footage for lodging space, approximately?
The lodging space is approximately 35,000 square feet.
And what's the square footage for meeting room and conference space?
16,000, and I'm excluding the restaurant and the support spaces, but 16,000, yes.
So if my math is correct, the square footage for lodging space is more than twice what is allocated for meeting room and conference space.
Correct.
I have nothing further at this point.
All right. Do you have any questions, Ms. Mellon? All right. Mr. Casaguma, any questions of this witness?
I have no questions.
Okay. Ms. Hurt? Pardon? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Wright, were you familiar with the seating chart from the Cedar Brook Lodge that was Exhibit 2 that was presented yesterday?
I'm not aware of it. I can...
May I hand it to you?
Yes.
The notebook up there, too, that just so we can all keep track. So you can have yours.
It's the Appellant's Exhibit 2.
It's A2.
Oops.
I have Exhibit 2.
Okay, it should be a seating chart for the Cedar Brook Lodge. Does that appear? That's from their website, and they're giving capacities of their various rooms for visitors to their conference spaces. Are they advertising their fire capacities, or are they advertising their functional use for those rooms?
I see in the last page here an item which...
No, that's my math work. So that summarizes those tables that you're looking at. Big Cedar first floor, Big Cedar second floor, parlors and dens.
So the numbers that I see here, I guess, in response to your question, appear to list the maximum number that are maximum. For instance, it says cocktail seating, and Tamarack Hall, it says 300. I would say that's the maximum number of individuals that could be in a cocktail seating arrangement. And then it says classroom seating 150 for the same room, or conference seating 72 for the same room.
Are they advertising fire codes or functional uses, functional realistic visitation for those rooms in those various settings?
I would say it's very rare that we've ever seen anybody average the...
Please answer the question. Are these fire code minimums, or are these the advertised numbers for...
I have no way of knowing that.
Thank you. I have one other question, and this comes from the appellant's brief, and this is something you may be able to speak more directly to. I'm going to hand you this. It's R number 12. Right.
He's got the document in front of him. If you just direct him to the exhibit.
Okay. What is? I don't know our exhibit number.
Which, is this your traffic study you're talking about? Or?
No, it's our brief.
It's exhibit. It's behind brief. It's brief number 2.
It's
Okay, I have brief number 2.
Brief 2, thank you. Page 5. Under number 12, from the FEIS seminary building, the proponent proposes to rehabilitate the existing seminary building for use as a lodge-type hotel while retaining national recognized historic character. The proposed project would include renovation of the interior of the building to adapt the facility for use as a lodge, as lodging and lodging support. It is projected that up to 100 guest rooms could be provided. In addition, the building would include meeting conference rooms, total of approximately 16,600 square feet for approximately 550 people. Is that a fire code number that was produced, or is that an actual functional number of expected visitors in the conference room application?
Was this a number that came from our preparation documents? Are you quoting
This
in
is
this?
This presumably came from Daniels, that they provided this information about their own project, and then they go on to talk about approximately 200.
My understanding in reviewing this is that that's a functional number that's been presented there. I'd say if you add it up, same as I just quickly am looking at the numbers that I saw in the Cedarbrook that you just showed me, and it looked to me like you could almost have 1,000 people in that building based upon a maximum occupancy of every single room. So here I'm looking at 16,000 square feet, even at approximately 15 occupants per room, you'd have far more than 500 that would be allowed from a fire code point of view.
Okay. So these are functional numbers in your, most likely functional numbers in your opinion.
Correct.
Thank you very much. That is, I'm going to let you answer that question.
Well, I have another question based on your
More than one party, more than one person questioning per party.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Lance, you can ask the question then. That's fine.
Pardon me?
Okay, this is mine.
Go ahead.
We just need to confirm for a moment.
Overrule, yeah. Yeah, ask the question.
Okay. My question is just based on, I have a couple of things, but one is based on the 35,000 square foot of lodging and 16,000 square foot of conference. That means that based on a very quick calculation here, 45% of this is, that doesn't come out right. Excuse me. One moment, please. No, I got it again. 45% is for conference. So is that what you're saying?
No. The number I gave you, the 16,000, does not include mechanical space, support space, restaurant space, or kitchen space, or the lounge space adjacent to the restaurant. So there is a significant amount of square footage that's not in, just
Correct.
not in these numbers that I gave you.
I agree. But of the of the lodging, I took that to be hotel rooms.
Correct.
Okay. And then the conference is 16,000. So when you're comparing the number of lodging rooms to conference space, the conference space is 46% of lodging conference combined. Would you agree with that?
No. Well, I mean, I see it's a 1/3, 2/3 ratio, I guess. So I'm not sure if it's 45%. I'm not calculating right here.
Well, I used my calculator, so that's what I got twice. But anyway, so that does show that there's a lot of conference space here based on the amount of lodging space.
Is that a question, Ms. Hurt?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Does that show?
In my professional opinion, in designing similar facilities, no, it's actually quite relevant to the size of the entire project that you would have that proportion of spaces that would be there.
So what is, since you're the architect and I haven't consulted an architect, could you please tell me what is the standard of conference space, square foot of conference space per hotel room when you're designing a hotel?
It's entirely based on the functional requirements that are presented by the client as far as how much they would like to have that usage as part of their hotel. If we are working on a historic hotel in the middle of an urban city, oftentimes there's less opportunity for that, particularly if they have an adjacent facility that they can actually use for those facilities. So it's entirely dependent upon the operator how much space is dedicated toward conference versus hotel.
And when you're talking about an adjacent facility, you're talking about a different building that is adjacent to the hotel?
Yes, for instance, a convention center.
Yes, I understand. So, but this does not have that. So, based on, if you're building, I hear, so what you're telling me is, yes, and I just want a yes or no, that how much conference space goes into a project that you're renovating or designing depends on the person, the developer. If they want a lot of conference, in other words, there's not an industry standard.
Yeah.
Because before this, I gave the only industry standard I could find, and I looked at that, and I was wondering what is an industry standard, not a developer, not depending on the developer. If the developer did not tell you, what would be your industry standard?
We object, Mr. Examiner, to mischaracterizing previous testimony.
Could you repeat the question, Ms. Hurt?
I just want to know what is the industry standard? If I'm building a 100-bed or a 100-room hotel, what would be the industry standard for how much conference space I would want to allow in my hotel?
Mr. Examiner, that would be a feasibility report, not an industry standard, and those are different things.
Okay.
Why
the feasibility report would be as it applied to a specific project, not an industry standard that applied to all projects.
I'll let the witness explain that then in response.
Yeah, because I don't understand this.
Yeah. If there's no such thing as an industry standard, let us know.
Well, in my understanding, from an architectural design point of view, there is no such thing as an industry standard. Okay. It's an economic question, and the choice of whether or not to provide the conference rooms is based upon the operator's decisions based upon regarding the economic viability of the project. And it would, of course, make sense not to provide them if no one would ever use them. And the same would be said is if you knew that you would have a great market for them, you would provide them. So this is the kind of decision that's given or provided to us prior to us beginning the design. We're essentially given the information as to what is appropriate or desired to be within the project, and then we put it in the project. Right. So we don't make the decision as to whether there would be conference rooms or not. And again, that would be an individual developer or owner decision, not ours.
I understand that. I just thought maybe there was a guideline you go by, a rule of thumb that you might go by if I come in to you and say, I want to build a 100-room hotel, I want some conference space. Can you give me what is the rule of thumb? Is there a rule of thumb of how much conference space you would recommend I put in that hotel?
I'm not aware of a guideline of that
Okay,
nature.
that answers. There is not one. There's another thing I want to mention. Have you been to the Nuns Garden? You said you went. When did you go?
I have walked the site both around the building and then around all of the adjacent buildings and even through the trails. Within the last time I was there was probably 3 months ago, but I think the last time I was outside walking was 6 months ago.
6 months ago. So you're not aware that this fall there was a huge cleanup in the Nuns Garden, and it's no longer overgrown. It's this was the effort of volunteers at the park.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay, so that when you saw it, it was overgrown, but now, according to volunteers who worked on this, it has been cleaned up since you were there. You have no
I think
knowledge.
my statement was that I didn't observe it. I didn't even see it.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay, so those are, let me see. Yeah, that was my question on the Nuns Garden. Okay, the other question I have is, is based on 100 rooms and the amount of conference space in this hotel, would it not take more people staying at the lodge to fill the than those staying at the lodge to fill conference rooms, or to use conference rooms effectively for the space? You have 100 rooms. I have attended many conferences, and that doesn't mean you'll have 200 people at a conference. So based on the large number of rooms, my opinion is conference members, people will come from local, not just hotel guests. Would you agree with that?
I guess I'm being asked a functional question. I don't know that I would agree or disagree with that, since it's not really my expertise.
Okay.
I design buildings.
This hotel conference center has more capacity than for conferences than that of just hotel guests, accommodating hotel guests. Would you agree with that?
No, I have been to a number of conferences in what I would characterize as resort areas, where the entire conference and resort was the group of people that were staying at the hotel, and that was it. So only from my own personal experience, I would say, no, that is not the case, that in fact a facility similar to the one proposed could easily be a standalone facility that is not reliant upon outside guests coming to.
But that's your personal experience. That's not your...
Correct, because I'm an architect. So
I know you're an architect. So. Okay, my question, though, is based on a 100-room hotel, there is more excess capacity of conference space than there is than just the hotel guest. So you could have a local conference and hotel guest conference at the same time.
That, again, is more of a functional decision on how the buildings is used than the actual use.
But there's enough space to do that.
Theoretically, yes, there would be.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So there is enough space to have a local conference and not just limited to hotel, people staying at the hotel. Okay. I think that's my question.
Okay. Is that it from the SEPA appellants then? All right, then back to the applicants for any redirect they want to make.
Yes. Mr. Lance drew your attention to a section in his brief where they talk about maximum capacity. That was on page 5 of I believe it's brief 2.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. It's S13 is the exhibit number.
And my question for you is, how likely would it be that there would be 100% occupancy of all the space with no overlap of the guests using that space?
Again, I would say it'd be highly unlikely in that it would be taxing. It would be highly unlikely. The amount of support spaces in the building would likely be taxed, restrooms, et cetera, and so forth.
Thank you. My second question is in response to the unsubstantiated claim that the Nuns Garden has been rehabilitated. If that is the case, would it change your opinion about whether the project complies with Department of Interior standards as it would affect the Nuns Garden?
No. And if I can elaborate.
Sure.
The guidelines are written particularly in the instance of adaptive reuse to allow for I won't call it a sacrifice, I guess that's the way I put it to a degree, that there, for the good of the whole, there is often the need to take away some aspect that's historic. And I think an example I use all the time is a building where Mohi is now that we worked on, where there was a grant. This is down in South Lake Union. There was a grant to provide a green roof on a historic building. And the green roof would be the funding that would carry the entire project forward. And the state preservation officer agreed and actually stated to us that it was, in the instance of one creating the benefit for the other, it was okay that sacrifices be made. And so the point of that is that oftentimes you need to you have to sacrifice something in order to get the entire project through. And that applies to life safety issues and to barrier-free issues and to a lot of the modern-day things that you have to do to make a building from 1931 code compliant. So sacrificing an entity of a small entity of a larger picture is certainly within reason within the National Park Service guidelines.
So there are no requirements in the Department of Interior standards. They're just guidelines.
They're just guidelines. There are no requirements.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. Move on. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Appreciate your testimony. Next witness.
We'd like to call Jessica Logan, but given that she is a state parks witness, we think it's appropriate for Ms. Whaling to do that direct examination while reserving our ability to call additional witnesses.
Certainly. Ms. Logan, have you been sworn in? Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Logan, would you please provide your title and a brief job description for the record?
I am the Environmental Program Manager for State Parks and the SEPA Responsible Official. I oversee all of the SEPA decisions that we make at the state level, and I coordinate regulatory compliance throughout the state.
So in the interest of efficiency, I'm going to point you to a few of the documents. I'd like to start with what's been identified in the big black binder as Exhibit number 13, and I'd like to direct you to pages 3 to 4 of that exhibit. I'd just like for you to, are you there? Look at that and say, does that do an accurate description of the actions that the state has taken to repair and maintain St. Edward State Park since it was acquired in 1977?
Yes, it does.
And if you go a few pages back to pages 11 through 17, does that provide a more thorough summary of the actions taken by the state?
Yes, it does.
And now if you look at page 6 of that same exhibit, which is Exhibit number 13, it identifies the annual maintenance costs for St. Edward State Park. Could you identify what those are?
For management options?
The annual maintenance costs, and then if you would briefly discuss some of those different costs that go with the various management options.
On page 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Table 1?
Yes, ma'am.
So the adaptive reuse and lease is $8,912,000 plus ongoing operational costs. To mothball the property would be $1.4 million per decade. The no action option would be $100,000 a year. A partial demolition option would be $1,280,000. That would be a one-time expense. The full demolition option would be the same, $1,280,000, which is a one-time expense. And then to vacate the premise, to vacate the building, would be $26,000.
Does Parks have an unlimited budget?
No, we do not.
Would these costs be significant impacts to Parks' budget?
Very much so, yes.
The next thing I'm going to ask you about is the CAMP, the 2008 CAMP. Could you turn to Exhibit 26 in the same binder? Could you just describe what a CAMP is?
A CAMP, which is a classification and land management plan, is a plan that State Parks does for a park or a regional area of parks that provides a long-term boundary. And it's basically our internal zoning document, so it provides classifications for appropriate activities in different areas of the park. It also provides a management plan for issues that were brought up during the CAMP planning process by the public and other stakeholders.
And so when was this CAMP adopted?
This CAMP was adopted on October 20th of 2008.
Did Parks receive stakeholder input on the CAMP before it adopted it?
Yes, we did.
On page 2, I asked Ms. Hurd about this earlier. Is that the list of the advisory committee members who provided that input?
Yes, it is.
Could you just describe generally the type of different stakeholders that were invited to participate in this project?
We have adjacent landowners, private property owners. We have park staff. We have a park commissioner on this list. We've got someone from the union on this list. We have city staff. Tribal members were invited to participate, the Muckleshoot tribe. Citizens for St. Edwards participated, local neighborhood association, and Friends of St. Edwards, as well as the Audubon Society and Bastyr University.
Would you describe that as a diverse group of stakeholders and representing the diverse interest for the park as a whole?
Yes, I would.
I'd like you to look at Appendix A, which is on page 29 of the CAMP. You said that the CAMP acts like a zoning code, and there's different classifications. Is the seminary building in the heritage classification?
Yes, it is.
And could you describe what the heritage classification includes?
Would you like me to read this?
I would.
Heritage areas are designated for preservation, restoration, and interpretation of unique and unusual archaeological, historical, scientific, and/or cultural features and traditional cultural properties which are of statewide or national significance.
Now, are the ball fields also in the heritage category, or are they in the recreation category?
I believe I'm not sure.
Are there different categories of classification on the park as a whole?
Yes, there are.
And is the eastern half of the property in the resource recreation classification?
Yes, it is.
Is that a different sort of use than the heritage classification?
Yes, it is.
And is the western half of the property in the natural forest classification?
Yes, it is.
Is that also a different classification than the heritage classification?
Yes, it is.
Would each of those classifications be described and identified on page 29 of the CAMP?
Yes, they are.
So as you're aware, there were some allegations that the seminary proposal was not consistent with the CAMP. I'd like to direct you to pages 17 and 18 of that document, where it identifies 11 different goals. Now, I'm not going to ask you about these one at a time. I'm going to ask you about them in the way that the appellants have classified their concerns. So I'm going to start with the concern that the seminary is subordinate to the use of the remainder of the park. Would you describe the seminary as the dominant use of the property?
No, it's not.
How many users are there in the park for the seminary versus the remainder of the park?
The vast majority of users in the park at this time are for the rest of the park.
And so we've heard a lot about the number of rooms and the use of the conference space. In your opinion, even if the seminary was operating at full capacity, would that exceed the number of public users for the recreational portion of the park?
No, it would not.
So one of the other concerns identified by the appellants was that priority needed to be given to outdoor recreation. Did Daniels dedicate space in the seminary building to outdoor recreation?
Yes, he did.
Is there currently space in the building dedicated to outdoor recreation?
No, there's not.
So the Daniels proposal would increase space dedicated to outdoor recreation after the proposal is completed?
Yes.
Will the proposal for the seminary building rehabilitation result in a decrease of outdoor recreation for the public in any way?
No.
Did Parks have any other options to use this building solely for outdoor recreation?
None that were viable.
So I'm going to talk about the next concern raised by the appellants, which has to do with limits of public access to the main floor. Is the use of the upper floors for the guest rooms consistent with the historical use of the building?
Yes, it is.
Could you just briefly describe what those rooms on the upper floors have been used for over time?
Those rooms were created as dorm rooms for students. We have had park staff in them. That is my understanding of the use of those floors.
How much of the building is currently open to the public?
At this moment, none, except for by appointment.
And so by appointment, is there a fee required to use the building?
No. There's not a fee for tours that I am aware of. I could be wrong about that. When the dining hall was open, that was by reservation, and so there was a fee for that.
But there is a fee to come to the park and park?
Yes, there is a fee to come to the park, period.
Now, based on what you've heard over the last day and a half, is this proposal going to result in more of the building being open to the public than the current use by reservation or by rental only?
Yes.
So having more of the building open, will that provide more access to the public than Parks has been able to provide in its 40-year history of ownership?
Yes.
The next concern raised by the appellants had to do with the loss of the volleyball court. Could you describe what they're alleging?
My understanding is that the concern is that we are wiping out a protected, culturally relevant landscape feature by this proposal.
What's going to happen to that volleyball court with the proposal?
The volleyball court will be turned in part to a cultural or a culinary interpretive garden. The volleyball courts will be managed appropriately through using the Secretary of Interior standards. So likely there will be mitigation insofar as educational signs or interpretive panels to document those volleyball courts.
So the interior standards require documentation. They don't prohibit the removal of the volleyball courts?
No, they do not.
Okay. There's, in addition to the concerns about alteration of the volleyball courts, there was also a concern expressed about the parking lot and the Nuns Garden and the consistency between those with the camp. Did the camp anticipate that parking development development would occur concurrently with the future development of the seminary building?
Yes, it did.
Can the Parks Commission change a camp for a particular park if it wants to?
Yes, it can.
So I've got a little more detail I'd like to ask you about for other attempts to use the seminary building. Is this proposal from Daniels the very first time that Parks has ever attempted to make use of the seminary building during its ownership?
No.
Did Parks use the building to house the Youth Corps from 1978 to 1980?
Yes.
Was there interest from a school district in using the building in 1981?
Yes.
Was there interest in the building being dedicated to a community center in 1984?
Yes.
Did McMenamins express some interest in acquiring the building in 2006?
Yes.
Did a cybersecurity firm express interest in the building in 2013?
Yes.
Did Bastyr express some interest in the building in 2014?
Yes.
Has the building been used for ranger housing?
Yes.
Were any of those prior uses, did they come to fruition, or were they self-sustaining in the sense that they were able to pay for themselves for the use of the building?
None of them were self-sustaining, no.
Are the costs for rehabilitation of the building a limiting factor on the use of the building?
Yes.
So you used the term viable earlier. What makes a proposal viable?
State Parks Commission used a number of criteria to determine viability. We used 6 criteria, I believe, and it is based off a number of things, including our own mission, the city zoning, the feasibility study that was conducted. There's a couple other. What we were looking for was not something that was simply economically feasible, but also viable and could occur on a timely manner. So there were a number of criteria that were used to determine that viability, and none of the proposals that had been brought forth, other than Daniel's proposal, met the rules for viability.
So just to make sure that the record is clear, has Parks received any viable proposals other than from the Daniels Group in the last 3 years for the use of the building?
No.
Did it receive a viable proposal for an environmental learning center or for a nonprofit use of the building in the last 3 years?
No.
So the Commission has taken some different actions over the last few years about the seminary building. I want to talk about a few of these. I'm going to start with November 2013. At that time, did the Commission take some action that directed Parks staff to actively seek out public or private partnerships to rehabilitate the building?
Yes.
And so based on the testimony you just provided, did Parks staff identify any public or private partnerships other than the Daniels proposal that would have allowed it to rehabilitate the building?
No.
In September 2014, the Commission provided a 1-year deadline to staff to find either a partnership or vacate the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the direction to Parks staff to vacate the building at the end of that year if the deadline wasn't met?
Yes.
Was a DNS issued for that decision?
Yes.
Was it appealed?
No.
In September 2015, a year later, the Commission took another action, and at that point, it extended the proposals to rehabilitate the cemetery. The seminary. Was the reason for that extension because the only proposal that had been received was the Daniels proposal, and the Commission wanted to further pursue that?
Yes.
Was
but it was open to any proposal as well.
Did any other proposals come in?
No.
Was a DNS issued for that decision?
Yes.
Was it appealed?
No.
A year later, in September 2016, the Commission took action based on the Commerce study. Could you just briefly describe what the Commerce study was?
During the 2016 legislative session, State Parks sought legislation that would allow us to engage in a lease that was longer than 15 years by a simple majority vote. The existing statute allowed us a 50-year maximum lease with anything over 20 years being a unanimous vote. The bill engrossed second substitute House Bill 2667 was enacted that would allow state parks to engage in a lease up to 62 years contingent upon first the Commerce Study report, which was required to identify any economically feasible options for nonprofit use of the seminary building, and second, and an affirmative vote by the commission that there were no economically viable options for the building.
And I've just done an unpleasant thing to you as my client, which is ask you to recall that from memory rather than directing you to exhibit number 3 in the binder in front of you. If I could direct you there now to page number 2, I won't test your memory again for this next question.
Well, thanks.
What the study asked for was, one of the things that it identified was the baseline cost to restore the building. On page 2 of the study, is that amount $23.4 million?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so following the publication of the Commerce Study, the Commission took action again in September 2016. Was there action there to find that there was no viable public or nonprofit alternative for the use of the seminary building?
Yes.
Did the Commission have a DNS to support that decision?
Yes. Was
that DNS appealed?
No.
I'm going to ask you now a few more questions about the EIS at issue here. There has been some confusion about Parks' use of the EIS as well as the city's use of the EIS. So I'm going to ask you to focus on State Parks' use of the EIS. Did Parks rely on this environmental impact statement for its separate decision to lease the 5.5 acres to the Daniels Group?
Yes.
In that decision, the Commission held a meeting on January 5th. Was that the meeting where they took public comment? And by January 5th, I mean January 5th of 2017, out of all of the many, many public meetings on this project.
Yes, it was.
Did the Commission make its decision to approve the lease on January 9th, 2017?
Yes.
Had the EIS been completed by the time that the Commission made its decision on January 9th, 2017?
Yes.
Did the state issue separate notices of adoption for the final EIS and for the addendum to the final EIS?
Yes.
Did the EIS that is before us today include all of the potential impacts for the lease decision from the Daniels proposal?
Yes.
When the Commission made its decision on January 9th, 2017, did it have any other viable proposals in front of it for the use of the seminary building?
No.
Was the decision to lease the signature of the lease and the adoptions of the FEIS and of the addendum, were either of those appealed?
No.
Yesterday, the hearing examiner requested some clarification on whether any decisions remain with the Parks Commission. I'd like to ask you to look at exhibit number 25. And page 4 of Exhibit 25. So page 4 is the agenda for the January 9th, 2017 Parks Commission meeting. Page 4 has 5 requested actions of the Commission. Did the commission take those actions on January 9th?
Yes.
Are there any other approvals that the commission needs to issue regarding the lease with the Daniels Group for the rehabilitation of this building?
Not that I know of.
So now that the lease has been signed with Daniels, will the commission continue to consider other options for the seminary building?
No.
There have been some concerns raised during this hearing about the speculative use of the trails on the property at night. So the last questions that I want to ask you about have to do with the trail use. Are the hours of trail use in state parks governed by WAC 352-32-050?
Yes.
So in St. Edward State Park, does the park currently close at dusk?
That is my understanding.
Does state parks encourage night use of the trails in St. Edward State Park?
No.
Following the, if the Daniels Seminary project goes forward, will state parks likely change its position and encourage the lodge users to use the trail at night?
No.
Will parks reduce the current level of trail maintenance on the park as a whole due to the St. Edward Seminary project?
No.
Will the addition of the 9.9 acre McDonald property allow the users of the park to continue to use those trails?
Yes.
And I apologize, I do have one other question for you that has to do with the Nuns Garden cleanup that Ms. Hurt mentioned previously. Did that cleanup have anything to do with the Daniels project?
No.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Actually, I had one quick question. I'll interject, Ms. Logan. I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I was curious if endangered species habitat was found in a state park, like the marbled murrelet, for example. Does the park have any policies about use of public trails in that area? I just, from personal experience, I don't like at Marymore Park where they have blue heron, they just wall off areas that are heron habitat. I wonder, does the parks do a similar response if endangered species habitat is found?
We do manage endangered species, very specifically to the species. We rely on Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife to identify those habitats in our properties. There is no marbled murrelet habitat identified at St. Edward State Park.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to applicant questions, if any.
Just to briefly summarize, you are the SEPA responsible official for parks.
Yes.
And you concluded that the EIS was adequately disclosed all likely environmental impacts.
Yes.
And that the mitigation proposed was adequate, in your opinion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kazaguma, any questions?
None.
Okay, Ms. Hurt?
Ms. Hurt, while you're getting your papers together, hearing examiner, I'd just like to note that it's noon, and so depending on the number of questions Ms. Hurt has, whether your preference would be to allow her to question or take the lunch break and then have the questions afterwards.
How many do you have?
I have a number of questions.
Okay.
They may go quickly, but I have a number of questions.
Yeah. Well, if people want, I mean, because, you know, we started at 9:30, so I was thinking
why don't we
maybe at
get
least,
through this witness and then?
Yeah,
that'd be my
I think so, too. Let's see, at least, 12:30 at the latest, maybe. Go ahead, Ms. Hurt.
Okay. Yes, I do have a number of questions.
Okay.
You answered, well, I'm not sure exactly what you answered, but I'd like to know, I'm going to repeat a question. How many use the seminary currently?
How many people are currently in the seminary?
How many people currently use the seminary?
As of right now, my understanding is no one is using the seminary outside of tours.
Okay.
Tours?
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. I wanted to clarify that. So, is it not true that the reason to not use it, the seminary for outdoor recreation, is because state parks has not implemented a use for this?
I don't understand the question.
Is it not true that there was a question about the building not being used for outdoor recreation. And my question is it not true that one of the reasons that this has not been used in any form for outdoor recreation other than Earth Day presentations and things like that is that State Parks has not used the building for programs that would pertain to outdoor recreation?
State Parks has worked closely with Daniels Real Estate to ensure that there will be
I'm
outdoor.
I'm talking about in the past. I'm not talking about this project. I'm talking about in the past for the 40 years. Mm-hmm. Is it not true that State Parks has not done anything to use the building for something related to outdoor education other than an Earth Day presentation by friends or something like that?
The specific programming in historic use for the park, I can't speak to. I do know that we have historically only allowed the dining hall area to be used because we had a capital project to ensure its safety. I know that much of the building was not considered safe for public use.
Okay. So you don't see that, so is the dining hall the only space in the building that's considered safe for public use?
We had a capital project that did some work in the dining hall, and there's an associated office there that I think we actually had office or park staff in at one point. We do have some park lodging. At one point, we stopped using it as park lodging because there was safety concerns. I think we've done some more work since then to allow that to be used as lodging again for park staff.
And the classrooms on the first floor. What is the status of the classrooms on the first floor?
I don't know.
Okay. So it is it not true that more of the building could be used, or am I hearing you? Is it only the dining hall that can be used?
That's my understanding, but I don't know.
All right. So your understanding is the classrooms on the first floor cannot be used?
I don't know.
Okay. And you don't have a history of them ever being used? You don't have anything in the history of the use of the building that indicates the classrooms were ever used by State Parks?
I don't know.
There are 3 large classrooms on the first floor. Are you aware of that? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
And, all right. So those rooms could have been used for outdoor recreation or outdoor education, recreation, nature studies?
I believe this question has been asked and answered, Mr. Examiner.
All right, Ms. Hurt. Yeah, I think it has been.
No.
You're asking her what those rooms have been used for, and she said, I think she answered the question.
She said that they had, as far as she knew, they had been used. I'm asking, could they have been used?
Okay, all right, could they have been used?
I do not know if those rooms are appropriate to be used or if they have been used. I do not know.
Okay, thank you. So that's a lack of knowledge on that. Okay, thank you. All right. So do you have any knowledge of how the building has been used in the past?
Yes, to some extent.
Okay. Can you give me a couple of examples?
I know that we use the dining hall. We rent it out for weddings or such. I know that we've had ranger lodging in the building in the past. I know that staff use the office space periodically for meetings.
And you're unaware of the environmental school that used the building for a number of years for classes?
I've heard that. I'm not personally aware of that, no.
Okay.
I should say I've read about that.
You have read about, you have some acknowledgement that that did take place in the building. The building was used for the environmental school.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. I have a question about the map in the Nuns Garden.
Okay.
So if you could go to the map and show us where the young Nuns Garden is. Okay. Now show us where the parking lot on this map overlays, or how does it fit in with the overhead map?
This map is denoting this parking space right here.
I'm
just going to join here. See that parking?
Yes, I know that's parking. That's a big place. This is going to be expanded. So when you expand this, where will it be on this map?
I'm going to object. It assumes facts that aren't in evidence, and it
The map's up here. We should be
Okay.
able-
So let's limit to the question on where is the map located? Where is the map located on the aerial photograph?
how does this fit
Yeah.
on here?
And I'm going to object again that there's no indication that those two posters are to scale and that they're designed to be the same size.
Well, I think that's what Ms. Hurd is asking, is how would you scale it so that, how do you,
It's not a science question. It's a question of, there's a new asphalt parking lot here. Where does that go? It's going to be bigger than this. And
yeah, Ms. Logan, if you could just show us where the parking lot's going to be located in the aerial photograph, that's the
there's
question.
a proposal to cut down 11 trees. Where are those trees? If it's close to the Nuns Garden, how close is it to the Nuns Garden?
And I'm going to object again. There's a compound question in there, and it assumes facts that are not in evidence from Ms. Logan's testimony.
So who do I ask that question to?
I'm also going to object on relevance grounds. The question is not, this goes to the merits of the project and not to the question of the adequacy of the EIS. The testimony in the record is that the trees, Ms. Hurt herself testified that the 11 trees, the potential for the removal of those 11 trees is disclosed in the EIS. So I'm just wondering what the relevance of this line of questioning is.
The relevance of the question is trying to understand what's in the EIS about this parking lot, and
it seems to be a fairly straightforward question. Is essentially where is that parking lot that's depicted in the site plan there going to be on the aerial photograph? If you can show that to us, Ms. Logan, that's it at this point. I mean, that just shows that helps clarify the extent of the interruption to the Nuns Garden. So I think it's a fair question. If you don't know, Ms. Logan, that's fine. But I just
So,
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I didn't draw that site plan.
Okay,
I don't know
so you
how
don't
it was
know.
intended to be superimposed onto an aerial. That could be at a very
all
different
right,
scale.
Okay. All right. So if that's a fine answer then.
thing, you must have an idea of it's going to go from here to here, or it's going to go.
Okay. So Ms. Hurt,
I
you're
could
just-
make
let's-
assumptions.
Well, no, but I mean, do you know where the parking lot's going to be? Can you show us on the aerial photograph where the parking lot's going to be?
I do not know the outline of the
Okay.
proposed parking lot,
Okay.
no.
She doesn't know. That's the answer then.
Okay, well, that's different. Well, I've looked at this.
Well, anyway, let's move from that map. Yeah, let's go on to the next question.
I think I wanted clarification of, that was my question, and she doesn't have the answer.
Okay.
So I'm a little disappointed. Okay. Are you aware of the constrictions and limitations? The Commerce study was mentioned. And are you aware of the limitations that were put on the Department of Commerce when they did the study?
Could you explain the limitations that you talk about?
One was time. One was the limitations on the projects they could look at, evaluate, and one was the time constraint.
Yes.
I'm going to object again. This is not a challenge to the adequacy of the commerce study, but a challenge to the adequacy of the environmental impact statement.
It goes to the choices that the State Parks Commission made on January 9th.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and I realize, issue 16 was stricken, which
Well,
dealt
that's
with the alternatives, but then the Parks Department talked about the management choices they had anyway, which I think opened the door. It doesn't reopen the issue, but since they presented testimony on what decisions were made and what options they considered, I think it's fair game for cross-examination. So,
anyway, are you aware of the limitations of time, and there was a limit on what they could look at?
Yes.
Okay. And you agreed that there were limitations to the commerce study?
I don't know that I would define them as limitations. The commerce study was given parameters.
Definitely. Okay, thank you. And I think there was a comment made that there was no city ball field project. Did you make that comment, or did someone else?
We have not received an application for a ball field project, no.
You have not received the application. Okay, so that's the clarification of that.
Yes.
There may be a project out there, but you haven't. State Parks has not received it.
Right.
Okay. And let's see. Just a moment, please. Okay, and okay. There was, related to the park closing at dusk, and the use of the trails was also something that was brought up, you were asked about. How would that be monitored? What type of arrangement is there to monitor trail use at night by hotel guests? Who will monitor and who will enforce?
I don't believe there is an agreement to that at this point.
Okay, I remember something about park rules being given to hotel guests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the only, is that the only thing you're aware of that would be done right now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, okay, do you have? Okay.
I have a few questions for Ms. Logan.
okay, I'll allow that. Then, of course, Ms. Welling gets final redirect there, so go ahead.
Ms. Logan, can I draw your attention to Figure 2-3 in the DEIS, which is Core Document 19? Oh, you're in the appellants exhibits.
Right.
Many, many binders on that table.
Is that this one?
I believe it's a black binder.
This one. Sorry. Thanks.
And is it your understanding that this is the scope of the lease area
Yes.
and that the potential public parking is in the yellow?
Yes.
And the area that was previously discussed is towards the top right of it?
Yes.
Do you see that there are some trees within that yellow box?
Yes.
Does it align with your understanding that those may be the trees that might be removed?
Yes.
Just those trees within the yellow box?
Yes.
Thank you. There were some questions about the restrictions that were placed on the commerce study.
Mm-hmm.
Is it accurate to say that those restrictions were imposed by the legislature when they passed the statute directing the commerce study to be conducted?
Yes.
So it's the state legislature.
The state legislature.
And regarding the uses that could have been had in the seminary building, is it fair to say that that is due to a lack of available funding? The lack of use is because Parks just didn't have the money for it?
Absolutely.
And if Parks had a blank check from the legislature, would it be fair to say that Parks would rehabilitate the building on itself and offer programs that align with its mission by itself?
Of course.
But it's just that Parks doesn't have the money, and there's only one funded proposal that it's received,
Yes.
and that's Daniel's proposal.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Logan.
Okay, Ms. Welling?
I have no redirect.
Oh, you have no, okay, great. Well, thank you, Ms. Logan. So let's take our lunch break now till 1:15. Okay, back on the record, March 2nd, 2017, 1:15 p.m., the site plan and SEPA appeal of Lodge at St. Edward, CSP 160077. We're in the applicant's portion of the SEPA appeal hearing, and moving on to the applicant's next witness.
Thank you. I've got one housekeeping matter
Okay.
before we start with the next witness. I've spoken to all the parties, and I think we're all in general agreement that we'd really like to finish today. And so my hope is, of course, that we get done as soon as we can, but if it goes past 5, we're all willing to stay.
Oh, okay, that's fine by me too. Great.
Okay.
All right.
So Ms. Wang is our next witness. And good afternoon, Ms. Wang. I believe you're still under oath. I think you took the oath yesterday.
Call.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were introduced yesterday, but just would you remind us what is your role with Daniels Real Estate?
I'm a vice president at Daniels Real Estate, responsible for a number of the historic building side. And my role on this project is the project manager.
Okay. You've been sitting here today and yesterday listening to a lot of testimony, and so the focus of my examination of you today will be to address some of the things that have been discussed. One thing I want to start with is this hypothetical ball fields project. We've heard quite a lot about it. Does Daniels have an official position on the ball fields project?
We are neutral.
You're neutral. Do you have a view as to how that project should be viewed in relation to this project?
Our project is separate from the ball field project.
Okay, and is it your preference that this project is viewed on its own merits and independent of
Absolutely.
the problem? Okay, thank you. So let's talk about this project. And you've heard quite a lot about this project, but would you please describe for us what it is programmatically that is intended with this lodge?
This lodge we're intended to have 80 to 100 rooms in this lodge. And with a lodge like the National Park lodges, you have different amenities that you are expected to have, like probably a spa room. You have a nice restaurant, perhaps a cafe or a bar, and also probably should have an exercise room for the guests, indoor exercise room. And then any remaining areas could be used as offices for the staff or some administrative space. And you're supposed to have a big enough size kitchen to serve the restaurant and the cafe, and perhaps help the bar to have some food, and proper loading area, and any other space would probably be used as a flexible meeting space.
Okay. Is it your objective to develop the facility, the layout, and the use in a manner that is consistent with the existing structure of the building?
Yes, because we look at every historic building based on its former use before, and also based on the layout of all the different floors that it was used before. For instance, in this particular project, we have 3 floors up above that was used as dormitories. So we're trying to figure out a way to reuse those spaces as closely as possible. And because this is a nationally registered building and it has a lot of primary significant facades that needed to be retained in a certain way, we're trying to match the use with as few alterations as possible to those spaces.
So the existing structure is, in some respect, driving the way you've allocated space between hotel rooms, conference rooms, restaurants, and all the other facilities.
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the doorways and all of that.
Sure. And I know you've heard reference to a feasibility study that it's not in evidence, but you've heard references to it today, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a sense of what's being taught, the study that's being referenced? It's called the JLL feasibility study.
I did not read the whole study. I am aware of the existence of that.
Great. So, is the conclusion of that study in terms of how many square feet of conference rooms that need to be available for this project? Is the goal of it to tell you whether or not the project could pencil out economically?
Yeah, for every project that we do, we usually do a feasibility study to make sure that certain assumptions will work.
Okay. And so is the allocation of conference room space that has been proposed for this project and the allocation of room space, according to that study, does the allocation that's proposed pencil out?
Yes.
Okay. So is the conclusion of the study that the project as proposed is economically feasible?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
And so what you have is a study that tells you it's economically feasible.
Correct.
And a design preference and philosophy to try to use the structure as it currently exists, not to knock down walls and that kind of thing if you can avoid it.
Correct.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So you said that the overall objective is to provide lodging consistent with historic use. Does this project include any changes outside the leasing area?
Changes, you mean?
Are you redoing any trails?
No, not the
Are you
trails.
knocking down any trees outside the leasing area?
The only thing that I can talk about the changes will be probably the addition of the parking spaces that we are obligated to.
I'm talking about outside the lease. If you look at, do you need a map of the leasing area?
No, I know where the lease area is. That's 5.5 acres. Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me clarify this in the record. Yeah, let me clarify this. Would you flip to figure 2.3 in the draft EIS? That's tab 19, core document, exhibit 19.
And figure
2-3. I should speak more precisely, and I want to make sure we're tying to the document here. So what we see here is an aerial photograph of the project site. Is that right?
correct.
Okay, and there's I'm going to call it a house-shaped
Pentagon shape, yeah.
Pentagon, that's right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, a pentagon-shaped outline, and along the right edge of this pentagon-shaped outline, there's sort of a yellow area.
Correct.
Okay, so outside of the boundaries of these lines, so I'm talking both the black and the yellow, so think of the biggest possible pentagon you can draw. Is Daniels doing anything to the park outside of those lines?
No,
okay.
We're not.
Do you have and I certainly don't need a precise number, but maybe rounded to the nearest $5 million, a sense of what it will cost to rehabilitate?
40 to 45, I would say.
$40 to $45 million. And is that funded now? Or is that a funded project?
It is funded.
And I'm not saying do you have money sitting in a bank. I'm saying you have the...
Are we capable of undertaking this project? Yes.
Okay. What would you say is the primary function of, from a programmatic standpoint with this facility, what is the primary function?
The primary function is for us to rehabilitate this project, this building, and provide lodging.
Okay. And as the representative of the applicant, is it your view that the conference rooms are an accessory use to the lodging function?
Correct.
Okay.
They are.
You may have heard some testimony today about at least suggesting that only paying members of the public would be allowed into the building. Do you have a view on that?
I would say that that's absolutely not correct. We do not have any intention of excluding the public going into the building. Just from personal experience, this is before I worked for Daniels Real Estate. I am responsible for the rehabilitation of the King Street Station, representing the city of Seattle. The train station, like a lot of the public buildings, you would like people to actually visit and view this historic structure after it had been rehabilitated. Even though the seminary will be privately funded, this building, Mr. Daniels has done many other projects that provide public benefit for the public. For instance, like the church that we are working on downtown Seattle. He purchased that building in March of 2008, but because of the market crash, that building sat empty for many, many years until the boom happens, and then we can basically develop the parcel next to it. But during that period of time, he's had 60 to 70 free public concerts for the public to come and enjoy that beautiful building. And he basically told me that he sent out flyers to all the neighborhood buildings and also posted the information on the website and a newspaper so that everybody would know that there's a free organ concert in there and they can come and enjoy it. And I've personally gone to a couple of those.
Okay. Daniel's relationship with state parks is a leasing arrangement. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're leasing, it's more than just the building, but the land and the structures that you're renovating and using you're leasing them.
Correct. We are leasing them.
The state of Washington still owns that land.
Yes.
So it's going to be it's still technically public property.
Yeah.
Okay. You may have heard some testimony earlier today about a nun's garden. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about Daniel's view on the nun's garden? Who uses it, or who do you see using it?
In all of my visits to the park, and this is just me, first of all, I wasn't even aware that I was not aware that there was even a nun's garden there on site. I'm not sure who actually uses that.
And this project includes the development of an organic garden, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who do you plan to allow to use the organic garden?
So yes, that organic garden is basically about half-acre area that is south of the pool area that we are intending to develop that into what we call a culinary garden to provide fresh produce and greens for the restaurant and for the cafe to use to make salads and stuff like that. And we're hoping to work with Bastille because they have the expertise to perhaps help take care of the garden and also to provide education experience for the public because we're envisioning probably Bastille can help us work on the garden, and then we can give tours to the public to enjoy the garden as well.
Okay. You may have heard Ms. Logan on behalf of State Parks testify that it's possible that there might need to be some sign documenting the existence of a sand volleyball court in this general area. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Does Daniels have an objection to documenting the existence of a...
Absolutely not.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to flip in that same binder in front of you to the page immediately in previous, figure 2-2.
Yes.
And this is sort of I call it a zoom out view of the project site. It's the whole park. Mm-hmm. And in the upper left-hand corner of the park, so this would be the northwest corner, there's a area of land identified as the McDonald property. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Can you tell us, as a representative of Daniels Real Estate, which happens to be a developer, do you see development value in this property? What would you do with this property if you just owned it and this project wasn't in the equation? What could you do with it?
You can develop that into many building lots.
Okay. And if this proposal is not approved, if this doesn't go through in some way, what happens to that property? Does it still become part of the park?
No. If this doesn't go through, the McDonald's will retain ownership of the property.
Okay. And I thought I heard Mr. Daniels yesterday testify that when he had contacted the McDonald's, they were about to close on a sale to a different developer.
Correct. Actually, I was the one who made the call to the lawyer representing the McDonald property. They were about to sign a purchase and sale agreement with a developer who's going to turn that piece of property into multiple building lots.
Okay. There was testimony earlier about an environmental learning center. There seems to be an assumption that there will be one or that there ought to be one. Did you remember hearing that in general terms over the last couple of days?
Yes.
Is there some sort of environmental learning center that's a part of this project?
State Park has reserved some space for their use in this project, but we don't have any say as to what is going to be used for that.
That's entirely up to State Parks, correct?
Yes.
I asked you earlier, the relationship between Daniels and the state is one it's a leasing relationship, right?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that one of the conditions of the lease is that Daniels implement and comply with all of the mitigation set out in the EIS?
Yes.
And is it Daniels' intention to comply with all of the mitigation set out in the EIS?
Yes, we will comply with all the mitigation conditions.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay. Ms. Welling, any questions?
I do have a couple questions, and I'm sorry I'm a little bit disorganized. I would like to ask you just a couple of follow-up questions about the Nuns Garden. And I apologize if you just answered this, but were you aware of the general location of the Nuns Garden on the property?
No.
So the Nuns Garden is not within the 5.5 acre pentagon that constitutes the leased area to Daniels. And in the EIS, if I could send you to...
You need to say yes or no for the record.
I think
no.
shook her head, so yeah, it said no. Okay.
Right. If I could first direct you to the Daniels, the big black binder that's in front of you, exhibit number 1, tab number 1. And then it's a little hard on the pagination. There is, it's identified as section number 7, page 3 of 9, and this is the National Register of Historic Places. It's the application that was submitted to have portions of the property listed. And just let me know when you get there. So it's section number 7, page 3 of 9, and that's kind of up towards the top. It looks like it's maybe about 10 pages in.
And I just want to clarify for the record, whenever the Ms. Welling is referring to the big black binder, that's the applicant's notebook of exhibits, so those would be the A1s through whatever.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I just want to ask you if that page contains a description of the Nuns Garden.
Yes, it does.
And now, after you've gone to all that trouble to get to that page, I'd like to send you back to the draft environmental impact statement, that is in the core documents, exhibit number 19.
Okay. Yes.
And I'm going to send you to Appendix C, which is very far in the back. Okay, and then I'm going to continue the challenge of navigating through these documents. There's actually two different sets of agenda items here, and the first category is from September 18th, 2014. It's pages 1 through 25, and then it starts over again with page 1, and so I want you to go to the second set of documents that start with page 1. That is September 22nd, 2016.
I'm looking at it right now.
All right. And then if you go to page 21 in that agenda, there's a heading that says Listing on the National Register 2006. And then there's a column that is the summary of resources. And then there are different resources listed. Is the Nuns Garden one of those resources listed?
It is.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Welling. Okay, Mr. Casaguma, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Ms. Hurt, your turn.
Oh, while you're looking at that, in Appendix C, page 13, this is of the DEIS.
Page 14, is that this one?
No, it's page 13. It's under C. Yeah, and it's Appendix 2, but it's number 11 of that C section. I'm sorry, it's number 13 of that C section. Page.
Appendix
are you in
2.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Appendix 2. This is Appendix 1.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Since I just wanted to see if you confirm with me that the Nuns Garden is on the list of the summary of resources in the listing of National Register for 2016 and is listed. Do you see that it is listed as historic and contributing?
Yes, I do.
And the volleyball court, how is it listed?
According to this document, it says that the volleyball court is historic and contributing.
Thank you. So, okay, what you're talking about the building being open to the public. So, what will be open to the public? What parts of the building will be open to the public if they're not using the restaurant, the cafe, the bar, a hotel guest, or a conference center?
People are welcome to come inside the seminary. The lodge, the first floor of the building, and they can also go downstairs to the basement.
What will they find in the basement?
They're welcome to use our restrooms.
Okay.
They are welcome to wander around and look at all the hopefully beautifully restored interior spaces of the building. I find that for historic buildings, the general public is very, very interested in just looking at them. My personal experience working on the Kingstree Station, you don't have to be a person who wants to board the train to use Amtrak to go into the train station to take a look at it. When we open that building up, everybody comes into the building just to basically look at the features of the building, anywhere from the marble walls that have been removed and now reinstalled, the glass tiles that we had a lot of trouble finding that are now, back into the Kingstree Station. Anywhere from the beautiful light fixtures that, unfortunately, the original ones are gone. We had to get replicas for those. Or to the terrazzo, the original terrazzo floor that we had painstakingly stitched back together because we had to install seismic steel along the perimeter of the building. We had to catalog every piece of the terrazzo and then put that back together. I think these buildings tell a story that the public would be very interested in seeing, regardless of whether you want to, whether you are paying or not.
Oh, I just wondered thanks for the description, but I was wondering, so the first floor and the basement would be open to the public to
Correct.
walk through and see these things?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I forgot my other question. I have, of course, been in the building, toured it. In fact, we toured it recently. As we know, the rooms are very small, and we also know that there's only a single-sex bathroom that's community, and it's small, too. Configuration of this is almost a personal question, curiosity. Are you putting two rooms together to make the big enough for a hotel room?
That's something that we will need to consider, talking with the architect. You're talking about the upper floors, right?
Yes. I'm talking about the hotel rooms now.
Yeah, the current rooms as they are not big enough to be a reasonable hotel or lodge room. So it's possible that we will need to lodge room. Yeah. So it's possible that we will need to combine maybe 3 of them into 2 or something of that order. It also depends on how many suites we're intending to create, because you can have a larger size room or a suite or the configuration. So that's something that we need to decide.
That's still being decided? I hear you say that is still being decided.
Correct. That's why we have the 80 to 100 rooms.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I understand that. Okay. Let's see. I thought okay. Oh, the organic garden. I remember reading something about the park is open. There are no fences in this park.
Correct.
Okay. The only place where there's some kind of barrier is at the playground to keep the kids in. It doesn't work all the time, but, there's a barrier.
Yeah.
To demarc the playground, and it also helps keep the children inside the playground when they're using it. Yeah. I read somewhere in one of the documents about fencing the garden to protect it. And is that in the plan?
Our thoughts about basically putting a fence around it is so that if there are dogs running around, they won't run into the garden and basically, dig up the garden. Because in order for Bastille or our operator to keep it in an organic garden, you got to make sure that it's done in a certain way. My understanding is that. That's part of the reason why I think that should be fenced. But that does not mean that it's not open to the public.
I wasn't saying it wasn't, it's just,
Okay, yeah.
How would it be open to the public, though, if it's fenced?
Well,
Do you have an idea?
you can install it in a way that there's a gate that you can open
Okay.
and walk in, and the dogs cannot just push and go in.
Okay. That answers that question, so thank you. We have established that the Nuns Garden is not in the leased property.
Correct.
Okay. And let's see. Also, when you're talking about rehabbing the building and knowing what it was used for in the past, how in the rehab, because you are combining rooms, so I'm not going to go as a guest and see these small rooms that these young men lived in with one sink and a small closet. So it's not going to be this, you're doing a historical building, but the historical configuration of that building is being changed, correct? I mean, it's not going to be configured as it was. It's going to be the configuration of those 3 floors will be changed.
The upper floors, yes, they are likely to be changed for the adaptive reuse of this project.
Okay. So the historical use of the building as a dormitory, how will that be portrayed to the public or the guests that are using it?
We could have some educational or information that we can work collaboratively with the national parks not the national park, but the state parks on that, and some information inside the lodge that can show, or even outside the lodge that can show everybody what that has been used for. We certainly have some, I think we might have some old photographs of that that we can share with the public, and we would love to work with you guys to figure out ways to show the public what can be displayed to let everybody know the history of the building. I mean, I have some detailed records of what had been done in the past, and it would take quite some time to sift through all that information, but, we can certainly use some help on that.
I'm the one questioning, but I will give you the information that, based on doing the signs that Friends of St. Edward State Park did, there's a lot
Mr.
of
Herrington,
information.
may I make a comment on this?
Yeah.
Can I have the examiner ask Ms. Hurt how much longer we're going to be pursuing this line of questioning about the rooms themselves? Because the EIS considers the impacts of 100 rooms, and it's not relevant how the rooms are going to be configured or how they're going to be advertised.
Okay. Ms. Hart, are you going to go
No,
on
I'm
much longer?
through.
Pardon?
That was the end
That's
of my
it?
question.
Okay.
I just,
All right, let's move on. That
wanted to
sounds
give
good.
her the information.
Okay.
So that's all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, applicant has no redirect.
Oh, okay. You're done with all your questions, Ms. Hurt, then?
Yeah,
Okay. Just
I
wanted
don't
to
see
be clear.
anything
Okay.
here that.
No, that's fine, yeah. Just
I wanted to ask.
make sure I understood correctly,
She's
so.
Gave
yeah.
very good descriptions, and thank you for
All right.
asking again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, applicants, go ahead. Oh, Ms. Wong, I think the applicants still have some questions for you. Yeah, just keep sitting for a little bit longer. You had to redirect, right?
We have no redirect.
Oh, my misunderstanding. Sorry about that. Okay.
Question.
My fault completely. Okay, so who's
Thank
your
you.
next witness then?
We'll ask Nell Lund to come
Okay.
testify, please.
Hello, my name's Nell Lund. Is this on?
I think it's on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was sworn in yesterday. Does
Okay,
that
great.
carry through?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lund.
Afternoon.
I know you introduced yourself. Could you summarize your educational background for us?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology, a Professional Wetland and Science Management Certificate from the UW, and I'm a certified professional wetland scientist with the Society for Wetland Scientists.
Okay.
A certified professional wetland scientist with the Society for Wetland Scientists.
Okay. And would you summarize your professional work history, please, following college?
Sure. Well, if I'm to start from college, I did some biomedical work professionally before I got my wetland science and management certificate. I got that in 2006, and immediately that summer started working at the Watershed Company, which is a small environmental consulting firm, and I've been there for over 10 years to present.
Okay, and what's your role at the Watershed Company?
My title is ecologist. I do primarily wetland and stream studies, but we work with private and public clients. I do a lot of peer review at this point in my career, help people with everything from existing condition study mapping to helping them comply with regulations for permitting and mitigation design, monitoring, the whole gamut.
Okay. And does your work, I know you said you focus on wetlands, but does your work take you to other elements of the environment as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a few staff members that have more of a wildlife background, and I do field work with them routinely, and we incorporate wildlife habitat observations and screening for priority species into our reports as applicable.
And did those colleagues participate in...
Are you? Do you need me to repeat anything? Okay.
And did those colleagues, the ones you said that also work on animal habitat and plants, did they participate in the preparation or in Watershed's work on this project?
Yeah, absolutely. I did the field work with Jasmine Palmer. She has a Master's of Science in Biology, and she also has the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Marbled Murrelet Monitoring certification, just since that came up. And her focus, she did a lot of bird surveys and bird studies as part of her master's studies. And then Sarah Sandstrom oversaw the project, and she has a master's in fisheries biology.
I don't need a precise number here, but just to give us all a sense of it, how many environmental impact statements would you say during your time at Watershed has worked on?
That's a great question. So we most commonly provide the technical reports that inform EIS documentation, but we have been directly involved with EIS studies. I personally have been involved with probably a handful or more. The company itself, more than that, but I couldn't throw out a number.
Okay. As a scientist in this field, do you consider somebody who has a bachelor's degree in general science to have sufficient expertise to provide expert opinions on any project's impact on wildlife?
Well, I think anyone of any background is welcome to comment. Through this.
I'm talking about rendering an expert opinion, not just public comment.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that would be equivalent to the level of analysis that we've done as professionals preparing our documentation.
Okay. And is it true then that I understand Watershed was retained to take a look at the wetlands and study the impacts of this project on plants and animals? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review the draft environmental impact statement and the discussion that's in there pertaining to wetlands and plants and animals?
I have.
Okay. And in your view, is the discussion in the draft environmental impact statement consistent with the conclusions that Watershed drew on these subjects?
Yes.
And did Watershed play a role in preparing the responses to the comments that were received on the draft environmental impact statement?
Yes, I personally worked on that.
Okay. We're going to get into some of your conclusions, but I'd like to start by talking about the methodology you employed. Can you tell us, just generally, what was the methodology you used to study this site?
Sure. So our existing condition studies, both the stream and wetland delineation study and the habitat assessment, did have different study areas to adequately address potential issues that would reflect back on the lease area, that 5.5 acre area we've all been focused on. So for wetlands and streams, to capture any potential regulatory buffers under city code, we extended out 300 feet beyond that lease area, which exceeds, I believe, the highest potential buffer under city code. So we took a conservative approach with that respect. And then for wildlife, we followed WDFW, State Department of Fish and Wildlife, recommendations to guide us in establishing an appropriate study area. We selected 900 feet, so just viewing the priority habitats and species mapping, which is available online from WDFW, the priority species mapped in the area, the largest potential buffer was 660 feet, but we're aware of some higher buffers, such as for herons, so we went out 900 feet to be conservative.
So in both instances, your study area was approximately 50% greater than what's recommended?
That's about accurate.
Okay. Did you look at any aerial photographs or any mapping that was done by anybody else?
Well, routinely for these studies, we look at public domain information, such as the priority species habitat mapping that I mentioned from WDFW. There's also the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service National Wetland Inventory, and there are NRCS soil maps. NRCS. I say that one all the time, but I don't know if I could accurately deconstruct that. So, as well as city maps and just other publicly available information. And we do that ahead of our fieldwork to be sure that we're keyed into and aware of all potential areas that might need further scrutiny in the field.
Okay. Did you, speaking of the field, was there a site visit done?
Absolutely. There were a few site visits done.
Okay. Did you work with an arborist or maybe perhaps yourself do a tree inspection?
Well, we inspected trees. I walked the site with Jasmine Palmer and looked at snags and woody debris and, general composition of the forest from a habitat perspective as we screened for priority habitats, but we didn't do a formal arborist assessment.
You sat here yesterday through David Bain's testimony. I thought I saw you in the audience. Is that
yes,
right? Okay, so
correct.
You heard quite a bit about the marbled murrelet.
Correct.
I think I'm pronouncing that right. And it seemed as though the concern was that this bird could nest somewhere in this park at some point. And my question to you is it appropriate scientific methodology with respect to these kinds of studies to limit your analysis to the study area, or are you required to look at all 316 acres?
Well, we defined our study area as described based on the lease area, which was the project area that we were given for our review, and so it was focused on that, and I think we were thorough on that basis, and that was appropriate.
And if I recall reading the discussion in the EIS on endangered species in particular, even though you limited your study to 900 feet, I believe you still nevertheless identified a bald eagle site even outside that study area?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm saying in reference to endangered species in particular, and I'm flipping to it now. You identified, actually, do you have the draft EIS in front of you?
I believe that's what this is. Exhibit 19.
Exhibit 19. Can you flip to page 3.3-8?
Okay.
Do you see the section there that's entitled Threatened and Endangered Species?
I do.
Can you read us into the record the very first sentence of the second paragraph?
No federal or state listed threatened or endangered
No,
wildlife.
the second paragraph.
Oh, in addition to a review of PHS data indicates one bald eagle nest has been mapped in St. Edward's State Park approximately 350 feet outside of the study area and a quarter mile outside of the lease area.
So, is it fair for me to conclude from that sentence that you had a study area that's 50% greater than what Fish and Wildlife says is appropriate, and in fact you actually went even broader than that and looked for endangered species well beyond even the enhanced study area that you looked at? It seems pretty thorough to me.
Yeah, some of the broader review was more. We wanted to include documentation that we found in our office, our desk research. But in terms of boots on the ground, we were more in that 900-foot range.
Sure, but your study accounts for even more than 900 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell us what you concluded in terms of existing conditions with respect to wetlands? And if it's helpful to you, I'll refer you to a map. It's figure 3.3-1.
I don't suppose you know where that falls in the page sequencing.
It's a few pages before where you were reading. Figure 3.3-1.
Okay.
If that's helpful to your discussion, I thought you should have it in front of you. Can you tell us what you concluded about existing conditions in terms of wetlands?
Sure. So just on the outer fringe of our 300-foot study area for wetlands and streams, we identified 3 wetland areas and 2 streams.
Did you identify any wetlands or streams in the project area?
None.
Okay. How about plants? What conclusions did you draw about plants, existing conditions?
Well, the intact forested portion of the park is mixed conifer forest with diverse native understory. There are some invasive species patches, but there are snags and woody debris. In terms of the lawn area and the lease area that you can see on the aerial, those were just well-maintained, mowed lawns with some more landscape-style trees. So it was more of a maintained environment.
Okay. I'm certainly not an expert, but I'll ask you. It looks to me like there's 2, maybe 3 largish trees inside the project area, all in the sort of right-hand and lower part of the project area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the rest of it's lawn and pavement and building, correct?
Yeah, there are a few shrubs and things, but that's pretty much it.
Okay. Did you encounter any endangered or threatened plant species in your study area?
No, and none are mapped.
Okay. How about animals? What were your conclusions about existing conditions with respect to animals?
Well, the park, of course, provides habitat for a diversity of animals, but in terms of listed protected species, we found none. There is a pileated woodpecker, which WDFW has some management recommendations for. But again, those are outside of the lease area.
Okay. And you did note the bald eagle that's 350 feet outside your study area.
Correct. We assume that they stick closer to the shoreline portion of the park. We didn't observe any during our field visits, but they may certainly do flyovers periodically.
Okay. Did you encounter any marbled murrelets?
No.
Any signs of marbled murrelets?
No.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your conclusions with respect to the impacts of this project. What was your conclusion with respect to the impact of this project on wetlands?
We found no impact to wetlands.
And there's no stream or wetland in the project area, correct?
Correct.
So just to button one thing up, you didn't find any fish in the project area?
No.
Okay. Any fish in the study area?
No, those
Okay.
stream segments were identified as non-fish bearing.
Okay.
Non-fish bearing.
Okay. With respect to plants, what was your conclusion regarding the impact of the project on plants?
Other than those few trees that you noted, it looks like the impact area is primarily characterized by mowed lawns. So the significant habitat and vegetative structure that we observed would be left intact.
Okay, so you did conclude, though, that the changes to the parking lot might take out 10 trees? That was part of your conclusion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that does appear in the environmental impacts in the DEIS on page 3.3-9. Is that, if you need to flip to it to check, please do. Page 3.3-9 in the very bottom paragraph under the plant section. I'll read it into the record. Along the northeast edge of the lease area where an expansion of the parking area is proposed, 10 measured trees, as well as some adjacent unmeasured trees and trees in poor condition, will likely need to be removed to accommodate the parking lot entrance of the main road. That's what you're talking about when you say some trees need to be removed?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if there is if you recall, a different impact under Alternative 2? If it would help you, you can flip to 3.3-11.
Okay.
And in particular, the last sentence of the first paragraph under the section heading.
So it says under Alternative 2, this area would remain in its current
What? We can.
Sorry, Alternative 2 states the vegetation would remain as is.
Okay. Let's talk about animals. Did you have any conclusions, or what were your conclusions about the impacts of this project to animals?
Because the forested habitat is remaining intact and the use is focused on an existing maintained developed area, we did not identify any significant impacts.
Would you flip to page 3.3-10 of the DEIS, the same document you're in?
Okay.
And I'm going to draw your attention to a couple of sentences under the animals heading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Last sentence of the first paragraph. Construction activities would be limited to daylight hours, and temporary increases in noise could temporarily disturb wildlife occurring adjacent to the project area within approximately 750 feet. Is that consistent with your conclusion and findings?
Yes.
Okay, so you have disclosed that construction noise could affect the animals.
Yes, of course.
And the very next sentence says, operational noise and light from the proposed project. It's my turn to have to clear my throat, apparently. I'll start over. Operational noise and light from the proposed project could also affect wildlife in the site vicinity. Is that consistent with your findings and conclusion?
That is correct, yes.
And so you agree? Would you agree with me that the DEIS, the EIS documents disclose that noise and light from the lodge as it's operating could, in fact, affect wildlife in the area?
That's correct.
Okay. One more sentence out of this section. This is further down in the same paragraph. Second to last sentence reads, in addition, increased traffic at night may create a movement hazard for reptiles and amphibians in the area. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your findings and conclusions?
It is.
Okay, and so the DEIS does talk about traffic at night perhaps affecting a couple of these animals.
True.
Okay. Did you discuss or analyze potential cumulative impacts of this project? If you want to flip to 3.3-12 to refresh your recollection, you're welcome to do that.
Okay, I'm at that section.
Okay. Did you have any conclusions about the cumulative impacts of this project in operation and Bastyr University?
Just a moment. I should probably read through this.
Let me just to try to kind of move this along. Let me ask the question a different way. The cumulative impacts that are discussed in the section entitled "Indirect and Cumulative Impacts" talk about an increased lighting and noise as a result of Bastyr, this potential ball field project, and obviously operations at the lodge.
Right.
Is that consistent with your analysis and conclusion, or do you disagree and you think there wouldn't be cumulative impacts?
No, I agree with these cumulative impacts.
Okay. I have a question about mitigation measures, and you'll see that's the discussion of mitigation measures starts on that same page. Would you flip to the next page? There was a concern, I don't know if I think you were in the room, somebody talked about trying to limit activities to, during the nesting season for birds. Do you remember that concern?
I do.
Okay. Would you please read the second bullet point on page 3.3-13?
Avoid or limit construction activities during February through July to minimize disturbances to nearby breeding birds as feasible.
Okay. And is it your professional opinion that as long as this mitigation measure is followed, there shouldn't be a significant impact to breeding birds in the area?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Got a couple questions to Sal.
Okay.
In terms of the light and noise impacts, I mean, how far outside of the developed area would you consider? Do you think that would affect wildlife? And maybe wildlife is too broad a term, but how far out would you go before you wouldn't notice the light and noise of the developed portions of the site at night?
Right. Well, I don't have hard data on that, but given the setting of that, the seminary building, it is surrounded by intact forest. The decibels of sound does decrease over distance, and the vegetation does help damper that somewhat. I did a little bit of reading and discussion with my colleague Sarah Sandstrom about noise relative to wildlife disturbance, and it was kind of getting up to speed. I'm not used to reading the decibel ranges, but it's based on that sort of preliminary overview. The ambient noise would have to increase 20 to 25 decibels for it to disturb species such as marbled murrelet, although, as stated, they're not currently present on the site. And over the many hundreds of feet between sort of the shoreline forested area versus the seminary building itself, it just, in terms of seminary use, I think it's unlikely that there would be an impact. In terms of trail use, that is an existing use. And I think it's important to note that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines about noise and wildlife disturbance talks about an increase over the existing baseline. So that should be something to consider as that's looked at.
Yeah, because you'll recall from Dr. Bain's testimony, it sounded like he based a lot of concern about impacts on, like, nighttime trail use, that would occur because of the project. And I was thinking it from, I guess, kind of a reasonable standpoint. At night, people aren't going to be going on 1 mile hikes in the dark on trails. At night, they might be going nearby the project. But would marbled murrelet, if they were to nest at this park, would they nest close to the project site, you think, or would they choose to nest in the more remote areas of the park where people aren't likely to walk at night? I mean, that's...
Yeah,
follow that.
I do follow that line of questioning. I do want to preface this by saying it's highly speculative because,
Yeah.
we don't even have the current habitat conditions present. But I would think, based on their aversion to disturbance, that they would be more likely to choose nesting sites that are already located closer to the shoreline and potentially away from some of the interior trails that are frequently used.
Now, Dr. Bain testified, I think he testified in his opinion, it was likely that, at least after 20 years, marbled murrelet would nest in this area. Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, again, I feel like that's a little difficult to speculate. I do understand sort of the desire to look longer term. But I feel like the arborist might be able to speak to that a little bit more than I would. They do need old growth trees, at least 150, 200 years old, that have specific characteristics for nesting, as well as surrounding habitat. So we just have to see if those conditions develop or not, and that's a big question.
Great, thank you. All right, Ms. Welling, any questions? Okay, Mr. Casaguma?
None.
All right, Ms. Hurt, your turn.
Thank you for the information. So,
Ms. Hurt, can you please speak into the microphone?
I think I turned it off. I'm sorry, I put it up there and to pull back down. So I was so busy taking the one of the concerns that's been expressed is the headlight lumen, which you alluded to. How do you see that affecting animals in the park?
Again, I just, you mean, can you clarify what you mean by headlight?
Concern is the effect of the light on nocturnal animals that live in the park. Right now, it's dark except for a couple of lights at night. So the headlights of cars entering and exiting in the dark, what damage would that cause animals?
I would think that it's likely to cause some avoidance behavior of that corridor, potentially. But I don't have any hard data on that.
So you don't have hard data on the effect of the extra light in the park due to this project on wildlife, except right around the building?
Correct.
And you see do you see any effect of the light around the building on the animals?
We have identified that in the EIS as a cumulative impact and suggested mitigation measures.
Okay. And will downlighting that is suggested address that? In your opinion, will the downlighting?
I think it would minimize that.
Okay. One of the questions is, page 3.3-13, that list of mitigations or control limit disturbances.
Okay.
Okay. Direct lighting. So the line item under the control, that's the direct lighting.
Mm-hmm.
This reads, direct lighting away from natural areas, use downcast lighting, and limit or exclude night lighting where feasible. Can you please define where feasible means?
I think that's yet to be determined. I assume it's based on public safety.
You think it's public safety is based on?
That's my assumption, but it's an assumption.
Okay, it's only assumption. Okay. And could I please confer for just a moment to see if oh, he's here. Okay. Okay, just a moment.
Could I read it?
Can he read it? I can't read his writing.
No, like I said, I didn't explain myself before when there was an objection about having multiple questioners. But
Yeah,
I just think it's
I know.
more
That's
efficient to allow you each to, ask questions from your own area of expertise. And also, I recognize the appellants have been subject to a barrage of questions from 3 separate parties, so I don't see it as completely inequitable that
We won't object.
provide your questions from 2.
Go ahead.
So anyway,
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not the expert, obviously.
Okay. Let's see. The hearing examiner was trying to figure out if people went out walking at night, where would they go, and would that be the same place that the birds would be going? So behind you there's a map that shows neighborhoods surrounding the park and Bastyr University. And with that in mind, where would sensitive species like marbled murrelets go if they wanted to get away from human development? Which parts of the park?
Well, again, I think it's highly speculative to state where a species that's not currently present in the park would be. It is a park within an urbanized environment, so usually an interior space would be the logical retreat.
Okay, and are the interior spaces as close to the lodge as anywhere else, given that you've got neighborhoods to the south and the east and the north?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out if you're a bird and you want to get as far away from developed landscape. I kind of look and maybe toward the northwest corner of the park and maybe the south central portion of the park. You're as far away from people as you can get. But would you agree with that?
That seems logical.
Okay, and does that look like it's terribly far from where people will be spending the night?
Yeah, so the bald eagle nest that I've mentioned a few times is in the northwest corner, and we identified that as a quarter mile from the lodge, the leasing area. So the area to the south is even further than that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just
Those all the questions?
I think my only question would be, based on your background, your expertise, your field studies, there's concern about animals in the forest on the edge of this development. Do you see, and I know that you covered a lot of this for the site and then you looked at it and it was a larger area than expected. I understand that. What impact do you see on animals that are now living in that forest close to the intended development? Do you see a change, impact other from the things that we've listed? And
if I may help the witness just to move this along, if you could look at page 3.3-12.
Thank you.
The fourth paragraph down, I think, might speak to this question.
This is...
In particular, the last sentence of that paragraph, I think, perhaps.
Sure. So, thank you. I think this summarizes the point nicely. I would expect some animals would avoid the area, particularly nocturnal animals, because of the increased use in light.
And so that could, this reads that this could affect foraging, reproduction, communication, and other behaviors. So,
right. So I think they would avoid the areas to minimize those potential impacts.
Okay. Go deeper into the forest?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
They would go deeper into the forest?
Well, they would avoid the areas that had light that was
That's what I'm saying.
affecting them.
They'd move further into the forest from being on those edges.
That seems logical.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Hurt. Any redirect?
Just briefly, there was a question asked about, you said you found a bald eagle sort of in the northwest corner there.
Mm-hmm. It's mapped by WDFW. We didn't physically see it.
Right. I'm sorry. Right. It was mapped. And I believe Dr. Bain asked you whether the northwest corner would be sort of a fairly attractive place for a future marbled murrelet or perhaps the bald eagle that was mapped. Can you take a look at that map over your left shoulder and tell me what you see in the northwest corner?
I see a intact forest and an existing trail.
Okay, do you see the white box and the words McDonald property over it?
I do.
Okay, were you in the room when Trevina Wang testified about the McDonald property?
Yes, I understand it would be added to the park as part of this.
Did you hear the part where she said that if that deal, the addition of the McDonald property to the park, couldn't happen unless this project went forward? Did you hear that part?
I did hear that testimony.
Okay. And did you hear her say that if that property did not become part of this park, it's going to be turned into a residential subdivision? Did you hear that part?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, would it be better for the bald eagle that's been mapped and this hypothetical marbled murrelet someday, would it be better for those birds if that property were added to the park as part of this project, or would it be better for the bird that was turned into a residential subdivision?
Well, maintaining it intact is better for wildlife.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Lund. Next witness.
May I ask a couple questions?
Pardon?
May I ask a couple questions about her
Sure, yeah.
final testimony? Ms. Lund, you were asked a question about the end of the fourth paragraph on 3.3-12 of the DEIS.
Yes.
And as you know, this is a sentence concerning increased orientation or disorientation from artificial lights on animals. It's the effect of that on animals. Mm-hmm. So my question is, would the intensity of the light glare make any difference in that effect upon animals?
Yes, it would, and that's identified in the mitigation measures.
Okay. And how about the extended time of the light and glare? Would it make a difference if the time of light and glare was, for example, only during the first few hours of the evening as opposed to all night? Is there a difference in the impact on the animals under different length or time circumstances?
Yes, I don't have a quantifiable answer to that, but that's why the mitigation measures say that lights will be turned off as feasible or not used as feasible.
All right. So your comments here are general comments, and you weren't presented with any specific scenarios concerning the length of time for the light glare or the intensity of the light glare. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you, Ms. Lund.
Thank you.
We'd like to call Scott Baker.
Okay. Have you been sworn in, Mr. Baker? Yesterday. Okay, great. You're still under oath?
Good afternoon, Mr. Baker.
Hi there.
At some point in your testimony, we are going to refer to your arborist report, which is in that giant black folder in front of you with the blue sheets, and it is exhibit number 34. Mr. Baker, I understand that you are have 40 years of experience in arboriculture. Is that correct?
That is.
And one of your specialties is urban forest issues.
Yes, that would be correct.
Can you describe to us the education you obtained to have that specialty and your training in arboriculture?
Well, so I'm currently the founder and one of the principal consultants, Tree Solutions, Inc. in Seattle. And my background in arboriculture began as a commercial arborist when I was still in college. So my education is a Bachelor of Arts from the Evergreen State College, and then subsequently a lifelong learner studying in the field of arboriculture. So currently, I'm a registered consulting arborist through the American Society of Consulting Arborists.
I'm a board-certified master arborist through the International Society of Arboriculture. I'm a qualified tree risk assessor, and I'm an instructor for the International Qualification in Tree Risk Assessment. I also hold a Washington State Pesticides Consultant permit. And my main background is that I've studied trees and worked in them my whole adult life. And additionally, I worked in the development world quite a bit during my career.
For those of us who are less familiar with the field of arboriculture, can you describe what it takes to become a registered consulting arborist?
At the time that I did it, it required proving a master's degree educationally, which I did through all the continuing education conferences, et cetera, that I've attended, which I've done steadily throughout my career. And then you had to attend a week-long school, essentially, and then have scenario reports, produce scenario reports based on scenarios, and also submit redacted reports of your own to show that you're capable.
And what does it take to become a master arborist, a certified master arborist?
That's essentially the highest credential that ISA has right now, and it's essentially you have to demonstrate a broad knowledge of arboriculture and pass a fairly difficult test, and then keep up with continuing education. And once you become a board-certified master arborist, you have to show that you have continued to educate yourself in 7 different domains, 7 subcategories of arboriculture.
And have you maintained your education in those 7 different categories?
I have.
I understand that you, with Tree Solutions Incorporated, consults on various arbor-related needs, and that you pride yourself in your neutrality. Is that correct?
We do. It's been my experience that the best way to do our job and to help people is to be, as best we can, strict science-based consultants. In other words, I see our job as consultants to provide the client with scientific-based information. Any opinion should be clearly labeled as such, and our goal is not to make the decisions, but to, give the client the tools they need to make their decisions regarding tree and vegetation management.
I draw your attention to your report in front of you. Can I take you to page 12? It's Appendix B. It's the methods. And this is the report done for the project we're all here to talk about, correct?
That is correct.
And are these methods what you used for your arborist report?
Yes, this describes what we did on the property.
And are these the typical methods used and that are accepted by arborists, expert arborists?
They would be typical, except for the last 2 paragraphs there. Our firm is a leader in the use of technology tools to assess trees, and so most arboriculturalists would not have access to those tools.
So is it fair to summarize these methods as typical with some cutting-edge developments?
Yeah, are typical with a high-level consultant in arboriculture.
And let's go to the summaries, that first page. The second paragraph states that the City of Kenmore requires a tree density of 30 trees per acre, which would require a tree density of at least 210 units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And am I correct that your conclusion was that by potentially removing the 10 trees that have been previously discussed, that would leave 325.2 tree credits?
Yes, per the Kenmore Code, that would be correct.
Would exceed the amount required by the Kenmore City Code?
It would exceed it, not counting any planting that might be done as part of the project, which would bring the credits up higher.
And you did a site visit in order to produce these results.
Pardon me?
Did you visit the site?
Yes, I've visited the site several times.
And you did that personally?
Actually, in this case, yes, with one of my associate consultants, Catherine Taylor.
And did you find any threatened or endangered plant species within the study area?
No.
Let me take you to the DEIS, which I hope is the document to your right. I'm sorry. There we are. And can you please go to section 3.3? While you're looking at your, you still have the arborist report in front of you?
I do.
So the sentence that we read said that there was a tree density of 30 trees per acre. Should that have said it was a tree density of 30 tree units per acre?
I believe that's correct.
Right, so just to clarify, tree units, not trees.
What page are you on, please?
I was, for the question I just asked, that was page 1 of the arborist report, the summary.
I thought you said 3.3, that's why.
I jumped around a bit. So we are now going to be discussing page 3.3-9.
Thank you. Just trying to find you.
Are you there?
Yeah.
So this describes the impacts under Alternative 1. Have you reviewed this section before?
I have.
Is this consistent with your expert report?
I believe it is, yes.
And it identifies the potential removal of 10 trees?
Based on the preliminary planning that we looked at prior to and subsequent to our site visit, that's correct.
And can I have you flip 2 pages forward to 3.3-11? This describes the impacts under Alternative 2.
3.3-11?
3.3-11 under the plants headline. Oh, it's, I'm sorry, page 3.3-11.
Okay.
You see the plants heading?
I do.
Have you reviewed this section?
I have.
And is this consistent with your expert report?
It is.
Are you familiar with the marbled murrelet?
I am.
How do you have your familiarity with that bird?
Well, I'm not a scientist studying the marbled murrelets, but good friends of mine were amongst the tree climbers that determined where they actually nested. It was quite a mystery for some time. But I'm interested in forest management and forest preservation in the Northwest, and so as anybody who's followed that issue knows, the marbled murrelet is something you'd want to know about and understand. So in my work at Tree Solutions, I do get into older forests on occasion, and I was fascinated to see that this subject came up with regard to this project.
Are you familiar with the habitat that the marbled murrelet requires?
I am.
And am I correct that marbled murrelets require old-growth trees to nest?
Yes, it's generally, they're talking about trees 100 plus to 250 years old, but it's more the forest characteristics than the actual age of the trees. So yes, old growth is the term that's often used.
And you visited the site area, as you mentioned before.
I'm familiar with the entire site. Bastyr University is a client of ours, and I'm a user of the park, so yes.
Are there any trees in the lease area that could potentially become old-growth trees within the next 50 years?
I would say no.
All right, the next 100 years?
Within the lease area, the conditions will probably never occur unless you just stopped mowing and let everything revert back to forest, because those are trees in a mowed turf area, landscape really. And so the habitat for the murrelet requires the complexity of a complete forest of some size, and as we've heard from the real experts on the murrelet, proximity to their marine habitat.
Are there any trees that you've identified in St. Edward State Park that might potentially become marbled murrelet habitat in the near future?
You have to define the near future. You mean with
20 years?
No, I'd say not 20 years.
When 30 years?
Probably a bit more than that, but it would be hard to say. But generally, I think the forest there is, we all agree that the place was logged in the 1920s, so we're talking about a forest that's just approaching 100 years of age. It's also a forest surrounded by an urban area, and it's a forest that has plenty of issues regarding species of plants that wouldn't normally be found in a native forest, so-called invasive species.
So do the invasive species that are present in St. Edward Park make it a less attractive habitat for the marbled murrelet?
Possibly. I couldn't say for sure, but English ivy or Hedera hibernica particularly just outcompetes a lot of other vegetation. So it's going to be a forest that's, if that's not controlled and managed, then you'll have a forest that's lacking some of the features that would normally be present in an older forest.
And am I correct that old growth doesn't just refer to an individual tree, it's a broader habitat? Is that correct?
I think that's generally correct. You'll hear people, myself included, find a remnant tree and say that's an old growth tree. There are old growth fragments very near St. Edward's Park at O.O. Park, in Seward Park in Seattle, Lincoln Park. But these are just handfuls of trees. They don't have a large, complete forest setting around them.
So given your familiarity with the trees that may become suitable for the marbled murrelet and the park, do you think it's likely that the marbled murrelet will nest near the seminary?
I suppose that if the forest does continue to grow there, which would be a wonderful thing, and it's managed to keep holly and English ivy and other species at bay, if the birds did come, as was asked of the previous witness, they probably would not be nesting really proximate to any of the areas that have much activity, though, so not near the university and probably not near the lodge area. They'd be nesting in the more peripheral areas or down towards the water would be my guess.
And do you have any other projects involving the marbled murrelet right now?
No, but I have two projects involving aging of forests and commenting on the forest characteristics, with the question being asked, is this old-growth forest?
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Oh, before you go, can I ask you about the mitigation? Back to the DEIS. Can I have you go to page 3.3-13? And I'm looking at the last two bullet points there. In your opinion, if these mitigation measures are enacted, would it avoid any significant environmental impact to trees?
The two measures that are suggested here, one says, consider the removal of invasive plant species and or installing native vegetation in areas currently maintained as lawn to provide additional wildlife habitat and function as a buffer between developed and undeveloped areas. The second one is consider the installation of snags, downed wood, rock piles, year-round water features, nesting platforms, or boxes to encourage wildlife use. So I believe if those ideas were carried out, it would help mitigate the loss of any trees that might come out as part of the project.
Can I also have you look at the two bullet points above that, the ones that start with any excavation required within the critical root zone, and the one below that that says prior to commencing any grading or clearing?
Yeah, this is, I believe this is taken from our work from the report that's in the exhibit here, and this would be specific to, for instance, the parking lot expansion that's been talked about. Our firm is a specialist in preserving trees, so this is directly analogous to the new parking lot at Bastier's Dorms, where we worked on the forest edge to keep the forest right up to the edge of the parking lot, which does involve removing trees that are going to be damaged or pose a risk to the parking lot. So you're basically taking out some of the larger stems and leaving trees to come back in. And then the use of the pneumatic tool allows knowing where you have roots and careful root pruning if you have to do that. And then the second bullet point there is all talking about fairly typical tree preservation approaches that are used here in the jurisdictions in the Northwest, and those are very effective in retaining trees, because the biggest issue that affects trees in sites like this is, basically grading or disturbance of surface soils near the trees.
So in your expert opinion, these would be effective mitigation measures?
I believe they would be, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Okay. All right, Ms. Welling, any questions? Okay.
Mr. Baker, you testified that the forest in St. Edward State Park was logged in the 1920s. Do you know if the forest was replanted or was it allowed to naturally regenerate?
I believe that is a naturally regenerated forest. It would have been quite uncommon to see a replanting in that area in that era.
Is there a difference in the amount of time that it takes for a forest to develop the structural characteristics of old-growth habitat for marbled murrelets, depending on the management that goes into that forest? I apologize for the inartful wording of that, but I hope you get my drift.
I do, and I just completed a project on Bainbridge Island where we knew the trees were old, and there was a component of the public there that really wanted it to be old growth already. However, when we got there, we found stumps. And so the drift of your question is that in a true old growth forest, there's generally not been any logging. In other words, no biomass is removed from the forest. And one of the key components in these forests is all the biomass from the trees that have grown and fallen over. So my reading would say, my knowledge from reading and the work I get to do would say it might take a little longer for a forest such as the one in St. Edwards to work its way back to old growth form, because when it was originally altered, the logs were removed. And in those days, I wonder, but I bet they would have burned the debris.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kazaguman.
Mr. Baker, I draw your attention to the diagram to the left behind you, and first make a statement that this is a blow-up of figure 2-2 in the draft environmental impact statement. And if you look at it closely, I think you will see that it shows many trail areas throughout the state park. Do you see that?
I do.
And I think I heard you testify that you visited the state park many times, so should I assume that you're aware of these trails and of their existence?
I am.
With respect to the marble murrelet, would the existence of these trails, and assuming that there are hundreds of thousands of trail users each year to the park, and the use of these trails by those visitors have an impact or affect the possibility that murrelets would establish the park as a nesting area?
Well, I suppose that would possibly be the case. I've read a lot of the papers and research on the murrelet, and they are considered to really like their privacy. And the way they nest would really prove that. If you ever saw some of those nests, it's just a great thing. But I do believe that the trail use probably has an impact on critters in general in the park. On the other hand, this is it doesn't feel urban when you're in the park, but to me, this is an urban park. It's surrounded by a very dense area with people. So, but I do believe that if the birds did show up there and nest, they would be as far away from people as they could get, based that on the testimony of the other witnesses and my knowledge of the birds.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Kazaguman? Pardon?
Yes, thank you. That's it.
Oh, okay, wonderful. All right, Ms. Hurt.
Earlier, I talked about the 10 trees that would be cut down, destroyed for the additional parking in alternate one. I would like to know the status of those trees. Are they all healthy?
I believe there were 2 trees there that we felt had structural issues that might pose some risk, and that not necessarily an unhealthy tree. You can have a tree that's high risk and really healthy. The other trees were in good condition. The trees on the park property there get no maintenance at all for the most part, and these would fall into that category. The woods were, since the place has been benignly maintained since the seminary closed, that whole area, the woods have kind of filled in and moved into the property. So, but yes, those trees they're perfectly good trees.
Okay, and I think there's, I'm not looking at the chart, there were, well, either 6 or 7 red cedars. How long does it take a red cedar to grow?
Well, these trees are less than 100 years old, so those trees could be anywhere up to 100, up to say 90 years old or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, and but isn't it true that the other tree was a hemlock? I'm doing this from memory.
Okay.
And they grow faster. At least they do.
Hemlock is considered an early successional species. It's the shortest lived of our native conifers, but no less of a good tree, in my opinion, despite that. But I think the forest there is pretty even age. You're going to have some variation. You'll have younger trees, particularly in that park, where areas that were once cleared are being reforested. You'll have younger seedling trees, and you work your way back, the trees are older and further in the woods.
Okay, and so comparing these trees, are the red cedars more important than the hemlocks as far as value of a tree? You know, which one has...
Well, I appraise trees all the time, okay. So sadly, a western red cedar would be worth more than a western hemlock for no really good reason. But in terms of value, I think the interest here is in their value as a component of the forest ecosystem. And both trees can harbor animals, and once they're old enough, will eventually have a collection of epiphytic plants that live on them, lichens, et cetera. So I'm not sure I answered your question, though.
No, you did answer it. What I'm hearing, in addition to the question I asked, was the trees have value now as they stand because of being habitat for birds and lichen and some of the wildlife.
I don't think anybody could really argue against that. Even the trees interior to the property, some of which have some pretty big breakouts, et cetera, which encourage nesting habitat. Those trees also harbor the same kind of critters and what I call the associates of trees. So taking down 10 trees does disturb some of the habitat that animals There's always an impact
have.
when you remove a tree. It's unavoidable. Okay. In this case, because they have a good project team, we would avoid some of the downstream impacts which often occur, which is to say that I know that the team will make sure that the trees are removed carefully without grubbing stumps and thus damaging trees that are nearby that are going to be left. That's a common problem that you see, a tree that's retained, but it's not really because it's been badly damaged during the construction. It'll last for a while and then go away. So that's something I like to see avoided on projects that I work on.
Okay. And would you mind just pointing out where these trees are?
Sure,
on
no
this
problem.
map over here that's bigger.
There's 2 areas where there might be some tree conservation. You can see that from what I can see, and I don't know if these are to scale. Here's the original triangle lot. And then this area here, kind of a lawn area with a little bit of parking. And, there's some trees that would be removed in here or altered just for safety for the new parking lot. And then a group of more significant trees that would come out are in this corner. And I believe that I'm pretty sure that the Nuns Garden has come up is outside of the leased area.
I know it's outside the leased area.
It would have some effect from the tree removal, but I don't believe it would be a negative effect with regards to that garden continuing to grow.
Thank you. Thanks for, yes, a lot more than yes and no, and I appreciate it. So I think he's, do you have any other? Okay. Well, just tell me the question. And
I think we cited
We don't mind.
I just asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you're quite familiar with trees well beyond the boundary of the park, so I was wondering if you knew of other stands of relatively old trees within 10 miles of the shore on the east side of Puget Sound.
I know of one fragment in O. Denny Park, very close to the site.
And how large is that?
I don't know in acres, probably in the few acre range. Most people don't know these trees exist. They're very large, but they're very old, and so they're shorter than you might expect. And then there's a teeny fragment, actually maybe bigger than O. Denny, would be Seward Park, which I would say is beginning to have the characteristics you might need for nesting of a murrelet, although that park gets a huge amount of use, and it's not that, there's no place you can hide, not as big as St. Edwards, in other words. So.
Okay. So if you were updating the recovery plan and trying to say, here's where we're going to end up with murrelets eventually on the east side of Puget Sound without going all the way to the foothills, is St. Edwards like among the top 5 spots where you did that?
That's a little outside my expertise, but if I might, if I'm up here to comment, so
Go for it. I got to hear from Ms.
if
Welling.
the park sits there for a long time,
Oh, no, we have an objection to resolve.
Oh, she waved me away, so go ahead.
I'm lost now.
You can continue to answer
okay,
your
so
question. That's where we're at.
So it's my opinion that if the park is managed to keep invasive species out and minimize the use, which is difficult, it's difficult to keep people on trails, that eventually you might see marbled murrelets and other critters come back there. What I also believe is that the renovation of the building and the leased area land would probably have no impact on that. That's my educated guess.
Yeah, so any impact would have to be because of the way people going to and from that land behave. It's not what goes on within the lease area itself.
I think that's a legitimate statement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and for the record, that was Dr. Bain asking the questions there. So, okay, Ms. Hurd, any other questions?
no.
Okay, all right. Sorry. Okay, we'll move back then to redirect that, and then after that, we'll take stock of where we are in today's proceedings, and then take a break. So,
Mr. Baker, I believe I just heard you say that you would need to minimize use in the area in order to support the marbled murrelet in the future. Is that correct?
I think that the question of use is legitimate and not necessarily related to the project we're talking about. The area is growing like crazy, and all of our urban parklands are experiencing higher use than they have in the past. And I don't think this place will be any different in that.
Would you consider 865,000 people a year minimized use that would support a marbled murrelet?
I can't speak for the murrelets, but I know that the park is very well used and well loved, and that's always a dilemma for, if you're a preservationist, you really would, many would say, keep the people out altogether, and that's not going to work in a state park in an urban area.
So I believe you said that the park may support marbled murrelets if decades passed and this park would take more time than others to become old growth forest, that use was minimized, that the invasive species was managed, and people stayed on trails outside the leased area. Is that correct?
That's essentially what I said, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
okay. So, how many more witnesses, the applicants, you intend to have at this point?
So we have 3 witnesses, although I suspect at least one of them is going to overlap heavily with the city, and that would be Brian Hampson. Our proposal would be, are you inclined to take a short break? Is that
yeah? After we're done figuring
so
out. So
after the break, we would call Jennifer Barnes, the traffic and parking consultant. Then we would call Jeff Ding, who's headed up the general, sort of the overall preparation of the EIS, and then we would call Mr. Hampson, and I suspect the city also has a substantial number of questions for Mr. Hampson, so there's probably a bit of overlap with that.
And
And that would be it for us.
I could say the city does not have a lot of questions for Mr. Hampson. We will call Mr. Zach Richardson, but probably only take about 3 or 4 minutes for him.
Okay. And Ms. Welling, do you have any witnesses you intend on calling? Or?
No, sir.
Oh,
Parks is done.
okay, so we've got 4 more
I'm
witnesses.
feeling
and then-
optimistic.
Pardon?
Feeling optimistic
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, I think we could just do it.
Mr.
And
Hearing
then,
Examiner? Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah.
Can I ask a procedural question? And it has to do with how we carry out the rest of the proceedings today. As Mr. Hearing Examiner knows, you were requested by the applicants to change the order of the last 3 items on the agenda. Currently, it stands as city response and closing, applicant rebuttal and closing, and then appellant rebuttal and closing. And the applicant has asked to switch the last 2.
Yeah,
I was
and
just
I
wondering
denied
if-
that in my email response.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, because the appellants, since they have the burden of proof, do have the right to go first and last, as typical due process.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Otherwise, if I switched the order, the applicant would then have an opportunity to respond to the appellant's opening presentation and then rebut their closing, which it kind of, tips the whole proceeding upside down, because as I mentioned, as you know, in a typical criminal case or code enforcement case, the person with the burden of proof usually goes first and last, and that's the
And the second thing I
order I'm
wanted to
imposing
confirm
here.
is that after the city's witnesses, then you would expect us to give our closing argument before the rebuttal testimony.
That's right, but if you're more comfortable deferring your closing till later, I think that's fair, because you didn't get a chance to hear all the evidence presented. I would allow that if that's what you would prefer.
I would prefer that we wait till the end.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
I can do that. All right, so let's take then a 10-minute break and then power through. All right, okay, let's get back in the record. March 2nd, 2017, about 10 after 3 p.m. We're in the St. Edwards Park project, CSP 160077. We're in the applicant portion of the SEPA appeal. Portion of the hearing. And just now to be clear in terms of, before we went into break, agreed to a modification to the format today, and let me be clear about how this will go then. Once the applicant is finished presenting their evidence, then, or I can call it response evidence, then we'll move on to the city, and they can present their witnesses. Then the appellants will be able to close by presenting their rebuttal witnesses. Then after that, we will go into a separate closing phase. That's not what was in my pre-hearing order. And the order of closing argument then will be city, then parks, then applicant, then appellant. And at that time, we can discuss whether or not we want to do that in writing as opposed to verbally. I mean, that your mind may change depending on how late it is by the time we get there, but we'll see. So anyway, with that, we'll move on then to the applicant's next witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Barnes. Did you take the oath yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself and summarize your educational background?
My name is Jennifer Barnes, Jennifer Barnes. I am a licensed civil engineer specializing in transportation, licensed in Washington State. I received my bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Iowa State University, and my master's degree in civil engineering with an emphasis in transportation from University of Washington.
And in case there's any confusion on this, this is a consolidated hearing, so any testimony that Ms. Barnes provided during the site plan doesn't have to be repeated. It's considered to be subject to this appeal hearing as well.
I'm going to do my best to avoid duplication.
Okay, sure.
I did not say my educational background yesterday.
Right. And I think you said you're employed by Heffernan.
I am. I'm with Heffron Transportation. I've been with the company for about 6.5 years out of 20 plus years of transportation experience.
And Heffron was retained to do the transportation and parking analysis in the DEIS?
Yes, actually prior to the DEIS.
Okay. And just ballpark, how many environmental analysis, strike that. Just ballpark, how many environmental analysis projects would you say you've done over your career?
So out of my career, I've been doing work along these lines for about 14 years. 8 years with the company before Heffron, which was an actual environmental consulting company. So it's hard to count, but easily in the ballpark of 100 or more.
Okay. And you and your company wrote a technical memorandum relating to this project, is that right?
Correct.
And does that technical memorandum appear, or was it attached to the DEIS as Appendix H?
Yes.
Okay. And did you initial that memorandum?
Yes, I prepared that technical memorandum.
Okay. Is it your job on a project like this to calculate the number of parking spaces?
It's not my job to calculate the code requirements for parking spaces, but it's my job to evaluate the potential parking demand and assess the adequacy of the parking, whether it be the code required or what is proposed to accommodate that demand.
Okay, so if a client comes to you and says, I want to build a school, how many parking spots do I need? How do you answer that question?
Usually I start with how many parking spaces can you build, and then do an assessment to determine if that, I mean, there are code requirements. So the first answer would be talk to the architect or the land use planner and find out what the code requirements are. A lot of the time, our analyses, what is proposed may or may not meet code requirements. For us, that's good information, but what we evaluate is the demand and the adequacy of the parking to accommodate that demand.
So is it fair to say your conclusion on a project like this is to assess whether or not the proposed parking is enough, and if it's not, to tell us what might need to be done to deal with parking?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a hand in the preparation of the draft EIS?
Yes, I wrote the draft EIS section.
That's the part on the transportation section?
Transportation section of the draft EIS.
And for the record, that's section 3.12. Did you also have a hand in preparing responses to comments that were made on the draft EIS?
Yes, I prepared responses to many transportation and parking comments on the draft EIS for the FEIS.
Okay. As I understand this section, and I'm looking at section 3.12 of the draft EIS, it looks to me like you've organized your analysis into several categories, and the first one, which starts on page 3.12-2, is traffic volumes. 3.12-2.
Yep.
Okay. And as I understand the way you've organized this, you start by talking about what's described as a sort of 2020 no action alternative, and then you look at alternative 1 and alternative 2. And so what I'd like to do is walk you through each one of those.
Okay.
So let's start with the no action alternative. So I'm going to have her flip to page 3.12-5.
Yep.
Okay. And here there's a section called Year 2020 No Action Traffic Volumes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to have you flip back a page before we get to this narrative. And there's a table on the middle of page 3.12-4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that table is telling us?
That is summarizing the level of service. That's the results of the operational analysis at the intersection of Juanita Drive and Northeast 145th Street for existing conditions based on counts that were conducted at that intersection for both the AM morning peak, commute peak hour, and the evening peak hour. The reason we do the peak hour analysis is that it's the highest traffic volume, so all of the analysis is done for traffic analysis is done for those periods because it's the worst case condition.
Okay. And it says, I'm going to ask if I'm understanding this correctly. I see it's sort of two sections to this table. One says existing 2016 and then future 2020 no action. Is that
correct?
So is that telling us that the LOS today is B, and the LOS 4 years from now, if nothing at all happens, will be C.
So I would say, so yes, the level of service under existing conditions is B. The level of service, which is the measure of the traffic operations, which can be A through F, what we're looking at is to see if the level of service is at or better than the city's adopted standard for that location. And the city's standard is D. What the future 2020 no action analysis reflects is without the project, so if nothing happened at the project site, but it does take into account growth that would be expected to occur from other uses that access Northeast 145th Street, namely Bastyr University, and this also takes into account the effect of the potential Ballfields project. Ballfields project that the city is considering.
Okay, so am I correct then that your conclusion is today it's level of service B, and that if this project never happened, it would still likely be level of service C in 4 years?
Correct.
Okay, and you said that you looked at a bunch of data to reach that conclusion. I want to walk through some of that data and make sure we have it clearly in the record. Before I get there, on the current traffic volumes, you said that you actually did traffic counts. And I see under this table 3.12-1, there's a notation. It says source, Heffron Transportation, Inc., September 2016. Is that when you took the traffic counts?
No, that's when we did the level of service analysis.
Okay, so when did you take the traffic counts?
The morning peak hour count was taken, I believe, in January of 2016 of that year. The evening peak hour, we actually used a count that was conducted by the city of Kenmore because it was conducted in May, and we wanted to capture because the PM peak hour is actually the worst of the worst case condition. We wanted to make sure that our existing count captured recreational activity at St. Edward Park. So the city had conducted this count on a nice day in May when there was a lot of activity in the park, and there was practice at the baseball field or the ball fields that are already on the site, and a ball game.
May of which year?
Of 2016.
Okay, so both counts were done last year.
Yes.
Okay. One other question for you about your conclusions before we get into your methodology. As I understand this table, it seems to conclude that even if the project never went anywhere, that there would be an increase in delay both at the AM period and in the peak PM period?
Well, there's a reasonable expectation. We do expect traffic grows because there's regional. So we also applied growth rates to the traffic on Juanita Drive as part of the no action scenario to account for just traffic growth that occurs from year to year as more development occurs in the city. That was based on growth rates that came from forecasts that the city of Kenmore provided for their comprehensive plan that takes into account all of the future planned growth in the city of Kenmore through 2035.
Okay.
So,
no, go ahead. Sorry.
So with reasonable, we want to be conservative when we do our analysis, and this, as we'll talk about shortly, is the basis for, this is what we add our project trips to evaluate the project impacts. So to be conservative, we make sure we account for growth consistent with what the city's forecasts are, due to the regional growth. Bastyr University does have a master plan that plans for growth in campus population, so we reviewed that, looked at what their growth objectives were. We looked at historical growth actually at Bastyr University, and we estimated a growth that was actually more conservative than either the observed or the planned growth, to once again be conservative. And while the Ballfields project is not an adopted project at this point, if it were to move forward, traffic generated by that project would also be using 145th Street as an access road. So to make sure that we're conservative and that we are considering cumulative impacts, cumulative traffic impacts, we also took into account the additional traffic that would be generated by that project if it were built.
Thank you. And so you looked at the city's comp plan, which dealt with regional growth. You looked at Bastier's master plan, and you looked at a separate traffic study that was done for the ball fields. And that was, I think I heard you say, to establish what I might call a baseline.
Correct.
Okay. And then off of that baseline, we would then analyze the impact of this project.
Correct.
Okay. So let's do that. Alternative 1. The discussion begins on page 3.12-6. The conclusion, as I understand it, is most neatly summarized, I think, in a table on page 3.12-10. It's table 3.12-4. So I want to start there, and then we can talk about how you got there.
So yeah, the conclusion is that the trips that would be generated by the project would add delay to the intersection. But the intersection would continue to operate at level of service C, which is well below the city standard of level of service D, and therefore no mitigation would be required for traffic operational impacts.
Thank you. So I now have some questions for you about the methodology you used to reach that conclusion. At the bottom, I'm going to have you flip backwards in the book now to page 3.12-6. Okay. So sort of rewind, I guess.
I know this section well.
Under the traffic volume section, last paragraph, I'm going to just summarize it. You estimated trip generation using a combination of nationally recognized rates developed by the Institute of Transportation Engineers and detailed counts at Cedar Brook. And we've heard quite a bit about Cedar Brook, and we've heard quite a bit about the ITE, so I don't want to belabor the point. Except to say that yesterday we heard testimony from Mr. Lance that if the ITE has metrics, they should be used. And so my question to you is, did you use ITE's metrics?
We used ITE's metrics when they were the most, and when metrics, I would say rates. We used the trip generation rates from ITE where they were higher than Cedar Brook, and we used the trip generation rate from Cedar Brook in the one case, PM peak hour, where it was higher than ITE.
Okay. Now, most of the criticism of your report and your analysis has been focused on the propriety of using the Cedar Brook data and the reliability of Cedar Brook and how it translates. So I want to talk a little bit about that. But first, why did you use the Cedar Brook data at all?
We used the Cedar Brook data because, so I'll start with the ITE, if that's okay.
Sure.
Why? So what ITE rates are based on, ITE has a variety, hundreds of categories of land use, and provides trip rates based on measures of size of these different land uses. And those are based on counts of driveway trips of similar facilities. So the hotel category, as defined by ITE, I'm going to find my little...
The definition, I think, is on 3.12-2 if you need it.
Is a place of lodging that provides sleeping accommodations and supporting facilities such as restaurants, cocktail lounges, meeting and banquet rooms or convention facilities, limited recreational facilities such as a pool or fitness room, and or other retail and service shops. So the ITE rates are an average rate based on counts of hotels that have this definition of combination of elements, but they are averages. I mean, and as has been a lot of discussion, any two hotels are going to have different relative sizes, possibly of conference room versus restaurant, and use them in different ways. What we seek in trip generation estimates is a typical estimate, and what we're aiming for is the high end of a reasonable range of a typical trip generation. What Cedar Brook allowed us to do, because Cedar Brook, when we did the counts in 2013, was a facility that was very, very similar to what is being proposed at the Lodge of St. Edward. So basically, it gave us another data point so that we could corroborate what was in ITE, which is an average of a number of sites. But because we also did our own data collection for this, we could also separate out conditions with or without a conference, whereas ITE is just kind of a typical facility that conference-generated trips are implicit in these typical rates, but the Cedar Brook allowed us to drill down into what the differences would be with or without a conference.
So it lets you be a little more precise, perhaps, about a situation, to perhaps analyze the possibility of there being a significant conference more precisely?
Yeah, it allowed us to evaluate the effect of a conference versus not having a conference. Whereas if we had just gone straight with ITE, we would have been, I mean, it's standard practice, and it would have been a very solid analysis, and we'll get to this. I would have reached the same conclusions, but what Cedar Brook allowed us to do was answer some of these questions about how big is big with a conference, and we would not have been able to do that with just the straight ITE rates.
Okay. And you testified earlier that I think you said you've done over 100 analyses. Do you normally use ITE rates?
We would always look first to ITE. There are some times where there's an unusual use that doesn't fit into one of the categories that are ITE, and there's a number of options, but generally we would use ITE.
Okay. And I want to highlight something that you've said a couple of times, but I think it needs to be brought out very clearly because this Cedar Brook issue and the capacity of Cedar Brook and the capacity of the lodge has been put into issue. The data out of the ITE averages and the data that you took out of Cedar Brook, those are expressed as rates. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so that means they're expressed as cars per occupied room, correct?
Correct.
And so if the occupancy is higher, you apply the rate and the number of cars will be higher, and vice versa. If the occupancy is lower, the number of cars will be lower, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so because it's expressed as a rate, in your professional opinion, does it matter whether the count is done at a peak period or a peak season versus a low season, or if the analysis is taking place in a peak season versus a low season?
No, it doesn't matter it would matter if you counted an empty hotel, but the Cedar Brook was...
Well, what assumption are you making about the hotel here?
Well, our analysis assumes we applied these rates that are a per occupied room to an assumption of 100 occupied rooms. So everything in our analysis has projections that are based on a fully occupied hotel. So it would be as full as you can get is fully occupied.
Okay. And the rate analysis, as I understand, appears in the EIS on page 3.12-7. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to highlight something that I think you said. I think you said you erred on the conservative side of things. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's a narrative right before you get to the table that talks about the data collected for Cedar Brook and the ITE. And is that what you mean by you erred on the side of being conservative, that you used the higher rate?
Yes, and what that paragraph is getting to is, I'll make 2 points here. One is that these rates are based on driveway counts, and so actually that might be in might be in the earlier paragraph. But these trip rates, even though they're per occupied room, the rooms are really the measure of the size of the hotel, right? A bigger hotel is going to have more rooms, and a smaller hotel is going to have fewer rooms. So that's the measure that works the best for measuring the size of a hotel. But the trips are all of the trips that are generated by the uses on the site, because they're based on driveway counts. So the trips that are implicit in those rates are anything that's generated by guests staying at the hotel, by conference users who may or may not be staying at the hotel, by restaurant users who may or may not be staying at the hotel. That all of those uses in the hotel as it's defined by ITE are implicit in those rates. And what we're saying in the paragraph that you referenced about the Cedar Brook Lodge, we too were aware that the Cedar Brook Lodge, in its proximity to to SeaTac Airport, is in a different setting than the lodge at St. Edward, which is a suburban park. But the conclusion, I mean, what we found is that the Cedar Brook rates that we counted were a little bit, I mean, they're in the ballpark of ITE, but they were higher. But the proximity of Cedar Brook to SeaTac actually probably results in a higher trip rate because there is likely more use of taxis and shuttles. And so for every trip, like if you drive and park your car, right, and you want to leave, that's just that you just drive your car out and that's one trip. But if you take a taxi, there's an empty taxi that comes in, that's one trip, and then there's a full taxi that comes out, and that's a second trip. So the proximity to those kind of services actually results in a higher trip rate that we think that probably would not be the case with the lodge at St. Edward. However, because the Cedar Brook rate was higher, possibly for these reasons, we still used it because it was more conservative.
And I want to look at this table now and just sort of make very clear that what you've got here, it looks like, I see some footnotes next to the categories. I see a footnote 1 and a footnote 2. It looks like you've expressed as the daily rate 8.92 cars per occupied room, peak hour 0.67. Right, daily rate is 8.92 cars per occupied room. AM peak hour is 0.67. PM peak hour without conference guests is 0.70. And I want to translate that one for a second or compare it to the narrative you've got in the paragraph above. I see a reference there to the IT rate of 0.70 trips per occupied room, and it looks like Cedar Brook had a rate of 0.68 trips per occupied room. So is this demonstrating in the table that you've picked the more conservative figure?
Yes.
Okay, and then you've got this final element, PM peak hour with conference of 0.83 per occupied room, and that's derived from the Cedar Brook study. Is that correct?
Correct, because it's higher than ITE.
And then let's do some math. The next page, table 3.12-3, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. This is the application of the rates to a fully occupied lodge at St. Edwards. Is that correct? 100 occupied rooms.
Correct. So there was the range of 80 to 100 rooms. Once again, to be conservative, we always applied our rates to the upper end of that range.
And so you're estimating 890 trips. Maybe you took 2 trips off there.
We rounded 10 for daily.
No problem.
We rounded 10 for daily trips to the nearest 10.
I see the 67 a.m. Peak trips, and I see the 83 p.m. peak trips. So you picked for the p.m. the highest of the high rate that you derived from your data.
Yes.
Okay. And then that translates into your the level of service and delay analysis that we've talked about, the table 3.12-4. Is that correct?
Right. So we added the project trips to the no-action trips and then calculated level of service. And the results of table 3.12-4 are the level of service results for both scenarios. We showed the no action there just for comparison. It's the same values that was in the previous table.
Okay. And when you say you added the trips to the no action, is that expressed in these sort of map drawings that are figure 3.12-2?
Yes. So 3.12-1 had the existing trips and then had the no action with all of the different growth assumptions that I described previously. Figure 3.12-2 has the net new project trips which are the distributed trips from that trip summary table. And then the second part of that is the total trips with project, which is just adding those project trips to the no action trips.
Okay, so the conclusion that we'll have the same level of service, but there will be an increase in delay is based on two data sets, one of which allowed you to reach a more conservative conclusion than you would have if you just used the standard ITE approach. But ultimately, the conclusion here is same level of service, but there will be an increase in delay.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a different conclusion or the same conclusion when it comes to traffic for alternative 2?
There's no difference between alternative 1 or 2 from a traffic standpoint.
Okay.
The size of the facility potential is the same under either alternative.
So let's talk about parking.
Okay.
Would you turn to page 3.12-11?
Yes.
And as I understand it, this table expresses, and then there's narrative, but the table expresses your conclusions about parking. Is it your conclusion that there will be enough spaces in this project to accommodate overnight parking in most situations in a fully occupied hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your conclusion that in most circumstances there will be enough parking on site to accommodate daytime use when there's a conference and a fully occupied hotel?
Under typical conditions, we concluded that the parking should be adequate too.
Okay. And is it your conclusion that it's possible there will be events that are large enough that the lodge operator will need to make some off-site parking arrangements?
Our conclusion was that it is possible that, yes, with, I guess, the addition that the operator would need to mitigate, which could be off-site parking or it could be something like valet parking. It depends on how much extra parking you need. Valet parking allows you to pack more cars in the same amount of space. So, if you're over by a little, you can address that with valet parking likely. Actually, Cedarbrook, in one of the days that our firm collected data, did exactly that on the one day that their parking exceeded their on-site supply. But if you had a large potential overspill, then there would be a need for off-site parking to mitigate that impact.
Okay. One of the criticisms we've heard over the last couple of days is that there isn't a discussion of, I'll call it the 1,000-person scenario, where there's 550 conference goers, all the rooms are full, the restaurant's full, and there's no overlap between any of these people. Is that scenario, apart from its unlikeliness, is it accounted for in your conclusions?
Yes, because we have acknowledged and disclosed that there is a potential that a large event could result in parking demand that exceeds the on-site supply, in which case mitigation would be needed.
Okay.
So how much over that? I mean, there's a lot of scenarios of what could possibly happen. So we have disclosed that possibility.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the methodology that you used to reach these conclusions. First of all, again, did you assume that the hotel is fully occupied?
Yes.
All 100 rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you use the ITE and Cedarbrook data to determine your rates?
Yeah. For the overnight rate, we used ITE. This is also described in the DEIS, but the flip side of the logic of that the Cedarbrook observed trips would be higher because of the potential use of taxis and shuttles compared to a site in a suburban location. And I should add that the ITE trip generation manual explicitly says that the data for its hotel sites was primarily suburban. So the ITE rates reflect a suburban setting. The Cedarbrook reflect a setting that had more stuff around it.
Well, and just to demonstrate that you picked the more conservative rate, I want to refer you back. So before I refer you back, I see that you've got a rate of 0.89 vehicles per occupied room at the top of your table there on table 3.12-5.
That came from ITE because in this case, in the case of the parking rates, the ITE rate was higher. And we would expect that because, I mean, with a suburban location, there's going to be less use of taxis and shuttles. And so there's going to be more people who park on the site and fewer that would use taxis and shuttles. So for parking analysis, the more conservative and rate was the ITE suburban rate that was higher than what had been observed at Cedar Brook.
And the Cedar Brook rate was, and it's stated in your draft EIS, was 0.74 vehicles per occupied room?
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. Tell us how you determined lodge during a conference event.
So because we did use the Cedar Brook data for that because we had observations on days with and without a conference. So we were able to estimate based on our observed data, a vehicle per conference attendee. And I mean, this has come up several times, and I expect it will again pretty soon. There's a lot of combinations, right, of different kinds of combinations of events and overnight guests that can happen on the site, and it's not practical or even needed to try to evaluate every scenario. So what we did, given that we'd already concluded that there's going to be or there's at least potential that occasions could happen where there's too much parking demand for the proposed supply, we evaluated a scenario that assumed full occupancy of the hotel, that with 100 rooms of guests that were staying in the hotel, we calculated the daytime parking demand that would result from that. We looked at the parking spaces that were basically left if you assume the full occupancy, and how many, based on our observations at Cedar Brook, how many conference guests could be supported with the rest of the parking spaces. And really that was just a scenario meant to illustrate kind of the tipping point between enough parking and not enough parking. There's certainly scenarios where some conference guests are staying at the lodge, and so you could have a higher number of conference guests. But this was, we consider to be a very conservative scenario where you've got these two things happening independently of each other, and concluded that in that case the parking could accommodate a conference or meeting size of about 120 participants. And that was really just meant to give an order of magnitude to the conclusion we'd already made that there would be that there could be times where parking would be overspill would be a potential.
So the 120 figure is, I understand there's lots of ways, combinations in which there could be overlap between the purposes of a trip, but it's kind of a rule of thumb, a guidepost, if you will, to give the operator and perhaps the city a sense, and the state a sense of, what kinds of events might be large enough that arrangements are going to need to be made.
Right. How big is big when we're saying a big event? And in this case, the attendance of 120 participants, beyond that, with a fully occupied hotel and no overlap, that's what that number represents.
Okay. And if you had considered a scenario where there's 1,000 people in the building all independently using the different uses, would your conclusion have been any different?
No, because we concluded that if there's a larger event, then there would be mitigation needed.
Okay. And by concluding what you did and using this illustration or laying out this illustration, are you not in fact telling the reader that it's likely that far short of 1,000 people in the building is going to require mitigation? So you're giving them an even better sense of when there's going to have to be some kind of mitigation.
Right.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
I will say, and 120, that's a moderately sized event. So, our conclusion is, on most days, this is a reasonable number, and it could be a little bit higher if there's not a fully occupied hotel, or if some of these participants are actually staying at the hotel. But it gives it gives some, I guess, oomph to the conclusion that of, what are we calling a moderately sized event or a kind of a typical event that could be accommodated by this amount of parking.
Thank you. There has been a fair amount of discussion, particularly Mr. Lance's presentation, about sort of this idea of no net loss of parking. How many spots are in the park right now? Parking spots, public parking spots.
Public parking in the park is 220 stalls.
Okay. And when this project is complete, how many parking spots will there be in the park?
There will be 220 stalls.
Is that your understanding as to what is meant by no net change in parking spots?
Right. No net loss in parking supply for the public parking.
Okay. Now, on the question of parking, is your conclusion the same, or is it different with respect to alternative 2?
It's the same, because the only difference is the configuration of parking, but the total supply is the same for both alternatives.
Okay. You wrote the transportation part of this report, correct?
Correct.
Did you take a look? Would you flip to page 3.12-2?
All right.
And I want to direct your attention to the section entitled Transit and Non-Motorized Transportation. You there?
Not on 3.12.2.
3.12-2. Correct. I'm sorry, 3.12-12.
Oh.
It's getting late.
Yes, there it is.
Okay. There's 2 paragraphs under that heading. Do you see that?
Yep.
Would you please read aloud the first sentence of the second paragraph?
It is expected that lodge guests would take advantage of the recreational trails provided at the adjacent St. Edward State Park. But Alternative 1 is expected to generate very little non-motorized demand on the surrounding street system.
Okay. So is that, are you concluding there that you expect lodge guests to use the trails?
Yes, in the first half of that. And then the second half is making it clear that to be conservative in our traffic operational analysis, and because we think it's a realistic scenario, that we didn't assume people would be biking to the lodge or walking to the lodge, even though some could. We assumed all of the trips generated by the lodge would be by vehicle, but that users of the lodge would take advantage of the recreational trails in the park.
Okay. Would you please flip to page 3.12-14?
Okay.
And can you tell us, right at the top of that page, sort of the top half of the page, what are you discussing there?
Describing basically what I described earlier, that our traffic operational analysis is a cumulative analysis in that it takes into account regional growth due to development. It takes into account additional campus growth, the traffic that would be generated by additional traffic growth generated by Bastyr University. It takes into account the potential trips that would be generated by the Ballfields project. And so everything that could potentially add to that intersection was all added together and analyzed cumulatively so that we were evaluating cumulative traffic impacts.
Okay. You sat through Mr. Lance's testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him acknowledge that certain large events, even now, use the ball fields as parking?
Yes.
Okay. I know one of your mitigation measures here is that for events of a sufficient size, there would have to be off-site parking, and you specifically talked about doing a deal with Bastyr. Do you remember that in your report?
Yes.
Would using the ball fields in the same way as, say, the summer concert series does, would that be consistent with the mitigation you're talking about?
If there was an agreement to do so.
Assuming it's legal and approved and all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we pointed that out is, I mean, basically we're saying if there's a large event and that's large enough that exceeds the parking, either valet, to some extent, would be able to address that, but if there's a very large event, there will need to be off-site parking, and the lodge would need to make an agreement with somebody to provide that. And the reason we mentioned Bastille is that it's right there, and there's all these parking spaces, and it's been our observation that a lot of the kind of larger events that would happen at this would be something like a wedding, which would happen on a weekend when the Bastille parking demand is not going to be as high. But the essence of that is that there would need to be off-site parking.
So the discussion of Bastille was just illustrative, correct?
Right, that's a possibility, that at least a practical.
And there are other options of off-site parking.
Right, and my understanding is that the mitigation that was identified in the transportation section of the DEIS is a condition of the lease between State Parks and St. Edward Lodge. So if parking on the Bastille campus was not didn't turn out to be practical in certain conditions, then the applicant would still have the responsibility to find some kind of equivalent to that.
I just want to make sure that the record is abundantly clear. If you had considered the 1,000-person full capacity scenario, your conclusions would be the same as they are in the report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, I got a couple, and then we'll move on to the others. Is there a ITE parking generation category for conference centers?
There's definitely not one for trip generation. I don't think there's not one for conference centers that I'm aware of.
If this were just a pure meeting facility, there wouldn't be an IT category that would apply to it of any kind?
I can tell you for sure there's not a trip generation category for a conference center, parking generation. And that would be a case where, if, say, we had to evaluate something that doesn't fit within a ITE category, we would need to go find something that is similar.
What about like a convention center category, maybe?
No, there's no.
That's surprising. Okay.
Well, they're unusual uses. I mean, this proposal is really the textbook definition, literally, of how ITE defines a hotel. So for me, I had no need to go look beyond this category because this category fits the definition of what's being proposed in this case. So,
okay, got it. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Ms. Welling, any questions? Okay, Mr. Casaguma.
I just have a few. Ms. Barnes, were you present this morning and this afternoon during Ms. Hurt's testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall her stating that meetings are currently being held in the dining hall of the seminary building?
I did hear that happens on occasion.
And do you know where these attendees park when they're attending these functions in the dining hall?
It's not something we evaluated, but it would have to be in the parking that's available, which I presume is the public parking.
So would you agree that after this project is completed and implemented, that the attendees in the restaurant of the building would be parking in the project's parking structure or spaces?
Yeah, any meetings that happen in the lodge would have to be accommodated by the lodge parking.
Okay, so therefore, would you agree that this proposed project, will remove a competing need for the existing parking stalls that are currently available to the public?
I will say yes. In the case that happens, that would be the situation. How frequently there is a demand, I don't have information for that. But I'll say another conservative estimate is taking even if something happens occasionally on the site, we didn't try to give any credit for removing trips. But yes, in our analysis, because it's more conservative not to do that. But yes.
Okay, and I heard you say repeatedly today and also yesterday that your study is based upon all 100 guest rooms,
Yes,
not 80.
right. Not 80.
Have you had a chance to look at the preliminary diagrams for the use of the lodge facility?
Not in any kind of detail, no.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Ms. Hurt? Okay.
A few questions. I'll just let him hopefully read my notes and my questions.
I'm going to have sorry, this will appear to be a free-flowing train of thought here.
That's okay.
Questionnaire. When you did the Cedar Brook study back in January of 2013, and you generated about 120 people average visitors in the conference center, when you did your analysis and you had your visitation to the conference center at Cedar Brook in January of 2013, what would have happened to your multiplier numbers had that week, which was a very low, they had the capacity to do many times as many conference visitors? Let me ask the question. What if the visitation had been double in the conference center? Would that have changed your numbers?
It would have changed the numbers, except that wasn't the... It wouldn't have changed the numbers of the trips per conference attendee, because that's how, or the vehicles parked per conference attendee, because we calculated per conference attendee.
Okay. When you made your parking projections for St. Edward, did you base that off of the Cedar Brook observations from January 2013?
We applied the rates that we derived. So as I said earlier, we applied the rates from ITE for overnight guests, because that was more conservative, and then we applied the conference rate per attendee from Cedar Brook, because that was more conservative.
And if during the week you had done your observations, the conference attendance had been double or triple, would your observed need for parking calculation have changed for St. Edward?
I can't tell you that, because you can only calculate against what you observe. So based on the rates that we observed, if the attendance had been double, then the trips that we counted would have been double, and then that would be divided out, and we would come up with the same rate.
Oh, this is all per conference attendee?
For the conference attendee.
Okay. How...
And that's where we used the Cedar Brook data.
Was to just calculate the Cedar Brook data then for 2013 was used to calculate. Okay, so just to help me out here, the Cedar Brook data for January 2013 was used to develop traffic per conference attendee.
Yes.
And it was not used.
Well, so it was calculated to, are you talking about trip or parking?
I'm trying to talk about both. And I'm trying to
So you need to ask them separately, because they're different sets of assumptions.
When you projected the parking requirements for St. Edward Lodge, was one of your metrics to extrapolate from the January 2013 observed parking at Cedar Brook?
Yes, we did use that data as part of our analysis.
And if at that time Cedar Brook had twice as many attendees, just because it could have happened, would you have concluded that the lodge at St. Edward would need twice as much parking?
I can't tell you that, because we count the attendees and we count the trips that go with it. So I can't speculate what would happen if there was a different number on one side or the other. The whole point is to count the trips and to count the attendees that went with it.
Okay, so then looking at your table 5, the 0.90 number per conference attendee is the number for your parking demand calculation.
That's because we were able to observe conditions with and without a conference and count the total parking demand in both of those conditions. We were able to estimate this 0.9 vehicle per daily conference guest, because we could observe a condition with a conference and the condition without a conference.
Then help me out here. With your estimation for the parking needs during a conference, did you create an overall demand across the year for Daniels Lodge? I just don't see it in here. How many trips per year would you expect the lodge to generate conference conditions and hotel conditions?
That's not part of the scope of a traffic impact analysis. We look at the worst case condition on a typical day, and then we look at the potential implications for special events that could change the conclusion for a typical day.
Okay. When an operator such as this has a lodge in a conference center situation, what % of the time would you expect, under typical ITE recommended conditions, that the operator have parking on site for all visitors?
ITE guidelines and design standards will dictate that you do not design for an extreme condition.
That wasn't my question. What % of the time would ITE expect a lodge and hotel to be able to 100% to accommodate all the visitors at that time? 50% occupancy, 25% occupancy, 75% occupancy of the project. Would you expect?
ITE doesn't provide information in that way.
Do you have any idea how often the lodge at St. Edward will have a spillover event?
That's an operational question. I don't think the lodge even knows that, because they don't know their capacity yet. It hasn't been designed.
Okay, so there's no market research then really done at this point to project the parking and traffic.
I can't.
I'm asking, is there market research that you could rely upon or have seen?
That is outside of my purview.
Okay.
What we analyze is a kind of a typical, the high end of a typical condition on any given day, and then we analyze what the potential increases could be if there is an untypical condition. In this case, an untypical condition would be a very large event where St. Edward would not be able to accommodate all of its parking, in which case we identified when or if that happens, there would need to be mitigation to accommodate that. The number of days that happens is not relevant. But what's relevant is that either they can accommodate their parking and traffic, or they can't. And our conclusion is usually they should be able to, based on a moderately sized event and full occupancy of the hotel. And we disclosed that with a large event, which there's no information at this time to be able to say how often it happens, but if it does happen, then we identified that mitigation would be needed for parking.
Okay. I'm sure you're familiar with the 550 figure for conference attendees and 240, the peak activity calculation that Daniel's provided us. If you even cut that, what would happen if you cut that, operated the facility at half?
At half of what?
225 conference attendees, 120 restaurant visitors.
That's not how hotels usually work.
Oh.
So the trips do not assume.
I'm talking about parking right now.
Right, okay, but for parking, for any of these rates, right, when you have a facility that has rooms and meeting rooms and restaurant and maybe a bar and some other shops, you don't have a situation typically where you've got every single inch of space shoulder to shoulder with people. That's not a typical event, right? Because people who are staying at the lodge go to the hotel. Even if you have an event that uses meeting rooms, some meetings, they'll be in one room for one thing, and then they might have breakout sessions into other rooms. So what the ITE, this is a typical use of a hotel with these combinations of uses. So what the ITE rates are, they're reflecting that kind of typical situation. Now, to answer your question, if you have something higher, that puts us in the realm that we did identify in the EIS, that if you have an event where you've got higher attendance and a higher combination of uses that are going to exceed your parking demand, then mitigation is needed.
Okay, and so it's unknown how often this lodge is likely to exceed its design parking capacity.
It would all. I mean, it depends on what the answer for any kind of use is that it's going to vary from day to day, and you can't predict who's going to book in a hotel that doesn't exist yet.
The reason this becomes important is the issue of lodge visitors using the public parking, and this has been a promise of this project that there'd be no loss of public parking. And when a lodge conference attendee is using the public parking and chooses to park in the public lot, despite all of the incentives the lodge operator gives, we are going to experience a loss of public parking that was promised to not go away.
So I will tell you that it is in nobody's best interest for that to be the situation. It's not in my best interest. I mean, our job, the reason we're hired, is to actually evaluate the parking, what the parking demand is expected to be for a given facility, right? That's our firm's, my reputation and my firm's reputation is built on giving those kind of estimates, right? So it's in our best interest. Please let me say this through. The applicant, it's in their best interest to have parking that's adequate to meet their demand, and it's in the city and the state's best interest to have parking that does not overflow to this resource. And so that's why we have identified mitigation to address that potential impact.
Well, yesterday, I'm not going to repeat my very real concerns about the mitigation being feasible or reasonable. We've already been down that path, and even if the ball field is available for parking, it's only seasonal parking. It's not available all year round. It's not available now. It's not available in the springtime because it's wet and soggy. So that's not a panacea. Bastyr is not a panacea. People are going to be parking off-site, and in many ways, this is starting to feel like a shoot, ready, aim project where we're going to build the hotel, build the lodge, and then figure out the parking later.
Is there a question in there, or?
She didn't answer my question. She did not actually calculate parking demand.
Again, is there a question in there?
No. Oh, thank you. I don't really.
Okay, let's get to a question then.
Peter can direct.
I'm going to let you do this. I'm going to get. No, they covered that.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, it's covered.
No, it's not.
Like I said, I'm going to let you do this because
that's. Well, let me do it. Okay. You mentioned the growth of the region, and you mentioned Kenmore Comprehensive Plan, and you used Kenmore. Are you aware that the Kenmore, the line, Kirkland's line, is northeast 145th? The Kirkland Kenmore line is at the edge of the park.
So that doesn't matter. So Kenmore's comprehensive plan takes into account growth. The intersection that we're talking about is in the city of Kenmore. And Kenmore's comprehensive plan forecasts future traffic growth on all of Kenmore streets based on growth not only in Kenmore but in the region.
I asked, did you take into consideration any of the area that is south of the park that provides traffic at that intersection? You used Kenmore, but traffic is not just in the city of Kenmore on Juanita Drive.
That is right.
Okay.
You are correct.
So did you take into consideration the traffic coming to that intersection from the south, which is not Kenmore?
Yes, because the city does take that into account as well. So using city data is the best way to take that into account because the city's projections take growth that's happening also in the neighboring jurisdictions into account, as well as what's happening in the Kenmore city limits.
So they've allowed for growth in the Finn Hill,
definitely,
Kirkland.
That's what comprehensive
Juanita.
plans do.
Okay, that's answers my question. Thank you. You have a conference time of 11:45 to 3:45 p.m. That's what's on here on chart 13.
That's the time of day for peak demand related to conferences.
Okay. How was that derived?
That was derived from observing Cedar Brook, of the 8 days of conferences that happened in the 9 days of data collection.
And there's no study about conferences that go all day, like from 8 to 5 or...
So in both parking and traffic analysis, we look at peak conditions because that's the worst case. So if whatever your conclusion is for the peak condition, the worst condition, it's going to be better for a non-peak condition. So what this is saying is that conferences happen all day, but the peak parking demand, when everybody is most likely to be there, is between 11:45 and 3:45 because people kind of trickle in and they kind of trickle out. And so what we look at for all of our analysis is a peak condition because that's the worst case condition.
Okay, so there is nothing, that's the worst case. I take that as the worst case position at Cedar Brook.
That's for a conference. What you do with traffic and parking analysis, right? We are projecting for something that doesn't exist yet, right? We have to do analysis and draw conclusions about something that's not there right now. So what the standard practice is, and this is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, this is how you do traffic impact analysis, is that you observe trips or parking and or, depending on what you need to analyze, for similar facilities and yes, it's based on counts on certain days, but we counted several days, and then we compared that to ITE that does that for several sites across the country. And all of these rates were similar to each other. They were in the same ballpark. So the Cedar Brook data that we counted in great detail and derived rates, we compare that to ITE that has done the same thing for facilities all over the place in suburban locations, and they're close to each other, so that's good. That kind of corroborates each other, but that's more data, which is good, and we use that to project conditions for this similar facility.
Okay.
That's how you do traffic impact analysis.
My real question is the timing of 11:45 to 3:45 for your peak time.
Right.
Okay. That's a time that you have a lower hotel parking rate of guests.
Right, because they're off doing their guest
exactly.
their tourist stuff.
So, and I don't know, you went into, comparing with across the country, and I don't know if that's the peak time all across the country or if it's just at Cedar Brook.
Do you want
my
an answer
question?
to that?
Well, you could answer that, and then I'll go with the rest of the question based on that answer.
So this is why using the Cedar Brook data was a good thing. It helped. It added to our data set. If I had relied entirely on ITE would have said on a typical day, it does say that ITE parking generation on a typical day, it doesn't break out between conference and with and without conference. It just says this is a typical day for a facility that has meeting rooms and all of these other elements that we've been talking about. Yep, sorry. Okay. And then, and what ITE parking generation says is that the peak parking demand is overnight on a typical day, because the peak parking demand is when you've got all of the guests staying at the lodge. And then the next kind of worst time is there's a profile in the middle of the day. But if I had relied only on ITE, my conclusion would have been the same. It would have we understand the context of this data, and we consider it when we're drawing our conclusions. So if I had relied only on ITE, that would have been standard practice, would have been totally fine. I would have reached the same conclusions. But ITE would have says, based on its rates, the worst time of day is going to be overnight, and the next worst time of day is going to be midday, but it was going to be a less. And my conclusion would have been, based on ITE, on a typical day, just like it was, the parking should be adequate, but I would have recognized the limitation of the ITE data in that it is a typical day, and there can be worse than typical, right? There can be a big event that may not be typical, but it does happen. And I would have concluded exactly what I concluded. It's just that having Cedar Brook allowed us to provide more numbers to back up those same conclusions that were completely consistent with what the ITE manuals were showing as well.
Okay. Given what you've just said, I'll ask my question a different way. Since AM overnight, so 8 a.m., example, parking would probably, from the hotel, would be still be at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
Chances are. Then the accounting for a conference that starts at 8 a.m. to contain the parking within the spaces that the hotel has.
Mm-hmm.
Would that constrain the hotel from being able to have an 8 a.m. conference because they didn't have enough parking spaces in their area and it'd have to go to public parking? Would that constrain the hotel? In other words, would you have too many cars parked at 8 a.m. with an off-site conference and all rooms filled?
So people are leaving and coming,
yes,
all together, right? What would happen with a conference that was large enough where there was going to be a potential problem? I mean, these things don't happen spontaneously, right? There's like a big conference doesn't just pop up in the hotel.
Correct.
They know it's coming. And so that's a very precise question. The bigger answer is that if you've got that kind of event where you've got an overflow situation, then there is a need to mitigate. And maybe there is a need if there's going to be some kind of overlap where there's not quite enough parking, then the mitigation that we identified for valet parking would resolve that. But it will be the operator of the hotel's responsibility to determine kind of when events are occurring that are going to cause those kind of problems to mitigate those problems. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And it actually answered the next question, too, so good. The other question I had is how many more cars can be parked when you do valet parking? I have no idea what the rule is there.
I can give you a rule of thumb. It really depends on the configuration of the parking garage, but we've done some research on other hotel projects and found something that cited 1.4 to 1.7 times greater parking. But it very much depends.
So about 40% higher.
40 to 70% higher.
Okay.
But that's just a rule of thumb, just to give you an idea.
That's all I asked for. And let's see, you answered the other question. So I think my other question goes back to the restaurant. And you have restaurant patrons coming to the hotel, but you have the parking lot pretty full. That is the concern we have of those restaurant patrons using the public parks section and those 220 parking stalls not being available to park users. I'm not saying all 220. I'm just saying get to the point where it's saturated because the park goers can't find a place to park because restaurant patrons are parking in the public, but they really just came for the lodge.
So the parking generation rates take into account the restaurant uses as well. The way those rates are derived, just like I was saying that the trips are counting who's coming in out of a driveway. You don't know who's an employee, who's an overnight guest. The parking rates are derived the same way. Only now we're counting how many cars are in the parking lot. So there is interaction between these uses and a pretty robust data set between ITE and our own counts that the parking generation, even though it's a per occupied room, that's just the measure of the size of the hotel. And that rate is taking into account patrons who are just coming to the restaurant and not staying at the hotel. All of the different uses, the combinations of uses are implicit in those rates.
In your rate here of 0.89 vehicle per occupied room,
Correct.
includes someone that would, like me, who would just go to the restaurant. I wouldn't be staying in the hotel.
Yes, definitely. And that was what was good about Cedar Brook, because Cedar Brook had a restaurant and had meeting rooms and had conferences. And so all of our counts were capturing, and the ITE counts, because it's based on counts of these types of facilities as well, are capturing all of those trips. You can't, when you're out there counting, know if this car is a restaurant or if it's an overnight guest. But, for this mix of uses, here's what the demand is. And so all of those are implicit in those rates.
Okay, thank you. Do you have one more?
So I just wanted to ask, at the end of the day, does it really matter how many parking spaces are there? Because when parking is short, it's got to be mitigated. And is that the relief valve?
I would say
always?
It matters in that, we did enough analysis to conclude that with full occupancy of the hotel and a pretty decent size, 120 is not a tiny event, and that's just a kind of a rule, an order of magnitude, that under most days, with typical kind of conference conditions, that the parking would be adequate. If there was less parking, that tipping point becomes less, and if there was more. So it does matter in that sense, in that we do believe that, based on our analysis, that the parking will generally be able to be accommodated on site.
How did you determine typical for the lodge at St. Edward State Park?
I don't understand.
How do you
question.
decide what a typical conference is going to be for that lodge?
Mr. Examiner, this has been asked and answered several times.
I don't think it has, and I was going to ask it if he wasn't.
The entire testimony on her methodology.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, her whole the methodology she used that we spent.
Well, she just explained that her methodology is based on number of parking spaces per guest, but she has no information on how many guests are going to be at the conferences. So how do you determine from 120 parking spaces available for conferences that that's going to meet the demand for conferences when you don't know how many people are going to the conferences? That's the part I don't understand either, and I'm really curious. Because there's a sentence you have here in your EIS that says, under Table 3.12-5, the proposed on-site parking is expected to accommodate demand under most conditions with alternative 1. How do you come to that conclusion if you don't know how big the conferences are going to be typically? And you just told Mr. Lance that under typical conference conditions, there's sufficient parking. So how do you know what a typical conference condition is? That has to be related to how many people are attending, doesn't it?
Okay, I understand your questions.
Yeah.
So the 120 was the number that we arrived at in a conservative condition, and based on, Cedar Brook, we looked at, there was conferences that were between 100 and 200, and had average attendance of 150 over the period that we observed, and those are moderately sized conferences that we would call typical. So I guess maybe the answer to your question, the challenge that I think everybody's struggling with is you can't just, for one thing, the lodge isn't designed yet. So, as far as what the actual capacity is not necessarily the fire code. It depends on layout, it depends on kitchen size. So based on our conclusion is analysis that shows 120 and probably more, because we assumed no interaction between a fully occupied hotel, could be accommodated by what is being proposed.
But your idea of what a typical conference is, as you said, is 100 to 200 people, and that's from the Cedar Brook conference attendance. Is that right?
Yes, and the size of the hotel. I know it's not a really big hotel. This isn't a convention center, and I mean, if you've ever been to a 500-person conference, they're not being held at these kind of places. They're being held at the Westin in downtown Seattle.
Okay.
But without trying to look into a crystal ball, what we wanted to say is under maybe reasonable circumstances. I mean, we use typical. I mean, we kind of define a typical condition. But the reason I did the analysis the way I did is exactly for the reasons that you're questioning. That we don't want to just arbitrarily pick some number and say this is it because we don't know that yet. So instead, we backed into a number that, under a very conservative condition, we concluded could be accommodated with this parking. And then concluded that, I mean, there is mitigation. We did identify that there's a potential that there could be overflow.
Okay, got it.
In your calculation of typical, did you ever make any effort to correct for seasonal changes and perhaps changes in the local economy over time, that conferences may be more popular, maybe larger? Was there any correction for that? Because typical seems to be based on, if you beg my pardon, January 2013, 9 days.
Now, it's not relevant because we assumed a fully occupied hotel, so that's not, I mean, that's as full as you can get, right? And then we evaluated what. So what you're saying is, if it's more likely that you would have a larger conference at some time in the future.
No. Did you correct for seasonality? Was my question. Seasons and for the change of economy.
We didn't need to correct because we basically concluded that there's just a potential. We didn't say this is going to happen 5 times under a certain economy. We just said there is a potential that larger events can occur, and if they do, then there's mitigation needed, and the lodge would need to address that.
Would it be more correct, instead of using the word typical, that the model of January 2013 being applied to the lodge at St. Edward State Park?
Remember that what we did was we evaluated a rate, right? And so because it was a rate, it doesn't. It drops out how many people there actually were because it's based on a rate. And I will also add that there's not even, I mean, we have an observed vehicle per daily conference guest, but you can have events that have different people per car, right? If you have a wedding on a weekend, your average vehicle you're going to have more people in the car, and you're going to be able to park. You'll have more people for fewer cars. So really, what this analysis is doing, we can't predict every possibility of an attendance of a special event. So we're
concerned about typical right now. Excuse me.
Right.
And typical seems to have been based on January 2013. Did you go back to Cedar Brook Management and ask for records of conference attendances over the weeks that have gone on since?
The typical was based on us backing into 120 and saying that this is a moderate-sized event that maybe reasonable is a better word than typical.
Excuse me, did the data for your typical calculation come from the table in the back of your report?
Some of it did and some of it didn't. Some of it came from ITE.
In the back of your report, there's a table that seems to indicate, oops.
Is this on parking demand analysis?
The very back page. Yeah, right back here, we seem to get your typical range of trips and visitors. Let's see. And really, my question, Alaska Airlines, 125 people on 111 the following Monday, 186 guests, 177 guests, 98 guests, 165, 182, and 119. Those are the visitations in that week
That
January.
the rates were derived on.
Right.
That the rates were derived upon.
And is it from these numbers that we derive the word typical attendance for and project to the lodge at St. Edward State Park?
So I want to go to what my conclusion actually said.
You want to give me that page?
It's on page 312-11.
Thank you.
Because
Correct.
we did, so what we concluded, I did not use typical in my conclusions. I said the proposed on-site parking is expected, we did say under most conditions with alternative one, because we concluded that with the scenario that we analyzed of 120 guests in a hotel of this size, that was a reasonable scenario, a conservative scenario, because you could have more than 120 guests with different combinations of circumstances. But the important, for the purposes of the EIS, the purpose of the EIS is to identify the potential impact. And we did identify a potential impact of parking overspill. And we did identify mitigation to address parking overspill. So how often that happens is all speculation at this point, because it's not a facility that exists yet. But we've covered the bases for here's kind of a tipping point of what would be accommodated by this project. There's the potential that something larger could happen, and here are two potential mitigation measures: either valet if you've got some overspill, or off-site parking if you've got a lot of overspill, to address those occasions that there is overspill if it happens. And it would be the operator's responsibility to determine the size at which that becomes enough of a problem that mitigate, or a potential problem that mitigation would be implemented.
Is there any mitigation for the event when the lodge guest is using the public parking?
The responsibility of the lodge is to accommodate its parking. So then the lodge guest has no reason to park. I mean, that's why we called any parking overspill, we considered it an impact. And people are paying for their parking. It's in the lodge's best interest to accommodate its parking. You don't want, it's bad business if somebody's using your lodge and they can't park on your site.
But when this happens, will this be an unmitigated event?
I would not agree that when this happens, because the mitigation they're required to, as the terms of their lease, to mitigate, to provide measures to manage their parking.
I have no more questions.
Okay, that's it for the SEPA appellants then? All right, redirect.
And I've got 3 topics to cover here, and I want to make this abundantly clear because it's apparent to me that there's a lot of confusion about sort of the parking impacts. I'm really concerned about it. So I want to cover 3 things. I want to start with the data itself. And the data is expressed as a rate, correct?
Correct.
And so that means it's cars if we're talking parking, or trips if we're talking traffic, per person, correct?
Or per room.
Or per room.
Right.
And so let's go with the attendee question. If the number of attendees at an event doubles, would you expect the number of trips to also not necessarily double, we don't know, but to increase in some relation to the increase in attendees?
Yes.
And so the rate, it might change marginally, but the rate is going to be basically the same, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can, if you've derived 8 consecutive days of data to establish a rate, and that rate is consistent with the nationally recognized rate, in your experience, is that data reliable?
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking about a rate. We're not, and by talking about a rate, are we making the actual occupancy irrelevant?
Yes, because, well, for the rooms, because there is a constraint on how many rooms can be occupied, and all of our analysis assumed fully occupied rooms.
Okay, let's talk about parking impact for a second, because this also needs, I want to make sure this is completely clear. I'm going to read your conclusion in full, and then I've got some questions for you.
Okay.
This is page 3.12-11, last paragraph. Based upon the rates presented in table 3.12-5, that's the table at the top of the page, a peak overnight demand of 89 vehicles is expected, which would be easily accommodated by the 153 spaces for the proposed for the lodge. So am I to understand that what you're saying is you expect there to be 89 cars at night when the lodge is fully occupied, and assuming that that's what happens, there's more than enough space?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the next sentence. During midday, when peak conference-generated demand is expected, the on-site supply is projected to accommodate parking for about 120 conference guests, with the lodge at full capacity for overnight guests. And then there's a math formula there. You've taken the full 153 spaces, you've backed out the number of spaces that would have been allocated to overnight guests and employees, and then divided the difference by the conference rate.
Yes.
And that's how you calculated that the tipping point in a typical situation, if the hotel is fully occupied,
right?
If we want to use the word typical, is 120
yeah, that's
guests.
probably not typical. That's not typical, but in the conservative.
Right, and that's what I want to be clear about. This is a breaking point if the hotel is fully occupied and nobody in the hotel is attending the conference. There's just a completely unrelated conference event going on, and what you're telling the reader is if that happened, there's enough parking for 120 guests, and if the event's going to be bigger than 120, the lodge operator is going to need to do something to mitigate. Otherwise, there will be an impact.
Right.
Okay. And that's what that final sentence says. The proposed on-site parking is expected to accommodate demand under most conditions with alternative one. What you're saying there is what you said a minute ago. It's pretty unusual that you're going to have a fully booked hotel and nobody at that hotel that's staying overnight is involved in the conference, right. And that there are 120 or more completely unrelated people showing up for a conference. That's unusual.
Right. That is a purposely conservative scenario for the purpose of coming up with a tipping, kind of an order of magnitude estimate.
Okay. But the information that ought to be hopefully clear is we've got a tipping point, and we have a sense of when the lodge operator is going to have to do something with parking if they want to mitigate parking impacts.
Right.
Okay. The final topic I want to touch on is this concern that lodge users are going to go use the park's public parking.
Yes.
You said at the beginning of your testimony that you participated, maybe even drafted the responses to comments to the draft environmental impact statement?
Yes.
Okay. This issue was raised in a comment, if you might recall. I'd like to take you to your response to that comment. It's in the final EIS document, which is Exhibit 11 of the core documents.
Is that in here?
Same binder, just flip to tab 11. And when you get to that document, would you please flip to page 3-35?
Okay.
You there?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom part of the page under number 14.
Yep.
And here's what I read it is saying. Well, let me ask you this first. Did you write the response there on number 14?
I wrote the response after consulting with Daniels.
Okay. And it says, it is acknowledged that the proposed lodge would not be able to prohibit guests from parking in the St. Edwards State Park public parking spaces if they should choose to pay. But the following elements would provide a cost and convenience incentive for guests to use parking provided by the lodge and disincentive for guests to use parking provided for the park. And then you go on to list 4 bullet points of incentives to use the lodge's parking. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
Okay. So this impact, this concern that a lodge guest might choose to, I don't know, buy a Discover Pass or pay the daily fee and go park in public parking, it's been disclosed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Move on to the next witness then.
We call Jeff Ding. Good afternoon, Mr. Ding. Can you spell your name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Yeah, my name is Jeff Ding. Last name is D-I-N-G.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes, yesterday.
Can you briefly describe your professional education?
Yeah, I graduated with a bachelor's degree from University of Washington in geography. I've been doing land use type planning for about the last 16 years. The most recent 10, I've worked in my current position doing environmental review for EA Engineering.
How many EIS statements have you worked on while you're at EA?
Approximately 60, I would say.
And you were the project manager for this EIS?
Yeah, I helped to manage it along with one of my colleagues, yes.
When you are preparing an EIS, how do you decide what data to collect and analyze?
Well, usually we start with a EIS scoping process just to determine what kind of elements we're looking at in the document itself. We had a scoping process at the beginning of this whole project in, I believe it was early July, where we identified what the scope of the EIS was going to be, what elements would be studied, and those were included in the EIS document. As part of that scoping process, we identified air quality as an element that we're going to add to the scope. The element of air quality.
And that was in response to the scoping comments?
And that was in response to scoping comments that we received during the scoping period. Also during scoping, we added, during the scoping period, we added the second alternative, which was the modified parking layout, to provide another alternative to compare against alternative one in terms of environmental impacts that were going to be studied.
You mentioned categories of environmental impacts. Are you familiar of any environmental impact statement issued under SEPA that evaluated child safety as a categorical element?
No, I've never had child safety as an element that was studied in any of the documents I've done. Some of my colleagues I spoke with that as well, who've been doing this for 25, 30 plus years, and they've never had one that's analyzed that either.
Was the data collection process that occurred for the preparation of this EIS consistent with the practices that you've done in your other 60 EIS and that EA does for its many more?
Yes, it was fairly typical to what we usually do for projects. We conducted a site visit ourselves several times just to get familiar with the site, the conditions that are on there as part of our analysis. We rely on technical experts for various elements of the environment, things like transportation, wetlands, plants and animals, and things like that. So yes, I would say it was a typical EIS process for us.
Moving on to the cumulative impacts, most of them, with the exception of traffic, discuss Bastille and the ball field. In your opinion, is that an appropriate limitation for cumulative impacts?
I would say for most of the elements it is, because for cumulative impacts we're looking at impacts that are most proximate to the site that have a likelihood of occurring. For elements like land use, noise, things like that, the uses that are most proximate to the site are the ones that are most likely to have cumulative impacts. As Jennifer from Heffron Transportation mentioned, cumulative traffic impacts generally look at a little bit wider range.
Just a little slower for her.
Sorry. They generally look at a little bit wider range, which is where that 1.1% growth factor kind of went in, because traffic from a wider range of area can be more of a cumulative impact than some other elements.
And is that kind of cumulative impact analysis consistent with your understanding of the practice of preparing EIS?
Yes, that's how we've looked at cumulative impacts in a wide variety of the EIS documents that we've done.
Moving on to mitigation, what level of identification of mitigation is appropriate for an EIS statement? Do you have to propose something that's going to be binding, or is it more, what kind of mitigation is identified?
We identify mitigation to address the impacts that we've identified in the EIS. In terms of the binding nature of those impacts, that usually comes through as part of conditions of approval on a project or something like that, where they can incorporate the mitigation measures that we've identified in the document. Sorry. They can incorporate the mitigation measures that we've identified for those impacts as part of their conditions of approval on the project, and then those would be binding in that nature.
When you are responding to comments, what's the process for preparing those responses?
Our typical process for responding to comments is we'll go through and read each one of the comment letters or emails or whatever form they come in. We will identify discrete comments within each letter so that we can then assign them to whoever should be the responsible person, be it a technical expert or whatnot. As you probably heard previously, transportation comments we assign to the transportation expert because we deem them to be the most appropriate person to answer those responses. And so we divide them up in that fashion so that each response gets a accurate and pertinent response in the final EIS.
So the process is designed so that the person who's most qualified to write the response writes the response.
Exactly.
And were all comments submitted to the EIS? Did they receive a response?
Yes. We actually had one comment letter that was inadvertently omitted from the final EIS, which was the reason for producing a EIS addendum to provide responses to that comment to ensure that all comment letters had some kind of response to them.
Let's move on to the light and glare impact. The hearing examiner asked about how the light would spill out into the forest. Did you evaluate the light and glare impacts from the project?
We did, yes.
And what was the methodology that you used to assess the light and glare impacts?
As we typically do on most projects, we did kind of more of a qualitative analysis of light and glare, where we observe kind of what the existing light conditions are on the site. For this particular project, there's some lighting associated with building lighting, vehicles coming to the site, parking lot lighting, but as has been mentioned before, the park is closed at dusk. So there's minimal amounts of lighting that are currently on the site, and so we use that as part of our description of what the existing light conditions are currently. And then as part of our impact analysis, we identify what types of new light sources could be generated as part of the project, which could be exterior building lighting, exterior building lighting, pedestrian pathways, parking lot lighting, and things like that.
So you evaluate a baseline, and then you see what light sources will increase from that or may increase from that from the project?
Yes.
And is that kind of process typical and accepted for a light and glare analysis?
Yes, that's a process that we typically use for a lot of our projects.
Okay, so let's go to the DEIS, which is tab 19 of that binder, I believe. And we're going to start with section 3.8-2. You there?
Yes.
So under construction impacts for alternative 1, about halfway through that paragraph after the parenthesis, including Baxter University, it says, construction lighting at night could result in light spillage to the adjacent forest areas and associated nocturnal and crepuscular, which means active during dusk, wildlife habitat, but would be short-term, lasting only during a portion of the construction and rehabilitation of the existing structure. So that's an impact that you disclose, that there may be light spillage into the surrounding area.
Yes, that's correct.
And moving on to the direct operational impacts, it says the proposed lodge at St. Edward project would increase development levels on site, which would result in associated increase in light and glare from both stationary and mobile sources in comparison to current conditions, which has only minimal on-site lighting at night due to the park closing at dusk. So you are disclosing that there will be an increased light spillage into the surrounding area.
Yes, correct.
Once the project is complete.
Once the project is operational.
Then moving on about halfway down, it says, light spillage from the project site could affect existing wildlife that is immediately adjacent to the project site area. Then it directs the reader to the section regarding plant and animals for additional information. But then goes on to say the lighting design for the project is intended to be consistent with the City of Kenmore requirements. So again, another area where the EIS is disclosing that there will be light spillage to the area that could affect wildlife.
Yes.
There's additional impacts that relate to that, but I want to take you to alternative 2 on the next page, which says starting on that second paragraph right before the bottom of the page, that the light and glare associated with alternative 2 would be similar or slightly reduced when compared to the discussions to those discussed under alternative 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Then moving on to the cumulative impacts. There's the last sentence there is one that says the cumulative increase in light sources as part of the proposed Lodge at St. Edward project and other development, particularly the ball field renovation project, would result in a cumulative increase in potential light spillage to adjacent forested areas of the park and the associated wildlife habitat areas. So again, acknowledging that there will be light spillage to the areas that could affect wildlife.
Yes.
Then the proposed mitigation is that the construction lighting would be shielded and directed away from off-site areas, and generally that it would be consistent with the City of Kenmore regulations.
Correct.
And in your opinion, is that sufficient to mitigate the impacts from light and glare?
Yes, that's my opinion.
No more questions at this time.
Ms. Mellick? Okay, Mr. Casagua?
None.
All right, Ms. Hurt?
I do see that on page 3.84, you do say that there is a significant unavoidable adverse impact from glare of light, correct? At the bottom of the page, 3.8.4. The page we were just on, which is 3.8-4, and I'm looking at 3.8.4, and it reads, result in the increase of light and glare and increased potential for light spillage into surrounding areas of the park, including forests adjacent to the project site. And it goes on to say there's are noted above, so there will be light spillage, there will be light spillage into the forest. Is that what you're saying?
We do acknowledge that there will be some potential for light spillage. We don't classify it as a significant impact, though, due to the mitigation measures that are noted in section 3.8.3.
So right now it's dark in the forest, so there will be some impact.
There will be some potential for light spillage, but the mitigation measures are anticipated to minimize that light spillage.
And are these the usual mitigation measures for this type of light near a forest?
These are typical mitigation measures for lighting from parking lots, things like that, to try to shield them, direct them to the project area so they're not spilling onto something like a forest or a residential area or things like that.
Okay, so it would be the same for a residential area as a forest?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, even though some of the animals are more nocturnal than our neighborhoods. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Excuse me. I don't think I have another question that was really about the light. Child safety is not something that you usually evaluate?
No, we have not evaluated child safety impacts for any of the EISs that I've worked on previously or my colleagues.
Even in a park?
No.
Okay. All right. And Okay. I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay, great. Let's move on to thank you, Mr. Ding. Appreciate your testimony. Next witness.
Well, we call Brian Hampson. This will be our last witness.
Okay, great. You can stay there if you want. That's fine.
Mr. Hampson, I understand that you were the SEPA responsible official for the City of Kenmore's review of this EIS.
Correct.
And when you reviewed the EIS, which I mean to include the DEIS, the FEIS, and the addendum to the FEIS, did you conclude that they adequately disclosed the environmental impacts from the proposal?
Yes.
Did you conclude the comments received an adequate response?
Yes.
Did you publicize or provide notice to the public regarding the issuance of these documents?
Yes.
Did that include notice to federal and state agencies?
Yes.
Did you hear anything from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service?
No.
Is there an obligation for you to directly contact that particular federal agency?
If I don't hear anything?
Correct.
No.
You rely on them to contact you based on the the notice provided to the public?
That's correct.
Moving on to compliance with city code, is there any land use requirement under city code to keep the park a passive park use?
No.
Is there any requirement to keep the seminary area a passive park use?
No.
And coming up, there'll be a design and a design review process that the city will weigh in on.
Yes.
And will the city insist that the design complies with city code before it issues any approvals or permits?
Yes.
And on your opinion, was the designation of hotel the appropriate designation for this project under Kenmore City Code?
Yes.
How do you come to that determination?
It meets the definition of the hotel.
And
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Hampton, do you have your microphone on?
Yes, I'm not speaking into
sorry.
it.
Okay.
And while we're interrupting it, just for the record, you were sworn in, correct, Mr.
That's
Hampson?
correct.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
I understand the initial use that was proposed was temporary lodging. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the project and determined that the more appropriate designation was hotel.
That's correct.
Moving on to the ball field, that is a entirely separate and distinct project from this proposal.
That's correct.
And if necessary, it will be subject to its own SEPA review process.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time.
Okay, Ms. Melling, any questions? All right, Mr. Casagua?
No.
All right, Ms. Hurt?
I'm not sure Mr. Hampson can answer my question.
Oh, just go ahead and ask it. We'll see.
Okay, question is, why would the city code trump the history, the deed, all of this for the land being purchased for passive outdoor recreation? And why would, although the project is in the active part of the park, the majority of the park is passive compared to an active park. So why does the city code rule a state park?
All right, Mr. Casagua?
I'll object to the form of the question and ask that it be restated in parts.
Okay.
Yeah,
why
you
does
had
the
two
city
questions there,
code, why does the city code or is city comprehensive plan, why is that above a regional park that serves a lot of other areas, not just the city?
I'm going to object to the question as I think she's making a legal argument or asking this witness to render a legal opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mr. Hanson was asked all sorts of ordinance application questions. So if it's within your expertise as a planner, Mr. Hampson, go ahead and
I'd say I don't understand the question.
Okay.
The question is, you have stated compliance under city code. You were asked if this is passive park use, and your answer was no, there is no passive park use. And I'm questioning that what the city is saying for St. Edward State Park and what St. Edward State Park was purchased for, what a lot of documents say, is passive use. I'm questioning why does the city get to say it's not passive use?
I'll object to the form of the question again. It requires Mr. Hampson to make a number of presumptions that are not even in the question or in the record.
Yeah, Mr. Hurd, I think you're going to have to be a little more direct. You're presuming that the city
Does
code
does the city determine whether the park is passive use or not?
No.
Okay. So what was meant by the reply, does the city code say that this park is passive use, and you said no? I don't understand the response.
I meant that there's nothing in a city code that says this has to be a passive park.
But there's nothing in the city code saying it. Is there anything in the city code saying it has to be an active park?
No.
Is there anything in the city code that says it's a community park?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Hampson. All right, is that it from the applicant then?
That is it from the applicant.
Okay, then we'll move on to the city. Mr. Casaguma, you had one witness, Mr. Richardson, I believe.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Richardson, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Mr. Richardson, because I believe when you spoke yesterday, you didn't give your educational and work experience background. Would you please quickly tell Mr. Hearing Examiner about
Of course. I graduated from the University of Washington with a bachelor's in civil and environmental engineering, and I am a licensed professional engineer, and I've been practicing in the engineering field for over 10 years with 6 years of experience doing development review for the city of Kenmore.
Civil and environmental engineer, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
And were you present this afternoon when Ms. Jennifer Barnes spoke?
Yes, I was.
And do you have any comments about her comments or testimony?
No, generally I concur with what she said in that the industry standard was well followed, and in fact her level of care was above what I've typically observed in my role here with the city, and the incorporation of the Cedar Brook data was actually above what the industry standard would have been to, as she said, just using the ITE manual would have met industry standard. And so the incorporation of the Cedar Brook data was actually above that standard.
Okay. Do you have any other comments for the hearing examiner about room capacity, determining parking spaces, or traffic impact?
Yeah, so parking design is done to balance. It's not done for absolute peak times always. It's done to balance the environmental impacts. Both, generally parking lots are viewed as unaesthetic, things that can be invasive on the environment. So we try not to just go out and create the largest parking lots that man can imagine. We try to narrow it to what we truly think the need is. And I think for an example of that, we don't really have to look any further than the room we're in currently. This room, combined when open like this, has a capacity that exceeds 550 people, the exact same number we're talking about for the lodge project. And, it's having a functional setup right now of over 100 people, but clearly we don't have 100 or 600 parking stalls available at City Hall. We have already worked out similar mitigation measures that are proposed by the project, such as we have shared parking agreements across the street.
Mr. Richardson, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. Ms. Hurt? I'm sorry. Can you please take your call out? This is a good opportunity. If you guys have your phones, can you please silence them?
So I'm sorry about that, but I need to let them know that I was not making that appointment.
Okay.
So,
let's see.
Could
you
that
restate
is
what you had just stated before?
Yes.
Ms. Baker
So
spoke?
I was talking about how this room currently has a occupancy over 550 people, and we have a functional setup right now that exceeds 100 people, but we clearly do not have 100 stalls here at City Hall. We have similar mitigation measures to what's proposed for the project. We have shared parking agreements across the street on city-owned property, and we also send out emails ahead of time to try and get staff to open up available city parking by using those areas. And additionally, we also try to time special events in the evenings and weekends and the times when employees are not filling these parking spots. That's very similar to what's being proposed by the use of anything from Bastille to the ball fields for overflow parking and the valet. So it seems to me that the project has met a good balance of meeting what is anticipated parking needs, but limiting the amount of environmental impacts that the mitigation requires.
And when you gave those examples and even mentioned Bastille University, are you referring to the fact that the considerations or the mitigations that you're talking about were the result of a SEPA process and review?
Correct, yeah, the mitigations for the overflow parking that are mentioned in the EIS.
Right.
EIS, either one.
And those mitigations, are you also saying that the mitigation was a requirement of the conditions of approval of any permits or approvals for those examples you gave?
No, it was not a condition of approval. It's our role in managing our own parking. Parking management falls to the private property owner in all cases, as it would with this project. And so our role as managers of our own parking is to do those things in order to make things function and to benefit everyone, the same as a business would have to do. Conferences, if they can't park their guests, are not going to book in an area that doesn't have adequate parking. Sorry, I think that answered the question.
Oh, well, it did. Thank you.
Okay.
I have nothing further, Ms. Richardson.
Right,
do you have anything else to say?
Ms. Welling, any questions? Okay, the applicants?
No questions.
Ms. Hurt?
No, I think, just clarify, I heard you say if they can't park their guests, they're not going to have the event or the conference.
Just from a practical standpoint of, yes, a conference isn't going to want to book in a location where they can't feasibly get their guests in.
Okay, well, that in a way answers the question I had earlier of Ms. Barnes about would they be able to have that conference. So thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, so I take it the applicant and Parks don't have any rebuttal, just Mr. Richardson's testimony. That is, as we anticipated up front, that was unlikely.
That's correct.
Yeah, so we'll move on. Ms. Hurt, any final rebuttal then? This will just be if you have any rebuttal witnesses to present.
My head is splinting.
Oh, you're done. Okay. So now,
I don't know that I'm done.
No rebuttal witness.
No witnesses.
No, do I have a rebuttal witness?
Yes, that's right.
First, let me ask Mr.
Okay.
Lance, were your questions answered? Do you have anything that you said that you want to, that wasn't answered? I haven't had a chance to talk to my witnesses to see if they had anything.
Okay, we'll give you a minute. Yeah, a couple minutes. Let's take a short 3-minute break then.
Mr. Examiner, while they're conferring, I know you sort of left open the question of I'd like to do a closing and just be done with this tonight.
That's fine, yeah.
I don't know if there's...
If that's what everyone wants to do, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We would oppose that very strongly.
Yeah.
Let's just get it done.
Well, first figure out if your rebuttal.
Figure out
and
if you need a rebuttal witness. Otherwise, I'm ready to go. I think Mr. Kasaguma's ready to go. Do you want to...
It doesn't sound like she does. I mean, I would think your rebuttal witnesses would primarily be Dr. Barnes and giving his expert testimony, and he's not here anymore, correct?
Yeah, he gave me a comment for
your
summary.
closing. Okay, great. And as to the question of written or verbal briefs, I think I'm going to let majority rule here. It looks like 3 of the 4 parties want to do it or verbal, so we'll do it verbal then. And as I mentioned, we'll start off first with the city. Any comments they have?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My comments are going to be very brief, hopefully only 3 to 5 minutes. But I want to begin with a review of the standards that apply to this appeal. As stated by the hearing examiner in the pre-hearing order, the EIS must present a reasonably thorough discussion of significant aspects of probable environmental consequences of the upcoming city decision by the City Council. The EIS need not address every conceivable effect or alternative of the project. It needs to include information that is sufficiently beneficial to the decision-making process, which ends with a City Council decision on the hearing examiner's recommendation. And impacts or alternatives which have insufficient causal relationship or likelihood or reliability, or that will not influence the decision-making process or the decision makers, that are remote or speculative, and I emphasize those two words, do not need to be addressed or discussed in an EIS. Or stated another way, the question is whether the environmental impacts sufficiently discuss, and substantiate by supportive opinion and data what is in the text of the EIS itself. In other words, the EIS must provide the City Council with sufficient information to allow it to make an informed decision. Therefore, the essential issues before us after all of this testimony and argument and discussion are two, which are the environmental impacts of the proposed lodge sufficiently disclosed and discussed in the EIS? And on that point, as the hearing examiner knows, the city has prepared a table entitled Table Appellants Appeal Issues and EIS, which is city's number 15, or as I understand it, number 14 of your combined exhibit list. And that is a very good reference, even after all the testimony that has occurred in the last almost 2 days, which for tying the allegations that have been made by the appellants to the portions of the EIS, in the city's opinion, that answer the question, does the EIS address and discuss the points that the appellants have made with respect to the adequacy of the EIS? And the city's position is that when you look at this table, that every allegation that has been made by the appellants with respect to elements of the environment have been adequately addressed and discussed in the EIS. And because it is a document that is not just a couple of pages, we are referring the hearing examiner to this comparison, which, by the way, also shows the hearing examiner the connection between the comments that were made and the responses to the comments. And it also indicates for every single allegation made by the appellants the mitigation that is proposed for mitigating the impacts that have been addressed, or the significant probable adverse environmental impacts that have been identified in the EIS. So we refer the hearing examiner to that. The second question is whether the EIS provides the City Council with sufficient information to allow it to make an informed decision. And on those two questions, our answer is yes and yes to both. Therefore, the hearing examiner should deny the appeal and allow the EIS to be moved forward to the City Council so that the City Council can make a decision on the project application, which is a Type 4 site plan review application, as we have discussed in the previous hearing. The appellants are making a couple, or actually 3, essential arguments. I'd like to combine them together. The first is that the mitigation that is in the environmental impact statement is not complete or enforceable. And the complaint is, well, many of the mitigation descriptions use the word could or use the word would. The appellants fundamentally misunderstand the purpose of stating mitigation in an EIS. That mitigation is to be developed so that the decision makers, in this case the City Council, can take the suggested mitigation and apply it if the City Council decides to do so. As the hearing examiner is aware, the City Council has the opportunity to expand on the mitigation or to change it. So the fact that the mitigation in the EIS uses the word could or should, or in the case of the traffic impacts or the parking space impact, the EIS says, well, that mitigation is subject to an agreement that is to occur in the future. That doesn't mean the EIS is inadequate. What that means is that the City Council has the opportunity to apply mitigation that could be an offshoot or an elaboration of, in the case of parking spaces, an agreement with some other entities to take care of overflow parking in the circumstances where, and they're not going to happen very often, but where there is a need for overflow parking mitigation. The appellants also say that the information and analysis in the EIS is wrong, in the appellant's opinion. I take that to mean that they are admitting that the information and discussion in the EIS is adequate. So we've taken that issue of adequacy off the table, apparently. The difficulty with the claims made by the appellants in challenging the discussion and assumptions and conclusions in the EIS is that the appellants have failed to produce a single report or a single technical memo or a single opinion of an expert in the areas of the elements of the environment, except for Dr. Bain. Dr. Bain's testimony fits in the terms speculation or remoteness. His testimony was speculation or remoteness. His testimony was speculative and remote. For example, Dr. Bain stated that the impact he's concerned about of this project right now is that it anticipates that there might be lodge guests who will use the trails. But in answer to a question from me, he admitted that the 100 users per day that he mentioned was speculative. And that is very typical of the arguments that have been made by the appellants. The other argument that they have made, or arguments they have made, are misunderstandings or wrong conclusions that are drawn from the EIS language or from the reports. And so those conclusions or misunderstandings don't argue against the fact that the EIS is adequate. That is all I'm going to say today. My understanding is that the applicants are going to address in greater detail the specific allegations and claims made by the appellants, and are also going to address some of the legal issues that arise under both the City Code and applicable SEPA regulations.
Okay, great. Just that one question for you. Some of the jurisdictions I work with, I get staff recommendations for parking monitoring plans in circumstances where it's a little unclear because of the uniqueness of the use whether parking will in fact be adequate, where they require the applicant to essentially, pick the 2 dates they have the biggest conferences and assess whether the parking is adequate, and if not, then staff has discretion to, require additional mitigation. Is that something, in your opinion, that could work in Kenmore that would even, be a defensible condition? Do you have any opinion on that?
It could work. It's not in the EIS. The absence of that does not mean that the EIS is inadequate.
Right.
But it's certainly something that the city could take into consideration in making a presentation of the hearing examiner's recommendation to the City Council.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't studied the parking standards yet. That might be something more appropriate under the site plan recommendations. But I was just curious if the city had done something like that before. So
I don't know. I'd have to ask my city folks.
Okay, good to know.
At this point, are you asking for one of them to make a comment on that?
No. I was just actually, if you haven't dealt with it here, that's good enough. So appreciate to know that. Thank you. All right, Ms. Melling.
The appellants failed to include any testimony that identified impacts of the project that were not disclosed in the environmental impact statement. What citizens have left is one issue for state parks, and that's their issue number 17, and it regards the consistency with the camp. In Ms. Logan's testimony, she addressed each of the citizens' concerns and explained why this project is consistent with Park's own 2008 Camp for St. Edward State Park. I'd ask the hearing examiner to defer to the agency's own interpretation of its document for consistency rather than the opinion of a third party. Citizens' concerns raised about night use of the trails and marble muralettes are speculative. SEPA authority does not require that an environmental impact statement include remote or speculative impacts. That's addressed by Professor Settle at page 14-19 of his handbook under the heading Standards for EIS Adequacy, the Rule of Reason. He specifically summarizes the case law and states that where there is insufficient causal relation, likelihood, or reliability to influence decision makers, not quoting, those impacts are remote or speculative and may be excluded from an EIS. The city and parks did not err by declining to include every conceivable future impact that might occur on the property, but limit its analysis to the project that was before it. The citizens have not identified an element of the built or natural environment that was not adequately addressed in the cumulative effect analysis of the environmental impact statement. And what Parks would request is that you either uphold this environmental impact statement as sufficient or make a recommendation to the City Council that the EIS be upheld because it did disclose, discuss, and substantiate the effects of this proposal on St. Edward State Park.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Renati.
Thank you. I'll do my very best here to consolidate and truncate. So we've been here for 2 days. I'm sorry? And truncate my remarks. We've been here for 2 days and heard from a lot of people. We've heard from the appellants. We've heard from other members of the public that support the appellant's concerns. And what I heard was a lot of concern about the potential impacts of this project. Concerns about light and noise on wildlife, concerns about traffic, concerns about trees being removed, concerns about competition for parking spots. And it's not for me or anyone in this room to decide what to do about those concerns. That's ultimately the City Council's job. What I didn't hear is an allegation that those concerns haven't been disclosed. And that's really what this is about. As Settle says in his treatise, the role of the EIS is to disclose, not dispose. And I think very methodically we tried to go through every single concern that was expressed by a witness and take them to the place in the EIS where that concern was disclosed. And in each instance, the witness that expressed the concern agreed that the statement in the EIS reflects that concern. And I think that may be, in the simplest way, a way to address what's going on here. And that's, again, the sole question is the EIS adequate? The burden here is on the appellant, the burden of proof and the burden of persuasion. And, of course, as we all know, the city found the EIS to be adequate. That was Mr. Richardson's testimony. And that finding is entitled to substantial weight. That's RCW 4321C090. It's entitled to substantial weight, and there's nothing in the evidence that should tip the scales the other way. I want to address a few of the issues that have come up and try to summarize where we are and clarify a few issues. And I'll start with Mr. Lance's presentation. One of his principal concerns is that the project has been misdesignated as a hotel when, in his view, it really should be a conference center. This question of what kind of designation this facility should have is relevant in two different ways. And I think it's important to remember it's relevant in two different ways. The first way that it's relevant is in how the city of Kenmore will view this project for purposes of applying the Kenmore Land Use Code. And that's relevant in terms of compliance with parking requirements, for example, code requirements. It's also relevant separately, of course it's related, but separately in terms of how the parking analysis, the parking analyst, that's Heffron and Ms. Barnes, how they view the project so that they know, in terms of how they analyze its impacts. So this question is relevant in two different ways. The answer is the same, however. In both scenarios, the appropriate designation of this project is hotel. The Kenmore Municipal Code has a definition section. It's 18.20, and it defines hotel at 18.20.1375. The definition of hotel includes, among other things in that definition, a central kitchen and dining room and accessory shops and services catering to the general public may be provided. That's in the definition. Of course, the primary part of that is providing lodging space for transient rental spaces for sleeping purposes. But the definition acknowledges that there can be a kitchen, a dining room, accessory shops, and services. There is a separate definition in the Kenmore Land Use Code for conference center, and that's at 18.20.560. Conference center is defined as an establishment developed primarily as a meeting facility, including only facilities for recreation, overnight lodging, and related activities provided for conference participants. So what they're saying is that if you've got a conference center and it's got some rooms attached to it that could be for conference users, that would be a conference center. And if there is any question about which use is predominant, the Kenmore Municipal Code has a definition in the Land Use Code for accessory use. That's at 18.20.035. 18.20.035. And it defines accessory use as a use typically subordinate in size to the principal use that would not contribute significantly to traffic generation, noise, or nuisance, and that supports the primary use operation without displacing it. We have testimony from the architect, the project architect, that says the hotel space, the planned hotel space, is approximately 35,000 square feet. I think it's an undisputed point. I think everybody has said that the expected or anticipated conference room space is 16,600 feet. Simple math, the conference space is subordinate to the hotel room space. We have testimony from Trevina Wang talking about the intentions here, the spirit of this project, that the rooms, and very specific testimony that the lodging rooms, the hotel rooms, are available to the general public. Renting a hotel room is not conditioned on being a conference goer. Anybody can rent those rooms. The conference rooms, as she testified, are just another amenity like the restaurant and the spa and the wellness center. These definitions, her testimony and Mr. Wright's testimony applied to the Land Use Code should make it clear that under the Kenmore Land Use Code, this is a hotel, and that is exactly how the city viewed it. And the city's interpretation of its own code is, of course, entitled to deference. Now, Mr. Lance, when we talked about this, had no knowledge about any conditions placed on renting the rooms. He had no knowledge at the time of how many square feet of guest rooms there were compared to meeting space. In Redirect, they went through an exercise of trying to compare the meeting space by ignoring all the floors with the rooms on it. And if you ignore all the floors with the rooms on it, of course the conference space is predominant. But the undisputed testimony here is the predominant use in terms of square footage is the conference center, and that is consistent, and the intention and the arrangement here is that this is primarily a lodge. So the city correctly designated this as a hotel. For the traffic and parking analysis, everybody who talks about traffic and parking has acknowledged that the ITE standards are the industry standard, and that the rates and the data there are appropriate to use here. ITE has a Land Use Code 310 definition of hotel use, and Ms. Barnes read that into the record and testified that in her experience this is a textbook definition of a hotel use. And of course, the project description, which is on page 1-1 of the draft EIS, fits squarely with that definition. This is a hotel with up to 100 rooms, 80 to 100 rooms. It's going to have some meeting spaces, a restaurant, a cafe, a spa, and Ms. Wang confirmed that's still the plan. What's in the project description is still the plan. There was no testimony from anyone disputing that project description. So that's the project description. It fits squarely with the land use code definition of a hotel use. And so it was appropriate to use hotel or to use the hotel use designation in analyzing parking and traffic. Mr. Lance has concerns about mitigation issues. He was concerned that Heffron didn't collect enough data on what's going on at Cedar Brook. He was concerned that there wasn't enough data collected on parking solutions other than what was in Heffron's analysis, and that there wasn't data there wasn't enough analysis on the probability of success in terms of finding other off-site parking. As the hearing examiner knows well, part of the rule of reason is that you don't have to address every possible scenario. And certainly the WACs themselves, the SEPA rules say that in analyzing significant impacts and mitigation measures of significant impacts, the EIS, and I'm quoting now, may discuss their technical feasibility and economic practicability if there is concern about whether a mitigation measure is capable of being accomplished. So talking about whether there's any real possibility of getting off-site parking, it's optional. We did talk about it, though. Witnesses talked about it, and the evidence shows that it's actually not uncommon to find off-site parking in Kenmore to deal with these situations. Mr. Lance himself acknowledged that the ball fields are used as overflow parking during the concert series, so that precedent is there. The questions pertaining to Heffron's analysis, that was another issue raised by Mr. Lance, and particularly the Cedar Brook work. I think first it's important to note that, as Mr. Kasaguma noted, there is no other competing traffic and parking report of any kind. And Mr. Lance admitted right up front that he's not a parking and traffic expert. He was just raising critique as a layperson. So let's talk about those data gaps with Cedar Brook. First, even there, I think it's important to recognize that Cedar Brook data is not necessary to have prepared an appropriate traffic study. It was not necessary to, it wouldn't have led to a different conclusion in terms of the impacts of this project and appropriate mitigation. And for that reason, the city found that the study, the analysis, and the conclusion were all adequate. And again, that's a finding that's entitled to substantial weight. The data, both Cedar Brook and the ITE, is expressed in rates. That's cars per occupied room or cars per conference guest. And so that data will scale up or down depending on, the busy season and the not busy season. The rate doesn't change substantially. That rate was applied to this project as if it was a fully occupied hotel. And in fact, the analysis goes above and beyond that by assuming it's a fully occupied hotel, and it tells us what would happen, how many conference goers could we have in this parking that are not using the hotel as a lodging place. What's the tipping point? If the hotel is full, how big a conference can we accommodate? That's the conclusion in the EIS. It's not predicting how many people are going to show up or how often the parking lot's going to be full. What it's telling us is this lot could fill, if the hotel's full and there's a conference of nobody using the hotel room, we could have 120 guests, and beyond that, you're going to need to make arrangements for parking. That's what the EIS is telling us, and as Mr. Kasaguma said, that's information, that's adequate information, and that's information the City Council can take into account when it makes its decision on the site plan application, and if it wants to impose some specific mitigation in this area, it's got the information it needs, and that's the purpose of an EIS. This full occupancy scenario, this 1,000-person, the hotel is full, the restaurant's full, there's 550 conference goers with no overlap. Mr. Lance admitted that's a remote scenario, and all the experts have also said that's a very remote scenario. as Mr. Kasaguma pointed out, you don't need to consider every remote scenario in an EIS. But as it happens, this EIS actually gives us the information we need to deal with that scenario. And what it says is if you're going to have 1,000 people in the lodge at any given moment and that kind of parking need, you're going to need to provide off-site parking. The City Council is going to get that information, and that's what the point of this EIS is. On the question of no net loss of parking, we have testimony from both Ms. Heffron and Mr. Lance that there's 220 spaces now. There'll be 220 spaces after this project is over. We also had a concession from Mr. Lance that the disclosure to Phyllis Finley in response to her DEIS comment, and I went through that specifically with Ms. Barnes, he conceded that was an accurate response when the whole quote was read. So nobody is here saying that we can't prevent, that we won't, and no lodge guest will ever park in public parking. We're not saying that. But that's not what an EIS requires. What it requires is that we disclose that, and it's been disclosed. So again, the City Council and State Parks are going to get that information. He, in his brief, also raised issue number 12, but then subsequently withdrew that issue, so it's my understanding that issue's off the table. Unless you have questions about Mr. Lance, I was going to address Tracy Hendershot's
brief. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Hendershot raised a handful of issues as well. She admitted that she has no expertise on the effects of nightlight or noise on animals, and she did no independent study or analysis on either topic. Her chief concern is trail use at night, and it relies on an unfounded assumption that there's no use at night now. That's what she wrote in her brief. She did, however, acknowledge that there's something called social trails that seem to be coming from various residential properties that abut the park, which suggests that maybe some of the neighbors abutting the park today might be walking around the trails at night. There's no reason to assuming that lodge guests are using the trails at night is requiring an assumption that lodge users alone are going to break the rules, and that Parks is going to do nothing about it, or that Parks is going to change its rules. And we have testimony that from Parks that they're not changing the rules and they're not changing how they're going to enforce the rules. So the assumption that only lodge guests are going to break the rules is not a reasonable assumption. There was a general concern she expressed about the overall increase in trail use. First, I have to note that on page 3.7-3 of the draft EIS, I took her through the language in the draft EIS that acknowledges that lodge guests are likely to use the trails. So this concern, which may be valid, I wouldn't quibble that lodge guests are going to use the trails. It's disclosed, and that's what matters. We also have to put this concern in context. Dr. Bain estimated that the lodge might generate 100 users a day more than what's going on now. Well, if we do the math, 100 users a day is 36,500 users a year. The park has 865,000 users a year already. So the increase that they're concerned about is a 4.2% annual increase, or an increase on an annual basis. And I think it's also important to keep in mind that these new users are also themselves members of the public, and we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is a public park and that the public should be able to use it. So more people, more members of the public using the park isn't a bad thing. That's the point of having this park. She expressed a concern about lights at night, and we very meticulously walked her through 3 separate places in the draft EIS on pages 3.8-2, 3.3-10, and 3.3-12, where the EIS discloses that the lights at night are going to have some effect on wildlife, and we can do some things to mitigate it, but it's going to have an effect. And that's, again, all that's required here. She made a comment about noise impacts. Now, the SEPA responsible official specifically responded to that comment. It's in the final EIS, which is Core Document Exhibit 11. The response is at page 3-45. And the response says that the noise analysis relied on Washington State noise standards. We heard no testimony from Ms. Hendershot or anyone else that compliance with Washington State noise standards is inappropriate. And that would be obviously because it's not inappropriate. That's why they're the Washington State noise standards. In truth, and her testimony I thought did a really good job of summarizing this. In truth, she doesn't dispute that the impacts are undisclosed. She just doesn't like the impacts. And that's fair, but that's not what's at issue here. What's at issue here is the question of disclosure. Unless you have questions, I'll address Dr. Bain as well. So Dr. Bain is a killer whale expert, and I'll be honest and admit if I ever have a case involving killer whales, I'm probably going to pick up the phone and call him. But I wouldn't call him if I have a case involving the marbled murrelet. But I don't think the hearing examiner needs to make any determination really about whether he's an expert or not, because it's clear from his testimony that he's talking about his own testimony. He's talking about a bird that's not likely to be even interested in this park for at least another 20 years. And he acknowledges that there are no trees in the project area that are candidates for this bird. And he acknowledges that his concern is based on a litany of other assumptions about the future of this park that may or may not come to pass. That is a classic remote and speculative scenario that doesn't need to be addressed. Similarly with fish, he admits that if this project complies with stormwater requirements, the Stormwater Design Manual, that will resolve water quality and drainage issues that might affect fish. Water quality and drainage issues that might affect fish. He admits that there's no fish in the project area, as he must, and that his real concern for fish is that someone at night with a flashlight will be walking on the trails up to the edge of the lake and flash that light into the lake or in a river and illuminate fish, and that some predator is going to jump out when they see the fish and eat them. And now if that's not a remote or speculative scenario, I just don't know what is. As far as the other animals, I asked him if he thinks we need to brainstorm every possible endangered or threatened species that might one day be interested in the park. And he acknowledged that's basically the standard that he's trying to hold this process to. That's certainly not the standard here. We heard from Nell Lund, the animal and plant animal habitat expert, on the analysis that was done. She used she used state standards to determine a study area, and in fact, when it came to endangered and threatened species, she used available data that went outside the study area to acknowledge what's there, that bald eagle site that's 350 feet outside the study area. So the analysis that was done here is consistent with state standards, and in fact, when it comes to endangered species, goes beyond that. The need, Dr. Bain seems to think that we need to assess impacts to the entire park, even though the project is really just 5.5 acres in the middle of the park that is already developed. If you look at any of these drawings of the park area, it's mostly lawn, pavement, and buildings. Dr. Bain raised a concern in his briefing about a noise study, and when I pointed him to the noise study in the draft EIS as an appendix, he conceded that point. So again, what we've got here is concerns about the impacts of the project, and it's not for any of us really to say whether those concerns are valid or not. That's not the issue here. The question is, were those impacts disclosed? And the answer to that question is yes. Now, this appeal, the appellants have presented in their initial appeal statement 24 issues, and we've made some efforts to try to narrow that. I want to walk through the issues to make it very clear where we are in terms of evidence and argument, hopefully to make your job a little bit easier. The appellants were given the opportunity to rewrite issues 1 and 2 to clarify them. Near as I can tell, they wrote exactly the same issue statement for 1 and 2, and so I'll address them as the same thing. A number of the, they listed a long laundry list of elements, some of which are consistent with WAC 197.11.444 defining elements of the environment. Some of them aren't. But the evidence was focused almost exclusively on parking and then this issue of child safety. And when I'm referring to child safety, I'm actually talking about the site plan hearing testimony. I didn't catch your first name, but Ms. Anderson was the one who raised the question about child safety. And when she was speaking, she asked a question about the parking area and the playground, and when it was explained to her that the new parking area is actually on the other side of the building from the playground, she withdrew that comment, or at least backed down on her concern. So that's the evidence on child safety, to the extent that the hearing examiner might think that that's even an appropriate element of the environment to concern or to address. On parking, we'll talk about that. That's raised more specifically in several other issues. So our view is issues 1 and 2 should be dismissed. There's no evidence on them. There's nothing there. On issue number 3, identification, analysis, and mitigation of impacts to the natural environment. Sure. Identification, analysis, and mitigation of impacts to the natural environment. We heard from Tracy Hendershot and Dr. Bain again, and I've spoken already about the testimony they provided. Really, their concerns are speculative, and they're disclosed. The impacts, other than the marbled murrelet, of course, but the impacts to wildlife are disclosed, and neither one of them disputed that fact. Issue 4. They raised an issue. They were concerned about erosion on the trails due to increased traffic. That was the issue statement. We heard absolutely no evidence whatsoever on that subject. None. That issue should be dismissed entirely for lack of evidence. Issue number 5 was an allegation that the impacts to existing parking are understated. This is, again, that concern that there's going to be competition with the existing public parking. Mr. Lance conceded that there's no net loss. There's 20 spaces before, there's 20 spaces now. Ms. Barnes confirmed, or 220 spaces, I'm sorry. Ms. Barnes confirmed that in her testimony. Mr. Kasaguma actually asked what I thought was a very interesting and good question, that a number of people who are using the restaurant or the banquet hall now and are using some of these 220 spaces, those are going to become lodge users in the future. And so they'll be using the new lodge space. And that means we're going to free up parking in the 220 spaces that are part of the park. So if anything, this is going to create parking. But you don't even have to go there. The fact of the matter is the impacts to existing parking are not understated in the EIS. And that gets then to issue number 6, which is an attack on the Heffron study, the transportation study. Again, I spoke in great detail about why that issue should be dismissed. The study is appropriate. It was accepted by the city. And we've heard nothing today that indicates an undisclosed impact or a scenario that the city council won't have some guidance on what to do about. The disagreement that the appellant really has with the study is in its conclusions and in the substance of the conclusions. They don't like the impact. It's not that they don't like the disclosure. They don't like the impact. And that's, whether you like the impact or not, that's not here today. On traffic and parking impact fees, we raised this issue in prior briefings, saying that impact fees are not part of this process. And the hearing examiner narrowed that issue down to the question of whether parking impact would be underrepresented because the parking study underrepresents parking impacts, which is essentially tying issue 6 and 7. And because there's no basis to conclude that the Heffron study is inaccurate or doesn't reasonably disclose parking impacts, that same thing applies to 7, and 7 should be dismissed. Issue 8 talks about the feasibility of off-site parking access, and as we've said a couple of times, discussion of feasibility of mitigation is optional, and there's plenty of testimony from Mr. Richardson and Mr. Lance that off-site parking already happens for special events in the park and in the city. The same thing can be said of issue number 9, enforcement of parking mitigation. Again, there's no there's no evidence to suggest that the city wouldn't require this mitigation condition to provide off-site parking. And in fact, it's part of the lease. The lease requires Daniels to comply with all mitigation. So no matter what the city does, if Daniels wants to continue to occupy the building and operate it, it's going to have to provide the mitigation that's in the EIS because of the lease. Issue 10 was dismissed earlier today, so I won't speak to that one. Issue number 11 is this comprehensive accounting, the full scenario, the 1,000 occupants. We have testimony from Mr. Wright, from Mr. Lance, from Ms. Barnes, all saying that that's highly unlikely. And of course, you don't need to consider remote scenarios. And as I've said earlier, it's actually covered by the EIS, which says that if you have a fully occupied hotel and a conference of 120 unrelated guests, you're going to have to start looking at alternative parking, and that would be exactly what applies to this comprehensive accounting scenario. The allegation that this project was not analyzed in the regional context, Mr. Lance conceded that point during his cross-examination, so that obviously should be withdrawn. Issue 13 was about the ball fields project. We went through every single one of the cumulative impacts discussions in the draft EIS and pointed out that the ball fields project is acknowledged as a potential contributing factor to cumulative impacts. The primary witness that the appellant offered, in fact, the only witness the appellants offered to talk about ball fields was Elizabeth Mooney. The only witness the appellant offered was Elizabeth Mooney, and her testimony was she kind of actually likes this project. Her real concern is with the ball field. Well, the ball field's not at issue here. That has nothing to do with this project. Issues 14, 15, and 16 were dismissed earlier today. Issue 17, Ms. Whaling, the Assistant Attorney General, covered it, and I thought she covered it well. We agree with her. On 18, the sufficiency of mitigation measures. This is, again, Mr. Lance's argument and testimony. I think one of the things that needs to be recognized here is that the law doesn't require mitigation measures that would reduce impacts to non-significant levels. The residents opposed to Kittitas Turbines case, 165 Washington 2nd, 275, at page 312. Yes, residents opposed to Kittitas Turbines, 165 Washington 2nd, 275, at page 312. That's a case that the point is there's no requirement that you mitigate things to a non-significant level. That's not what's required to make an EIS adequate. There's also actually no evidence in the record that the proposed parking mitigation is ineffective. It's just speculation again. So that's another issue that should be dismissed. Issue 19 was a complaint that comments that the citizen comments received inadequate response from the SEPA responsible official. The only evidence on that point is Tracy Hendershot's brief and testimony. She's the only one to say that her comments were not adequately, or to allege that. But again, we went through her concerns and her comments one by one, and she acknowledged that they were actually addressed in the comments and in the EIS itself. The remaining issues, 20, dealing with the Land and Water Conservation Fund, was dismissed 21 or earlier. 21 and 22, dealing with substantive mitigation and lead agency designations, was also dismissed. 23, which we said it's the one that cited the threshold determination provisions, but if you just sort of read the text, it could be considered to apply to adequacy. If you read it that way, those are broad statements about the rest of their appeal, really. And so now it should be dismissed because the rest of the appeal ought to be dismissed. And issue 24 was withdrawn. So I've gone through all of the issues, and as I hope the hearing examiner will see, they don't have any evidence. Almost all of it is based on speculation. And there's no disagreement, really, that the EIS discloses impacts. The disagreement or concern is they just don't like the impacts, and that's not what's at issue here. So we think the right result here is to deny this appeal and send the EIS as it presently exists up to the City Council along with the site plan recommendation so that this project can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Hurt.
I know there's a lot to reply to. I am very tired. I think that the impact traffic of the impact of the off-site. I'm sorry. Let me get my thoughts together. Let me go to the next one. In talking about the number of parking spaces, it was not the number of parking spaces that we were saying were not adequate at 220 now and 220 existing after, so no net loss of existing parking spaces. The real issue there is loss of access for park users who come to the park to not be able to access those because they are being used by people who are using the lodge. In all of the things that were given and the response in letter 10, it acknowledges that there is no way to keep lodge patrons from parking in the park, these 220 spaces. I think that from the park website, which I didn't mention, but it states on the park website, under camping and picnics for picnics and events at St. Edward State Park, to please carpool because of tight parking. So that acknowledges that parking at the park with 220 spaces, when you have 865,000 people coming to the park using your figures, is a very tight parking situation currently. So currently, given that we have a lot of people who come to the park and we only have 220 parking spaces, and people do circulate looking for a place to park currently, not in the winter, but they certainly can do that from April through September, then I think there is a concern, a valid concern, about using the lodge users parking in these 220 spaces and lack of access for current park users and others who will come to the park and not go to the lodge, new park visitors who are not coming to the lodge but are coming to use the park, not having a place to park. And that is the concern, that you will not have access to these. That is the reason for our parking analysis. While not an expert, we can do the math and we can look at things, and we had an explanation. I still think that there are problems. Even though I know it was conservative, there are weaknesses in that parking report that do not address what could happen and where will this off-site parking. I would think that before you say the EIS is complete, and maybe it is just, you said it's reasonable. Yeah, it's reasonable to say off-site parking. We have a tipping point. But the mitigations are not something that I would trust as being something that will happen, except for valet parking. So I think that we've shown that there's not a whole lot of places for off-site parking. unless the city of Kenmore can provide it. I don't think I would want to count on Bastyr. They have their own weekend events at Bastyr. Weekend events. They have weekend events. They're not completely empty every weekend, and most of those are, spring, summer, fall. Most of their weekend events they have are spring, summer, fall, but they'll have a whole weekend event. People use Bastyr for events like there's a Kenmore Art Fair that's been at Bastyr. Okay. So that's one thing I have to say. The other is, excuse me, you'll have to bear with me. This is not my expertise. I have a few notes. Okay, you made a, as far as discussing Ms. Hendershot's comments, there was the comment that there is nothing, it's speculation that people will be walking on the parks. I would like to add, it is also speculation that neighbors walk in the park at night and use the trails at night. As stated, that you thought that might be happening. That is also speculation. So that is just as much speculation as hotel guests using the park. There is no proof. It is speculation. Let's see. Excuse me. We know lights at night will have some effect. I think the thing that people wanted to know was, is this the best mitigation, and how can we even improve that? There is a real concern about the animals at night. Since the park has been closed, there have not been lights in that area for 40 years. And I doubt there were many lights in that area during the seminary years. So this is definitely a new thing. And yes, there will be impact, and there is concern about that impact. Is it completely covered in the EIS? I'm not one to determine that. Let's see. So I had another one. As far as, no, it doesn't do it. You did, as far as not having specific answers, I think that an answer that was quoted by someone that, and I can't remember when, but that, I know I quoted it when I rewrote number 19 about not having a response. To me, the topic of XXXXX is noted means nothing. And I probably should have asked the question of someone, I didn't know who to ask it to, of what does this mean? So that was part of our non-response. That's a non-response to the public. They don't know what that means. Sure, if it's a one sentence saying I disapprove or I approve, well, that's duly noted, you can tally. But if it's a question or a comment that people are questioning or have a concern about, this is duly noted, is not an appropriate answer from a layperson's perspective. This should be written so a layperson can understand it. So that was some of that. And I know I addressed it in 19. In fact, I showed where I thought my questions weren't answered, but you didn't bring that up because I didn't testify that, but I did submit that when I rewrote 19. I used my letter as an example. I could not go through all the letters in the short time I had to reply to that to see what other questions I did not think had an appropriate answer. We also gave you, well, never mind. That one's not important. So I think I have a comment from Dr. Bain, and his comment is, regardless of whether you think his, and I'd like to back up, even though Mr. Olbrecht should not have to determine whether Dr. Bain is an expert, but it was said again, he's only an expert in wells. Dr. Bain has stated that he had testified as an expert for the Marble Moorlet in other instances. And so, and he has all of these qualifications, and if he was at the master's degree level, he would be writing his thesis on this bird. So you don't have to be a professional expert to know and learn things. And my gosh, I hope that this world does not stop learning when they get their bachelor's or master's degrees, and then that makes them an expert just because they have a degree. And I have 2 of them, so I can be an expert in 2 things. I'd like to read Dr. Bain's. State parks acknowledge they need to discuss murrelots with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They should do that during the SEPA process, while design changes can prevent costly mitigation in the future, not when quick action drawn from limited options would be needed. That is why it should not have been omitted from consideration in the EIS. And a project should look out to the future. When I was on the advisory committee for the camp, which you now do not like, we were looking to the future. We weren't just looking at today or yesterday. We were looking at the future for St. Edward State Park for 10 or 20 years. This project is going to be there for a long time, and the effect and the impact it has on this park will last for a long time. It will change the character of the park. Therefore, that is our concern. Concern throughout this has been, what are we leaving for our grandchildren? If we do all of this development today, what will our grandchildren and future generations have when they need to go to a quiet outdoor place? This is definitely a concern. So, yes, there is a concern about noise. There is a concern about a change in the culture. So Dr. Bain also said the lease requires compliance with mitigation in an EIS. Lease requires compliance with mitigation in the EIS. Therefore, it's essential that the EIS is comprehensive. And so is this EIS comprehensive enough? Does this EIS tell us about, yes, there will be available off-site parking instead of the speculative that this can be arranged with Bastyr, that could happen, but we don't know that it's going to happen. So I would like to see that not dismissed, and I would like to see this become something that has to be solved in a way that fits into the EIS but gives more direction of what will happen. Because an EIS, granted, is not the law, there's codes, there's all this other stuff, but I, as a layperson, should be able to pick up the EIS and understand what's behind it. And this one is not understandable in some of its aspects, and that's why we were here. As far as the management plan and the camp, yes, Parks Commission they can do what they want to. They usually do. But this land use and the things in the management plan are still, until they rescind it, it is what it is in use. So therefore, my comments about not complying and my concern about the overtaking the park and not complying with the building part of the management plan, I think are still valid. So, so that's it. I think that,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's it. I think I thought I had one more thing underlined, but I think I
You
found
covered
it.
it pretty well. Thank you, Ms. Hurd.
You think so?
Oh, yes, of course. Everyone
So-
has. Well, let me deal with the scheduling of the decision that I issued now as a final matter, and then I'll make some quick final comments. But my understanding from talking to Mr. Hampson is that it's the staff's goal to get to the City Council on April 17th, and so you'll need everything finalized by April 3rd. Is that correct, Mr. Hampson, 2 weeks in advance?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm told from both of the court reporters that the earliest they could get transcripts to me is a week from this Friday, the 10th, and I would like to have 2 weeks to be able to, write my decision when I get that information. The transcripts are a pretty important part of my decision because it's really important for me to convey all of the concerns I've heard in this hearing to the council so that they're adequately apprised. And of course, the council will have access to the transcripts too, but I want to be as complete as I can. So that gets my decision out on the 24th. I don't recall if the Kenmore Code has any time limits for my decision on a recommendation, but hopefully that works with everybody. My only concern is, and I don't want to give people ideas, but I think you'll all come up with it on your own, is if I get motions for reconsideration, then I just have 1 week to distribute it for a response and reply and get a revision to council by April 3rd. I mean, Mr. Hampson, what happens in that scenario? I mean, is there any possibility if, reconsideration requests come in that we can submit that as an addendum to whatever's put into the council packet to the council, or?
There is. We could submit something up till, the Friday before the Monday council meeting if needed.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to encourage, motions for reconsideration, but clearly if I'd made an obvious error or something, I think the council would appreciate my input as to how that, when I corrected, how that fits in with the rest of my decision. So anyway, so does anyone have any problems with those timeframes then? Okay, so we expect a decision from me on the 24th, and no long speeches from me. I think you're all very anxious to get home at this point. I just want to say I am, I've done a lot of very contentious hearings throughout the state, and I really do appreciate the civility of everyone that's been involved here. I've seen it much worse in other places, and I think that really reflects well on the city of Kenmore and its concerned citizens, and as well as the attorneys who didn't beat up on the defenseless citizens too much. I think you were pretty nice, and Ms. Hurt, I can't imagine you sitting here and looking just lawyers everywhere. I mean, that's a hamster in a den of vipers kind of situation. And you. Yeah, that's right.
I resemble that
very
remark.
Intimidating, and I thought you handled yourself very well. And and when you needed the technical expertise, your response on the standing motions. I mean, I've dismissed other cases under similar circumstances, but you came up with some good case law that saved you there. And I don't know how you got that information, but however you did it, that really helped in that case. Just a couple preliminary comments. I mean, the top two issues on this case. I think clearly it's the parking and it's the marbled muralette. And on the parking issue, I mean, we need the EIS to have a reasonable discussion of environmental consequences when parking is put into the scoping and expected to be analyzed in the EIS. I think what's most useful to the city council, what they should be able to reasonably expect is there enough parking at this site? And I mean, looking at it from the SEPA appellant standpoint, and I can see it to a certain extent, is the parking analysis in the EIS is saying, well, at full capacity, we have 120 parking spaces. We can't tell you if that's enough to accommodate the parking demand at this site because we don't know how many people are going to the conferences on a regular basis. It's not telling us if there's adequate parking or not, and I can't say that's really a reasonably thorough discussion of impacts there. But on the other side, though, it's I realize this is the backup analysis from the IT average, category, and that's under a lot of circumstances, under professional standards and methodology. It would have been fine, just use that average. And that average does, tell us, it's based on average, so that tells us what we can expect for average hotel use. On the flip side of that is the fact that, even the applicant's traffic consultant recognized that, it's pushing it a little far to use a general hotel category for a facility that has as much conference space as this does. So, then you factor into the fact that, frankly, even though there's a lot of discussion that it didn't matter what the actual usage rates were, it did sound like the traffic consultant did base at least part of her analysis on the fact that, hey, it's very unlikely that we're going to exceed this the capacity of the parking spaces, because at Cedar Ridge, as a facility of somewhat similar size, they don't have conferences that are that large usually. So anyway, those are all the factors I have to look at, giving due deference, substantial weight to the findings of the SEPA responsible official, also giving deference to the fact that the only expert testimony we have is from Ms. Barnes. And, it's a somewhat complicated mix. On the marbled murrelet issue, that is, I've done a lot of cases with endangered species, mostly salmon, but also marbled murrelet and the gophers down in Thurston and Mason County. This is the first time I've actually had a case where someone's not alleging their endangered species present, but there might be some, 20 years down. So it's a unique issue. It has some merit though, because there are some unique circumstances here. I mean, there just aren't that many places for the marbled murrelet to go where you have over 60 acres that's close to the water, and it's only 5 miles from Puget Sound. I think that the fact that the marbled murrelet could be there in the future, that could serve as a basis for consideration. But then the second step, I think the more troubling one, is beyond the issue of, that they'll be there in the future, is how probable, how significant are these impacts? And all I have on that really is that we recognize during the day there are people crawling all over this park. So really how this proposed development makes a difference is that we might have people running around on the trails at night. And so you have to consider, well, are there really going to be that many people running around at night? Are there really going to, if there's a marbled murrelet nest or 2 or 3 at this park, is it going to be so close to the project site that people are actually going to be getting to that point at night, running around with their flashlights or whatever they're doing? That's where the, speculation and remoteness issue comes in, and that's where I have a bit of difficulty on that issue. I mean, if this were constructing a whole new site, that would be a whole new project. That would be a different scenario, but we're really not making any exterior alterations. We're talking about some additional light and noise, and then beyond that, people running around on the trails. That, like I say, that's it's hard to push that all the way into something that needs to be in an EIS, but I'll seriously consider it. So again, I thought those were the 2 most significant ones, and I have a lot of other things to consider. And like I said, I'll be poring over the transcripts, and I'll make sure that all of the concerns and issues get presented to the council, and with my recommendation as well. And again, thank you so much for sitting through all this, and I guess we're finally done. So we're adjourned.
Thank you.